and not victims.
Yeah.
If he ever did any homework, he'd know that it's always the Attorney-General who has to agree and sign off on unduly lenient sentencing referrals, and our proposals are there to make sure that the Attorney-General always has a full 28-day period in order to consider and make rulings that often help victims, and he will know that the Law Commission is looking at this work. And I would say they did have 14 years. Why did they never do anything?
Tim Rocker.
Question number 9, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We fund key support services such as independent sexual violence and domestic abuse advisors. The CPS has introduced victim liaison officers to ensure that victims of rape and serious sexual offences have a consistent point of contact throughout the criminal justice system. We will also provide free transcripts of sentencing remarks for victims of rape and serious sexual offences, and we will introduce independent legal advisors for all adult rape victims.
Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the last government's watch, the backlog of Crown Court cases rose to record levels, leaving too many victims, including in Macclesfield, waiting years for their day in court. And this backlog included victims of sexual abuse who are unable to begin properly processing their trauma until their trial is over, stuck in a horrifying limbo. What steps is the government taking to ensure victims of sexual abuse aren't left waiting for years to see justice done?
My honourable friend is right. As this House knows, justice delayed is justice denied. That is why this government has doubled magistrate sentencing powers and funded a record number of sitting days. But the scale of that challenge is beyond what increasing sitting days can achieve alone. That is why we have asked Sir Brian Leveson to propose bold and ambitious reforms to deliver swifter justice for victims as part of this government's plan for change.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In recent weeks, Daniel Clark, a vile sexual offender, was sentenced to 7 years in prison for horrific acts of sexual abuse against 6 vulnerable children, many with special needs, many who are my constituents. And there are 81 suspected cases. I've been contacted by the families of these innocent victims who have expressed their outrage at this shockingly lenient sentence. I wrote to the Attorney-General on the 20th of May asking for the case and the sentence to be reviewed. I didn't receive a response. I had to find out through the BBC that the review was happening. Nevertheless, I am pleased that the sentence is being reviewed. Can the Minister give assurances to my constituents, the House and the British public, that these vile sexual predators will have the book thrown at them, and when it comes to protecting our children, that is the only thing that matters?
Can I thank the honourable member for raising this case, and I am pleased that the review is taking place. Victims of child sexual abuse are victims of some of the most heinous crimes in our society, and that is why it is important that we get on with addressing the recommendations of the Alexis J review. We are putting in measures in our crime and policing bill. We are strengthening the Victims and Courts bill to ensure that victims of these crimes are put at the heart of the criminal justice system, and the perpetrators of these crimes feel the full force of the law.
Does Simon offer?
Question number 10, please.
Minister.
It's a long-standing tradition, Mr Speaker, in this country that people are free to peacefully protest and demonstrate their views, provided they do so within the law. Where people break the law, sentencing is a matter for the courts, which have a range of powers to deal with offenders effectively and appropriately.
Simon.
Thank you, Minister. And a peaceful protest is an absolute cornerstone of a functioning and healthy democracy. People in Stroud and actually across the country felt that in 2022, legislation passed by the party opposite actually limited the right to peacefully protest. One of my constituents, Adam Beard, who I've actually worked with for over 5 years in my GP surgery, was convicted of a year in prison for planning a peaceful protest. Could I ask the Minister whether they could consider, with all this prison overcrowding, whether these peaceful protesters at least could avoid custodial sentences?
The right to peacefully protest is a cornerstone, as he rightly says, of our democracy, and this government will protect and preserve that right. The post-legislative scrutiny of the Public Order Act 2023 began this month, and we will carefully consider the results of their review, along with the recommendations of the Independent Sentencing Review.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Whilst we may not agree with their methods, peaceful protests can take many forms, including the burning of religious texts. Now, does the Lord Chancellor agree with me that freedom of expression must be protected, and that any moves by Parliament or the courts to introduce a blasphemy law would undermine it?
Well, the honourable member will be reassured to know that we do not have a blasphemy law in this country, and that is the right and proper position.
Sean Barrett.
Question 11, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Humanists have long been campaigning to conduct legally binding weddings, and we are grateful for the contributions they make to our society. Marriage is an important institution, and we have to consider any changes carefully. This government will set out our position on weddings reform in due course.
Sean Byrne.
Mr. Speaker, and I refer the House to my register of interests, and I understand that ministers are focused on wider marriage reform, but for enabling humanist marriages there is a much quicker and simpler process that would act on the High Court in 2020, ruling that the current law is discriminatory. So will ministers therefore lay an order so that humanist couples and celebrants can have legal recognition for their ceremonies in line with their beliefs, the same as their religious counterparts?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no one is more excited to don a hat for the first legally binding humanist wedding more than I. However, we must consider whether legislating to provide for humanist marriage would introduce further differential treatment in this complex area of law. That is why we need to make sure we take the time to get this right. It would also not address other issues in marriage law which affect all groups. And as a responsible government, we have to consider this before we set out our position. So I appreciate the Honourable Lady will have to wait just a little bit longer.
James McCleary.
Question number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Since the disappointing inspection in 2023, healthcare improvement funding has been put in place alongside mobile phone detection equipment to disrupt illicit activity. HMP Lewis's most recent inspection in 2024 was encouraging and highlighted the strengths of the invigorated leadership team. HMPPS is continuing to closely monitor and support the prison.
Oh, sorry, James McCleary. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The latest inspection of HMP Lewis found that levels of violence, self-harm and drug use remain notably worse than at other reception prisons, with just 1/3 of prisoners engaged in education or employment, and many spending as little as 2 hours a day out of their cells. While the new governor has been praised for making some real improvements, the prison is still described as being trapped in a cycle of boredom, short staffing and drug misuse. What specific steps is the government taking to support the governor's efforts and ensure that these early improvements are turned into lasting change?
I thank the honourable member for his further question. It is important that HMPPS continue to monitor this prison very carefully, and the Chief Operating Officer's visit on the 7th of May found a number of further improvements. But if he wants to write to me, I can send him a full update of the actions being taken in relation to that prison.
Brandish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the topic of prison operations, we need effective scrutiny of privatised contracts for prison maintenance, contracts that have been detrimental for prisons. So will the Minister release the last government's report recommending more privatisation of prison maintenance, suitably redacted if necessary, for full transparency and to avoid any accusations of a cover-up?
My honourable friend will be well aware that a lot of the information is commercially confidential, but we are investing up to £300 million in 2025 to 26 to keep our prisons safe and secure, and having a prison estate condition survey programme in place to better understand our estate.
Right, Dr. Danny Chambers.
Number 13, Mr. Speaker.
It's me again, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 13, 15, 18 and 24 together. Just a bit of a mouthful. A key priority of this government is that our prisons rehabilitate offenders, making better citizens rather than better criminals. Can I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to pay tribute to the fantastic prison staff who mentor and support prisoners in custody every day. I saw firsthand the benefit of the Creating Future Opportunities programme when I visited HMP Humber in April of this year.
Dr. Danny Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, prisons have an important role in protecting the public and punishing criminals, but they are also vitally important in rehabilitation. And given that around half of prisoners reoffend within a year of being released, what programmes or steps is the government taking to ensure that programmes to address mental health, addiction, education are not only available but effective and consistently delivered across the prison estate, including in our prison in Winchester?
He's right to emphasise all those programmes. They're clearly extremely important, and we publish and monitor a range of performance metrics linked to rehabilitative programme delivery. These include employment at 6 weeks post-release, employment at 6 months post-release or the start of a community order, engagement with substance misuse treatment. So all of these measures are in place and properly monitored. But as always, there's more to be done in this area.
Susan Merritt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Mid Dunbartonshire, the Community Justice Team are having some success preventing reoffending by working with offenders in a trauma-informed way. Given that success, taking a trauma-informed approach to rehabilitation, what discussions has the Minister had regarding the differing approaches taken to offender rehabilitation across the UK?
She's right to highlight the good work that's going on in her constituency. And as I said, I saw trauma-informed activity in operation at HMP Humber. It is something we need to learn through across the prison estate.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dyslexia is vastly overrepresented in the prison population. Whilst 10% of the general population are dyslexic, it's thought that as many as half of all prisoners have dyslexia. Does the Minister consider rehabilitation programmes to effectively meet the specific needs of dyslexic prisoners?
She's right to highlight dyslexia, and neurodiversity is a very common situation with many of the people in our prisons, and that's why we have neurodiversity officers in each prison to make sure that we're doing our very best for these people so that they can be rehabilitated, so they can become better citizens when they come out of prison.
Caroline Bolton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The former Chief Inspector of Prisons said of Landworks in my constituency that it provides one of the best examples in the country of how we can reduce reoffending, turn lives around and prevent future victims. Its reoffending rate is just 6%. The government announced £2.3 billion towards prison builds over the next 2 years. So could I ask the Minister to tell us when the government will commit to investing in projects like Landworks, which can radically reduce the prison population, transform the lives of offenders and cut crime?
Third sector organisations like Landworks deliver valuable rehabilitation, wellbeing, support and advocacy services across England and Wales, and they partner effectively with HMPPS in many different ways. The work of key organisations such as the one that Honourable Member speaks of is incredibly important and essential for reducing reoffending, and we continue to invest in this, and I'd be very happy to meet with the Honourable Member to discuss the matter further and see what more can be done.
Catherine Atkinson.
Lack of work is a key driver in reoffending. Derby medical manufacturing company Pennine Healthcare has some offenders who work for them on day release, but are exploring a project to manufacture in prisons, providing skills and potential work on release. Does the Minister agree that rather than the continuing revolving door of reoffending, we need to ensure both punishment and meaningful rehabilitation? And can I invite the Minister to visit and learn more about this project?
My honourable friend highlights yet another piece of excellent work going on across our prison estate in partnership with other organisations. I'd be very happy if she writes to me for again to allow my diary manager to see how my diary is performing.
Jonathan Brash.
North East charity NEPACs run departure lounges across prisons in the North East, including at HMP Home House that serves Teesside. It's critical for giving a central point of support for prison leavers to prevent reoffending and help them reintegrate into society. But the probation service has cut their funding and now they face closure. Will the Minister meet with me to talk about how the increased funding that we are providing the probation service can be used to protect this vital service?
My honourable friend highlights another excellent piece of work that's going on and highlights the difficulties in terms of ensuring that funding is effectively used as we move forward in a difficult situation due to the funding inheritance we had from the previous government. But I'm very happy if he writes to me to look at that particular case and meet with him.
Ben Ellsborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prison has two purposes, rehabilitation and punishment. We need offenders paying back to the communities and individuals they have harmed. I welcome my honourable friend's actions to punish offenders in the community. So can I give a list to my honourable friend of all the potholes that need filling in Norfolk?
Please write to me with that list of potholes and we'll see what we can do.
Question 16, Mr Speaker.
Justice Secretary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ministers meet regularly with the Chair of the Sentencing Council on the specific guidelines for immigration offences. The member will know these guidelines set a minimum sentence but no maximum. Judges can still sentence as they see fit within the limits of what the law allows, and foreign criminals can still be deported even if they are sentenced to less than 12 months.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the Shadow Justice Secretary heard when he visited on Friday, criminal gangs are imposing a significant cost supporting asylum seekers who've been smuggled into the UK on my Hillingdon constituents, which has the highest level of asylum seekers per capita of any local authority. So what plans does she have to ensure that we have tougher sentences which are fit for purpose so our communities do not face this burden in the future?
Well, I can assure him that myself and colleagues in the Justice Department are working closely with our colleagues in the Home Department to make sure that we have a joined-up approach when it comes to tackling the issues that he's raised. He knows that asylum falls primarily as a policy issue for the Home Secretary, and I will make sure that her and her team are made aware of the specific problems in Hillingdon that he has raised today.
Justice Secretary Robert Chamberlain.
Mr Speaker, for the first time, the Sentencing Council have published immigration sentencing guidelines. They water down sentences passed by Parliament. I mean, hundreds of illegal migrants every year will avoid the threshold for automatic deportation. Once again, her officials were in the meeting and waved them through. And here I have the minutes to prove it. Has the Justice Secretary lost control of her department once again, or is it the case, as the Defence Secretary said on Sunday, that this government has just simply lost control of our borders?
Well, no, what this government is doing is cleaning up the almighty mess left to us by the previous government, of which he was a member. He knows full well that I have already signalled an intention to review the powers of the Sentencing Council. We have an upcoming sentencing bill, and I will take the action that he and his government never did in 14 long years. He suddenly found his voice. He didn't have it for a decade or more.
Testament.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 17, please.
Minister.
We continue to support IPP offenders through our updated action plan, which contributed to a 9% decrease in IPP offenders in prison in last year. But we will not, Mr Speaker, put public protection at risk. The Prisons Minister in the other place and I continue to meet regularly with MPs and peers and other stakeholders to work together on supporting this cohort.
Testament.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's 12 and a half years since the IPP sentences were described as not defensible and were abolished for offenders, but 2,852 people remain incarcerated under these sentences, and that's just 74 fewer than June 2022. So when the Justice Committee reported in 2022, its key recommendation was that the government legislates to enable a resentencing exercise for these individuals. So will the Justice Secretary or the Minister please set up an expert committee to at least advise on how to bring forward a resentencing exercise urgently?
Minister.
It's right and proper that IPP sentences were abolished. Various organisations have considered sentencing. None of them have identified an approach that would not involve releasing offenders whom the parole board has determined pose too great a risk to the public. We do not wish to give false hopes to those serving the sentence by establishing an experts panel, but we will continue to work robustly with this group and do everything in our power to address the problem that is there and we recognise.
Patrick Hale.
Number 20, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister's busy, come on.
Thank my honourable friend for the question. This government's plan to support women is clear and ambitious. The aim is to reduce the number of women going to prison. Our Women's Justice Board will support this. The Independent Sentencing Review's recommendation... It's the wrong question. I'm on the wrong question. Apologies. See, I'm good. Yes. Well, you get a preview, Mr Speaker, of the next answer. So it's a little taster. We're committed to ensuring offenders leave prison with the job and skills needed to lead law-abiding lives. That's why we've launched regional employment councils, which for the first time brings businesses together with prisons, probation and Department of Work and Pensions to support offenders in the community.
Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We got there eventually. Employment is crucial to reducing reoffending, and data shows that offenders who are employed within 6 weeks after leaving prison have a reoffending rate around half of those out of work. So can the Minister outline how the regional employment councils, including in Southport and the Liverpool City region at large, will help to drive down reoffending?
My honourable friend is absolutely right that securing employment is known to reduce the risk of reoffending significantly. The Minister for Prisons in the other place has led a business with a track record of getting offenders into employment, and I understand that National Highways are starting to build strong partnerships already as chair of the Employment Council in Manchester, Merseyside and Cheshire.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for his answers. When it comes to helping the offenders into employment, first of all, they need to have the opportunity for training in prison. Whenever they leave prison to go back into the societies that they live in, they need someone there to oversee them to make sure that they are following the right path. Would the Minister outline what's going to happen in relation to that? And would the Minister also, as he's a good Minister, would he also share his ideas with the Police and Justice Minister in Northern Ireland to ensure that what happens here, the good things that happen here, can happen to us in Northern Ireland as well? Thank you.
Very happy to share practice across Northern Ireland and the regions of the UK where there's good practice for us all to learn from each other, and officials meet within the Five Nations group, as he well knows. So, yeah, and he's right to point to the fact that we need to ensure that people are supported as they move into the community, and that's why we're investing in probation, as my honourable friend the Lord Chancellor said, onboarding over 1,000 probation officers this year and another 1,300 next year.
Get Osman.
Question 21.
Minister.
Right, this is the one. This is the one. You've had a preview. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's plan to support women is clear and ambitious. The aim is to reduce the number of women going to prison. Our Women's Justice Board will support this. The Independent Sentencing Review's recommendations on short, deferred and suspended sentences for women, which we have accepted in principle, will reduce the number of women in prison. We have also taken decisive action to immediately accept Susanna Hancock's recommendation to no longer place women in YOIs.
Yes, Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his preview prior to your answer. But as the chair of the All-Party Group for Women Affected by the Criminal Justice System, I welcome the Independent Sentencing Review's final report. I note that the review encourages the government to consider introducing statutory defences for victims of domestic abuse, including where coercion has been a factor in their offending, to prevent unnecessarily criminalising them. Will the government look further at these proposals?
Yes, the government will look further at these proposals, and the Women's Justice Board has been created to do exactly that sort of work. But of course, we've also got an excellent victims minister in my honourable friend.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In March, the government announced that girls will no longer be placed in young offenders' institutions. How will the Minister monitor the implementation of this policy? And how will the Minister ensure the public is protected from the small number of violent girls who need to be detained?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every week I get a report of the number of girls in our youth estate. And so I'm monitoring it very clearly. There are no girls in a YOI, and there have not been since the girl that was in a YOI moved out very soon after this government came into government.
We come to Topical. Susan Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Topical one. Sorry, topical one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this House shares my anger at recent attacks against prison officers. After the awful events at HMP Frankland, I commissioned a review of the use of protective body armour. Today, I can announce I will mandate its use in close supervision centres, separation centres and segregation units in the high security estate. This is my initial response to the review, but I will set out further action on body armour in due course. And when Jonathan Hall's independent review into the Frankland attack reports, I will take any further steps necessary to protect our brave staff. Mr. Speaker, crime must be punished, but on the rare occasions that a miscarriage of justice has taken place, the Criminal Cases Review Commission exists to uncover and rectify that injustice. In recent years, the Commission has lost the trust of the public. It must now win it back. So today, I have appointed Dame Vera Baird, a former Victims Commissioner, to be its interim chair. She will review the Commission, its governance and leadership, and ensure it delivers once more for those who have been victims of injustice.
Susan Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What discussions has the Government had regarding the International Court of Justice's 2024 judgment regarding Israel and Palestine?
Well, she will know that this is a matter primarily for the Foreign Secretary, and we keep under review all judgments of all courts, domestic and international, and adopt our policy position accordingly. I will make sure that her concerns, if any, are raised with the Foreign Secretary directly.
Sean Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 14,500 volunteer magistrates who deal with 95% of criminal cases are the backbone of our justice system. Will the Lord Chancellor meet with me, the Magistrates Association and a group of cross-party MPs who recently wrote to her calling on a long service medal to be established for justices, as well as discussing the Magistrates Association's forthcoming report on how to recruit and retain magistrates as she increases their powers and responsibilities?
I was pleased to visit the Telford Justice Centre with my honourable friend, and there we met with magistrates and leaders of the Magistrates Association. I meet with the Magistrates Association regularly. We have a system of certification acknowledging the vital work that they do, and especially the long-serving magistrates who serve more than 10, 20 and 30 years. And I'm happy to continue discussions with him about how we can acknowledge and recognise that brilliant service even more.
Shadow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brave prison officers are under attack. If the government doesn't act now, I'm warning once again that an officer will be killed on the Justice Secretary's watch. After the Southport killer Axel Rudakabana allegedly attacked an officer with boiling water, he is now binging on treats like Maltesers and Pringles. When will the Justice Secretary strip Rudakabana and monsters like him of these privileges and put them in solitary confinement? And when will she finally have the backs of all our brave prison officers by giving each and every one of them the protection that they need in the form of high-collar, stab-proof vests, not just a privileged few in the most limited circumstances?
Mr. Speaker, let me just give the Shadow Minister a much-needed education here, because he appears not to know that under the Tory government, violence on staff in our prisons soared, and experienced officers left in droves because of it. That is the inheritance that I have received, and that is a mess that this government is clearing up. He will know I have already acted on suspending the use of self-cook facilities. I've got Jonathan Hall looking into the HMP Franklin attack. I've made the announcement on body armour, and I won't hesitate to take any further action. But unlike him, I won't make, and I quote, headline-grabbing measures just for the sake of a headline.
Look, can I just say to both of you, the backbenchers also have to get in. If you're going to come in on top, it's going to be short and punchy. Please, let's stick to the script that we're meant to stick to. If you want questions longer, come in earlier. I could have picked up where these questions could have been brought in. Robert Jenry.
Mr. Speaker, last month, 9 countries wrote to the Council of Europe calling for urgent reform of the ECHR to tackle the migration crisis. The UK was conspicuously absent. Instead, the Attorney General has likened critics of the ECHR to the Nazis. The Justice Secretary has reported in the press to find Lord Hermer very frustrating and personally unbearable. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we might have just found an area of cross-party consensus. Why didn't the Justice Secretary sign the letter? Is the government irrelevant, or is she and the Prime Minister defending a broken system?
Again, if he ever paid any attention to details, he'd know that was a letter that was done by EU member states, and we are no longer a member of the European Union. But let me assure him that I am absolutely committed to considering our wider picture of human rights law, and I won't hesitate to take action where I need to.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The backlog of Crown Court cases in Hampshire and the Isle of Wight reached an 8-year high last year, which has had a huge impact on victims and defendants in Aldershot and Farnborough struggling to get on with their lives. What steps is the Minister taking to reduce delays in local justice for my constituents?
This government inherited record and rising backlogs, and as she describes, the human cost of that is victims waiting longer and longer for their day in court. We have acted swiftly, increasing magistrates' sentencing powers, but fundamental reform is needed. That's why we've asked Sir Brian Leveson, who will be reporting shortly, and we will take his package of fundamental reforms forward to ensure that we have reform of our Crown Courts and swifter justice for victims.
Josh Baberindo, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr Speaker, does the Secretary of State agree with the Chair of the Prison Governors Association that the Conservative proposal to arm prison officers with lethal weapons is just headline-grabbing nonsense? And does she agree that on top of providing body armour, the serious means to protect prison officers is by ensuring they get the years-long training they deserve, not the weeks-long crash course that the last government left them with?
I agree with the honourable gentleman, and I will simply say again, for people that pay attention to the detail, there are already mutual aid agreements in place between prisons and local police forces to ensure that if an armed response is required, it is available.
Mark Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sure members on all sides of the House will be looking forward to Olivia's law becoming law in memory of Olivia Pratt-Corbell, and with the huge amount of support from my friend, the member for Knowsley, and the family of Olivia and other families. But what else can be done to ensure that murderers, rapists and other violent criminals are forced to answer in court for their crimes?
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for that vitally important question. We are giving judges the statutory powers to order offenders to attend their sentencing hearings. We are also making it clear that reasonable force can be used where it is necessary and proportionate to do so, to make sure that any adult offender attends when ordered to do so. I would also like to pay tribute to the families of Jan Mustafa, Zara Aralida, Sabina Nessa, as well as those of Olivia Pratt-Corbell, who have all fought tirelessly to bring about this law. This is a law for all of the victims, and it is in their memory that we bring this forward.
Chris Stafford.
Mr Speaker, across my farm and Borden constituency, I hear from parents, schools and youth workers who say the same thing, that early signs of offending behaviour are often missed or not acted upon until it's too late. And in rural areas, stretched services and limited access to youth provision makes the problem worse. Seeing the success of the Hazelmere Youth Hub, I asked the Lord Chancellor if she would consider expanding community-based justice schemes to make sure that young people are not drawn into the criminal justice system when they don't need to be.
He's completely right that those sort of schemes are exactly what needs to happen, and that's why we've increased the funding for youth offending teams, and we've protected turnaround funding into the current year. Turnaround is highly successful in moving people on the edge of youth crime away from crime, and so we continue to do that. Plus, we've got Young Futures coming in and prevention partnerships.
Ms Jones.
Mr Speaker, a constituent came to see me recently, clearly significantly impacted by finding out of the release of somebody who perpetrated a non-violent but still heinous crime against him. What more can we do to ensure that all victims are notified when the perpetrator is released?
I thank my honourable friend, and my sympathies are with her constituent. It is vitally important that victims are notified. Those victims who are currently eligible for the victim notification scheme should be given a victim liaison officer to find out about their cases, but we know there's more to do. That is why we are bringing forward a new victim notification scheme in our Victims in Courts Bill, with for the first time ever a dedicated helpline to get that information to victims and survivors.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State recently announced that paedophiles will be castrated ahead of early release from prison, which turns out to be nothing more than taking some pills that may reduce their libido. So will the Secretary of State confirm here and now that no prisoner, no paedophile, will be released from prison early until it has been proven that the medication has effectively castrated them?
Chemical suppression is a mechanism and a lever used by other jurisdictions around the world. It has been shown to work. The previous government sat on a pilot for years on end and did nothing. What I have said is I will pull every lever at our disposal to deal with sex offending once and for all.
Recently, a family court judge who would have made decisions in relation to many abused children was found guilty by the High Court of abusing their own adopted children. Does the Minister agree with me that protecting the anonymity of members of the judiciary who have abused their children, particularly when it relates so intimately to their own work in court, risks undermining public trust in our legal system?
She is right to highlight an absolutely appalling case, and all of our thoughts of everyone in this House are with the children who were victims of that abuse. The independent judiciary has ruled on this, and this government believes in transparency in our family courts. That's why we're working to expand use of transparency orders, but we've got to respect the independence of our judiciary who've ruled in this particular case.
So Desmond,
At least for the reason of protecting the children in that case.
So Desmond Swan.
But Lord Hermer says we're not even trying to reform the convention. Why not?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the honourable member is referring to, because the government's already announced that we are considering the way in which our human rights laws are applied in immigration cases. And I have already said, and I am the policy owner for the European Convention on Human Rights, that I am considering its application within our domestic laws as well. I don't know what other reassurance he needs.
Elise Bitchley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Lord Chancellor's commitment to tightening up exclusion zones. In Knowsley, we have some of the highest rates of domestic abuse in the country, so this kind of action will be important for victims. Would she agree with me that an offender's freedom should never come before a victim's right to feel and be safe?
Yes. My honourable friend raises such an important point. I've been struck by so many meetings with victims where they feel that the exclusion zones as they are currently constructed today effectively make them constrained rather than the offender zones for offenders, and we will bring forward our proposals in the upcoming sentencing bill.
Charlotte Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rural communities often find it even more difficult to access legal aid providers than in urban areas. What steps is the Minister taking to help provide access to legal aid to people in rural areas?
It's vitally important that those who need it, some of the most vulnerable in our society, can access legal aid. We are funding provisions such as Advice Now, which is an online provision. We also ensure through our contracting process through the Legal Aid Agency that there is provision right across the country to ensure that no one, including in rural areas, struggles to access legal aid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Claire Ball, was sexually abused as a child. As an adult, she faced her abuser in court. He was allowed to provide character references. Her good character was called into question, yet she wasn't allowed character references. Please, can my honourable friend take steps to rectify this unfairness on victims like Claire?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this vitally important point. Character references are something that this government is looking at carefully, and we will be bringing forward information on this in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Chelmsford constituent's child was the victim of a serious sexual offence several years ago. By the time it comes to trial next year, it will have been nearly half a decade since the assault took place. Does the Lord Chancellor think that this is an appropriate length of time for a child to have to wait to seek justice? And what words of comfort can the Lord Chancellor give to my constituents?
She highlights an absolutely appalling case, and if you ask me, do I think that's acceptable, the answer is no. As my colleague said, justice delayed is justice denied, and it's for that reason that we have asked Sir Brian Leveson to recommend bold and fundamental reform. That is the human consequence that you've just described of the Crown Court backlog that we inherited from the past government, and we're going to fix the mess.
Last week I visited Meadow Road Youth Centre to see the fantastic work Lloyd and other youth workers are doing to provide an outlet for young people. However, it could be closed down due to funding uncertainty. Does my right honourable friend agree that sporting centres like this reduces youth offending, are hubs for rehabilitation, and will my right honourable friend commit to Dudley getting its fair share of funding and keeping this centre open?
Centres like the one she describes in her constituency do excellent work and help to reduce youth offending. If she writes to me about the case she refers to, I'll look into it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Charlotte, a victim of abuse herself, has long campaigned for justice through transcripts and highlights how they can help victims move forward with their lives. So how can we ensure that victims are provided with sentencing remarks even if the accused is acquitted in a rape case?
The Ministry of Justice currently provides free sentencing remarks for victims of murder, manslaughter, and as of last month, we've made permanent our pilot to provide those sentencing remarks to victims of rape. But she will understand that providing full transcriptions is a costly exercise, which is why we are undertaking testing of use of AI to make in future that available in a costly and timely manner.
Andrew Cooper.
At just 12 years old, my constituent was subjected to horrific abuse by a family member who was ultimately convicted of 9 offences, including 4 counts of rape. The offender was sentenced in youth courts to just a 3-year referral order and a 2-year restraining order. My constituent cannot appeal this sentence under the unduly lenient sentencing scheme simply because of the court the case was heard in. Will the Minister review this deeply troubling case and consider extending the unduly lenient sentence scheme to include youth court rape convictions?
Hopefully my honourable friend heard the earlier answer in relation to the unduly lenient scheme and the review by the Law Commission. But if you write to me about the specifics of that case, I'll make sure we look into it.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As of the 1st of May of this year, there were 7 biological males in HMP Downview, a women's prison in my constituency. Can the Secretary of State confirm when they will be moved out?
She'll be aware those 7 biological males are on Ewing, which is a transgender-only facility. We will obviously review the recent ruling of the Supreme Court and make sure that everything that we do going forward, we are in compliance. We've inherited a policy that I think we supported in opposition, which I think was a strong act by the last government, but we will build on that following the Supreme Court's recent ruling.
Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A recent Freedom of Information request between January 22 and March 24. 52 prison staff were recommended for dismissal due to breaches of security. However, 10 times that number resigned for similar breaches. What action has the Minister taken to strengthening training, oversight and accountability across the prison service to address this worrying trend and prevent further security failures?
Prison officers do an amazingly positive job in our prisons. Occasionally, prison officers let themselves down, and in those cases, they're properly looked at. And we continue to keep a very tight look and learn from any issues that occur.
Sarah Patchett.
Is the Justice Secretary content that her department is spending over £500 million every year locking up criminals who belong in other countries?
Yeah.
What I'm content about is the fact that this government has deported more foreign national offenders than the previous government. What I'm content about is we've accepted the findings of the Gork review, and we will be bringing forward the early removal scheme threshold from 50% to 30% to make sure more foreign offenders are eligible for removal from our country.
Peter.
Sadly, some of my constituents have experienced a double blow, not only having defective cavity wall insulation installed, but also being pursued for adverse legal costs by firms such as SSB Law. Ministers have previously confirmed that the Solicitors Regulation Authority have opened an investigation. Will the Minister provide an update on this investigation and meet with me to discuss how those affected can get redress? Thank you. Once again, I'm very sorry to hear about the impact that the firm collapse has had on her constituents and many others who are affected by the SSB collapse. As she says, the Solicitors Regulation Authority is completing an investigation into the collapse. Disciplinary notices have been issued to a number of individuals, and further decisions are expected before the summer. I'm happy to provide her with a written update as that investigation is concluded.
Julian Smith.
Mr Speaker, I refer the House to my registered voluntary interests. Litigation finance plays a key role in the legal system in the UK and provides opportunities for postmasters and others to take cases to court. The Civil Justice Council has just published its report on the sector. Can I ask ministers when the government will respond to this report?
I thank him for his question, and I thank the Civil Justice Council for their work. He will understand that we've not yet had a chance to fully digest the report, but we anticipate acting on its recommendations in fairly short order.
Select Committee under Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Lord Ponsonby told the Justice Committee in February that the government will set out a public position on reform of wedding laws, including humanist marriage, in the next few months. The Minister said much the same today, but when will this happen? And will it include reform of current cohabitation laws, which disadvantage millions of couples?
I thank the Chair of the Justice Select Committee for that important question. He will know that our manifesto committed to reforming cohabitation law, and we will be bringing forward that reform shortly. The Law Commission's report made 57 recommendations for reform of weddings law, including enabling non-religious groups such as humanists to conduct legally binding weddings, and we will be bringing forward information on our package of reforms shortly.
Carl Lockhart.
Mr Speaker, recently I attended a service marking 40 years since William Heenan was murdered by the IRA for being a Protestant. While we honoured his memory, the self-proclaimed First Minister for all in Northern Ireland was visiting the newly erected statue of IRA terrorist Bobby Sands, glorifying a movement responsible for the cold-blooded murder of men like William. Will the Minister agree to meet with me and innocent victims from Northern Ireland regarding the review and the improvement in the glorification of terrorism legislation that applies to Northern Ireland?
I think the Honourable Lady will be aware that is primarily a policy area for our colleagues in the Northern Ireland office, but I will make sure that we raise those issues with them.
Final question, Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, a man was convicted of a public order offence after burning a Quran outside the Turkish embassy. The judge said the fact that the man was attacked is proof that he was guilty of disorderly behaviour. This is grotesque and means, in effect, we have a blasphemy law. Does the Justice Secretary believe that this should hold, or will the government back my bill to put an end to all of this madness next week?
Not have a blasphemy law. We are not going to have a blasphemy law in this country. He will be aware that in that specific case, I believe it's going to be subject to an appeal, so it'd be inappropriate for me or any other minister to comment on the details of that matter. But I'm sure once all other channels are exhausted and we have a final resolution, we will be debating those matters in detail in this House.
Let the front benches change over. Right, let us come to the urgent question. Shadow Secretary of State Victoria Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs if he will make a statement about Thames Water's financial situation.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Lady for securing this urgent question. I want to begin by making clear that Thames Water remains stable and the government is carefully monitoring the situation. Customers can be assured there will be no disruption to water supply. Thames Water is a commercial entity currently engaged in an equity raise. KKR pulled out of the company's equity raise process earlier today. As Thames has said, the company will continue to work with their creditors as part of the equity raise to improve their financial position. There remains a market-led solution on the table. We expect the company and its directors to continue the process underway and fix the financial resilience of the company in the interest of their customers. I want to be clear that the government is prepared for all eventualities across our regulated industries and stands ready to intervene through the use of a special administration regime should this be required to ensure the continued provision of vital public services. The situation facing Thames is taking place within a wider context. Only last year we saw record levels of pollution in our rivers, lakes and seas. It is clear that our water system is broken. We've already passed legislation so the regulator can ban undeserved multi-million-pound bonuses that so outraged the public, and we've further strengthened accountability through the introduction of up to 2 years in prison for polluting water bosses who break the law. We've increased the regulator's resources and launched a record 81 criminal investigations into water companies and followed the polluter pays principle, so companies that are successfully prosecuted pay for the cost of that prosecution, so further prosecutions can follow. We have worked with the water companies to secure £104 billion of private sector investment to rebuild our broken water infrastructure. That means new sewage pipes, fewer leaking pipes and new reservoirs across the country as we work to end the sewage scandal that we inherited from the previous government. I launched the Water Commission under Sir John Cunliffe to outline recommendations for a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform our water industry and ensure it delivers the service the public deserves and our environment needs. Today, Sir John published an interim report setting out the Commission's preliminary conclusions. The Government will respond in full to the Commission's final report in due course and outline further steps to benefit customers, attract investment and clean up our waterways. Whether it's Thames Water or other companies serving other parts of the country, the era of profiting from pollution is over. This government will clean up our waterways for good.
Victoria Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting the urgent question today. Just to correct the Secretary of State, when he refers to private sector investment, in fact, what he's referring to is the bill increases that each and every one of us will pay, £31. So when he talks about private sector investment, in fact, he means bill payers' investment. Now, 16 million residents and bill payers will be concerned at the news this morning that private equity firm KKR have pulled out of their rescue deal with Thames Water. According to a source close to KKR, one of the reasons they pulled out was because they were concerned about negative rhetoric directed at Thames Water and the rest of the industry in recent weeks by the Secretary of State and other ministers. In other words, the Secretary of State and his ministers have talked themselves out of this rescue deal. I'm bound to say, Mr. Speaker, if only they could do the same thing with Chagos. Now, firstly, on which date did he discover that KKR were thinking of pulling out of the deal? What involvement did he have in the phone calls over the weekend between KKR and Number 10 Spads to try to rescue this deal? I ask because in recent weeks there have been briefings to the press that he's considering temporary renationalisation. The Treasury have apparently instructed him that he will need to find up to £4 billion from DEFRA's budget to cover the cost of this manoeuvre. To put that in context, the entire farming budget for this year is roughly £2.5 billion. So can he explain the options he's just referred to, and do they include a plan for temporary renationalisation? Which budget will a temporary renationalisation come from, DEFRA or central funds? This is particularly relevant ahead of the upcoming spending review, which has been briefed out, Mr. Speaker, in great detail, including the suggestion that the DEFRA budget is to be slashed. Now, he's already referred to the Cunliffe report in his response, and we will, of course, look at it very carefully. But can he confirm that, like the shambolic Defence Review announcement yesterday, there is no funding for this latest review, and it will do nothing to resolve the immediate issue of Thames Water's solvency, which he has mishandled, indeed just as he's mishandled the family farm tax, the fishing industry and SFI?
Secretary of State.
Yep. Well, I'm grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for pointing out to the House that she clearly doesn't understand the principles of private sector investment, and nor is it particularly clever to stand at the dispatch box opposite and make up figures to attack. This government stands ready for all eventualities, but I will make no apology for tackling the poor behaviour of water companies and water company executives that took place under the previous government and that we are correcting. We are working with, we even had stories that have been confirmed to me by water companies of previous Conservative Secretaries of State shouting and screaming at water company bosses, but not actually changing the law to do anything about the bonuses that they were able to pay themselves. This government is taking action, working with customers, working with water companies, working with investors to ensure that we have a successful water sector that works for the environment and for customers and for investors in a way that it completely failed to do under the previous Conservative government.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I draw members' attention to my register of interest. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, the collapse of KKR's rescue deal isn't a blip, it's a reckoning. A moment that exposes the complete bankruptcy of the privatised water model. This morning's interim Cunliffe review into the water sector confirms the scale of the crisis. It describes our water system, a regulated statutory monopoly, as now too risky for investors. Too risky. But it didn't seem too risky when shareholders were siphoning off billions in dividends while letting the pipes rot, the rivers choke and the debt pile up. The only people truly at risk now are bill payers who face a 35% real terms price hike in the next 5 years, not just to fund clean water or climate resilience, but half of which is to boost investor returns. So, I ask my honourable friend again, when will the government stop fiddling, put Thames Water in special administration, strip out the debt, and begin the job of returning our water system, not just Thames, back into public ownership?
Mr. Lewis, I was very grateful in bringing you on early, but I didn't expect you to make the statement yourself. Secretary of State.
Thank my honourable friend for his question. Reassure him. The government stands ready for any eventuality and will take action as required. We are not looking at nationalisation because it would cost over £100 billion of public money that would have to be taken away from other public services like the National Health Service to be given to the owners of the water companies. It would take years to unpick the current model of ownership, during which time pollution would get worse, and we know that nationalisation is not the answer. You only have to look at the situation in Scotland to see that.
Spokesperson Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the Conservatives, Thames Water were allowed to pile up nearly £20 billion of debt while pumping sewage into rivers and lakes for 300,000 hours just last year, while rewarding its shareholders with £130 million worth of dividends. And today, Thames Water's customers have been left in the lurch, and the Conservatives seem to think it's all because we've all been a bit too mean about Thames Water. The price must not be paid by the customers. Will he ensure that those who are responsible for making dreadful decisions rightly bear the cost instead? Isn't it right for the company to now go into special administration and to emerge from administration as a public interest company, and that all water companies, including the likes of United Utilities in the North West, move to a public interest model so that caring for the environment matters more than profit? My honourable friend, the member for Witney, has done more to hold Thames Water to account than either Ofwat or this government or its predecessor. So doesn't this prove that the regulation has failed and that Ofwat should be abolished, with a new powerful Clean Water Authority given the power to clean up our lakes and rivers and our industry?
Secretary of State.
Thank him for his question. There is a procedure to be followed for special administration, and we stand ready should that be required in this case or in any other case with regulated industries. Sir John Cunliffe's report, he may have had a chance to look at the interim report today. Sir John is inviting comments on that ahead of the final report, which we'll have in around a month. That will form the basis for future legislation to fix the regulatory mess that we inherited from the party opposite.
Clive Beth.
Speaker, only the Conservatives could come here and defend Thames Water. The rest of the country, has seen what an appalling performance this company has had in 35 years of privatisation. Can my right honourable friend say it's time, I think, we've got to put this company out of its misery, but we've got to do so in a way that doesn't bring the debt that they've run up onto the taxpayer or the bill payers. So can my right honourable friend say that one of his options is preparing for that eventuality?
Secretary of State.
Thank my honourable friend for his question. We are prepared for every eventuality, as I have already outlined, and we will take whatever action is necessary to ensure the continuing supply of water to customers in the Thames region and elsewhere.
Chair of the Select Committee, Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The £3 billion loan that Thames Water has negotiated will bring its first drawdown of £1.5 billion on the 30th of June. That's less than 4 weeks ago. And that is contingent on Thames Water having a lock-up agreement in respect of a recapitalisation transaction, for which they now have no partner to provide it. They, of course, chose to proceed with just one option, which has now walked away. So who does the Secretary of State think that Thames Water will now turn to? They're not exactly going to be negotiating from a position of strength. And what is the government going to do if they can't meet that 30th of June deadline?
Secretary of State.
There remains a market-led solution on the table, and we expect Thames Water to follow through on the process to ensure that they are able to fix the problems that they are currently facing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituents and other Thames Water users are fed up to the back teeth with having to pay more to help this company that has failed them so badly. Obviously, the Secretary of State has to have special administration on the table. We know that's hugely costly to the taxpayer. But if he goes down that route, and I know it's hard to talk in hypotheticals, is he going to have up front and centre the cost to individual customers so that they don't actually have to pay more for that process?
Secretary of State.
Yes, I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend, and I share her anger the fact that bill rises were so high this year. That is because the party opposite didn't take necessary action to ensure that the water system was being properly maintained. And anyone that's ever owned a house or lived in a house will know, if you see a crack in the wall and you leave it for 10 years without fixing it, the problem gets much worse and the cost of repairing it costs much more. So in a very real sense, the public have been left to pay the price of Tory failure.
John Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister confirm that the government will ensure Thames Water stand by its commitment to upgrade our sewage network in South Buckinghamshire, and specifically ensure that the upgrade promised to the Little Marlow sewage treatment works in my constituency is delivered on time?
So state.
I'm happy to give her that reassurance. The government expects Thames Water to carry through on the full range of programmes that were agreed as part of the last price review programme.
Thank you, Speaker. My constituents have been comprehensively failed by Thames Water for many years now. We saw the catastrophic flood in Herne Hill in 2013, where many local businesses had to close permanently. Vulnerable customers let down during the Beast from the East freeze-thaw event, left without water for days and days at a time. Endless roadworks in the same locations where they repeatedly fail adequately to invest in their infrastructure. And now my constituents are seeing bills going up by way more than the Ofwat determination. It is clear that this organisation is not fit for purpose. Can my right honourable friend say what options is he considering to bring this misery to an end and to put customers back at the heart of Thames Water's operations?
So state.
I thank her for her question, and she will have seen, I'm sure, Sir John Cunliffe's interim report today from his Water Commission, which outlines his initial thoughts on how we need to fix the broken regulatory system. But the government has also increased compensation from what we inherited from the previous government, so her constituents who suffer from the kind of problems she's just outlined can expect far better compensation as a result of this government's actions.
Richard Tass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I declare an interest as a Thames Water customer. The reality is that Thames Water is bankrupt. It cannot pay its debts and it cannot meet its legal obligations to Ofwat, to the state and to its customers. And therefore, surely the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker, is actually to put it out of its misery. Put it into special administration for £1. The shareholders and the debt holders know, caveat emptor, they've all blown their dough. Buy it for £1, it's a good deal for the taxpayer, then it won't have to pay huge, egregious rates of interest, and the taxpayer and the customers will be the beneficiaries.
Well, I would respectfully point out to the honourable gentleman that Reform cares so much about the problems facing our water system that they didn't even mention it once in their general election manifesto. And what he's proposing, nationalising the water sector, would cost in excess of £100 billion. That is money they would have to take away from services like the National Health Service that his constituents rely on. And I think they would be very ill-served by him if he were to take that funding away and push up waiting lists that we've just started seeing coming down as a result of this government's investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my neighbouring MP, the Secretary of State, will know, the level of outrage at the continuous failures from Thames Water, including a 5-day period earlier this year where residents in my constituency were left without water. Given this Labour government has introduced measures to make polluting water company executives criminally liable and to ban unjustified bonuses, does the Secretary of State agree we are finally seeing accountability brought back to the water sector?
So state.
Well, I thank my honourable friend and indeed neighbour for his question. I know what a strong champion he is for water on behalf of his constituents. His constituents, much like everybody else's, will benefit now from increased compensation when there are failures, but I do agree with him. One of the problems that we inherited from the previous government is that we had a failing system with no accountability at all. So it's quite right that we should have introduced new criminal liabilities and potentially prison time for polluting water bosses, and that we've given the regulator the power to ban those unfair and undeserved multi-million-pound bonuses they got away with under the Conservatives.
Johnny Maynard.
Mr. Speaker, does the Secretary of State agree with Thames Water's own expert advisor, Teneo, that the ultimate cost if the company goes into special administration to the government will be zero? Page 193 of the expert advice report.
Joe State.
The point is, there is a market-led solution on the table, and I expect Thames Water to follow through on that.
Yuan Yang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's possible for an American private equity company to walk away from Thames Water, but my constituents cannot. When water companies' bosses fail, it's our residents who pay, in sewage discharge into rivers and in their crumbling pipes and drainage. I'm glad that the government has therefore taken bonuses off bosses who are failing, but what more can the government do to tilt incentives towards investment in our infrastructure so that my constituents get some relief?
Well, the problems that she points to are to do with a lack of investment throughout the entire period of the previous government. So I was delighted that just before Christmas we secured commitment to £104 billion of private sector investment. That is the single biggest investment into our water sector in its entire history, and will be the second biggest private sector investment into any part of the economy under this government. We are serious about clearing up their sewage mess.
Lincoln John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thames Water are a massive stakeholder in my Spelthorne constituency. They're the biggest landowner. We have half London's drinking water and 4 raised reservoirs, and we've got a fair chunk of the Thames from Staines to Sunbury. For 11 months now, I've been trying to get a meeting with Thames Water. I appreciate that they've had 1 or 2 other things on their minds recently, but could the Secretary of State use his good offices to encourage Thames Water to meet with me?
Minister.
Well, I do agree with him that the water companies, Thames and all the others, should of course engage with MPs who are seeking to represent the interests of their constituents, and I would be very happy to approach Thames on his behalf to ensure that he gets the meeting that he is seeking.
Daniel Francis.
Speaker, like my colleagues, my constituents in Bexley and Crayford are gravely concerned about the increase in their water bills, but I'm also concerned with them about the impact on business. Crayford Town Centre has been closed again last month, the 3rd year in the trot, because of the rotting infrastructure. So what assurances can the Secretary of State give to my constituents that no matter what happens, that we'll continue to invest in that infrastructure to ensure that those kind of closures finally end?
Secretary of State.
Well, he will already be aware of the action that we've taken through the Water Special Measures Bill to give the regulator the power they need to ban the unjustified bonuses that the water bosses were able to pay themselves under the previous government. The era where you could profit from pollution ended when that government ended.
Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party has campaigned for public ownership of water since the year dot, unlike certain cynical opportunists on the bench behind me, because we know that if you allow privatised monopolies to control our water, it's left infrastructure crumbling, waterways running with sewage, sky-high bills and shareholders laughing all the way to the bank. So can I ask the Secretary of State, given this obscene and fundamental failure, why is it that the government will not even consider bringing water back into public hands where it belongs?
The problems facing the water sector are to do with failures of governance and regulation, and we need to tackle the actual problems, not the imagined ones. If we were to seek to nationalise the water sector, it would cost in excess of £100 billion that would have to be taken away from services like the National Health Service or education. It would take years to unpick the current model of ownership, during which time there would be no investment and water pollution would get worse. And we know from the example of Scotland that nationalisation is not the answer, because they also have problems with pollution. We are going to make sure that our priority is pure water, not the purity of her ideology.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Thames Water dumps sewage into the Cut and the Blackwater in my constituency, the Conservative government washed their hands not in it, but of it. This government is acting to ban bonuses, to issue the biggest fine from Ofwat we've seen, and to bring in criminal liability. But as we seek more action to get to grips with the crisis in Thames Water, will the Secretary of State commit to putting 2 things at the forefront of his mind? Firstly, our environment and cleaning up the sewage, and secondly, customers and making sure that we get a fair deal for our customers and our constituents.
I'm sure he'll be pleased to know that we've launched 81 criminal investigations into water companies for pollution and pollution failings and other failings. That is a dramatic increase from what we inherited from the previous government. I'm sure he will recall they cut the resources to the regulator in half. At the last budget, despite the appalling financial inheritance, we increased resources by 9%, and we've now introduced the polluter pays principle, so that where there is a successful prosecution of a water company, that company will pay the price of that investigation, so further investigations and prosecutions can follow.
Madeira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thames Water is teetering on the brink. Investors are running for the hills, and my constituents are paying the price for their mismanagement through soaring bills. All the while, Thames Water is spending hundreds of millions of pounds on a proposed sewage recycling project at Teddington Lock in my constituency on the River Thames, which will at best be used every 2 years, and some cynics would suggest is designed entirely to boost their balance sheet. This morning, the Secretary of State committed to my constituent Ian McNuff that he would come and visit the site to look at the impact of this proposed project. Could I ask him to reiterate that commitment today? And I and my honourable friend and neighbour, the member for Richmond Park, would be delighted to welcome him.
Secretary of State.
Yeah, as I said to her constituents, I would be very happy to come and visit if my diary allows. In any case, I would be very happy to make sure that she gets a meeting with the Water Minister to discuss her concerns around Teddington.
Inca.
Speaker, does the Secretary of State agree that it's come to something when the opposition seem to be suggesting that Thames maybe should not be sanctioned because it may put their preferred bidder at risk when they'd rejected the others? John Cunliffe suggested stronger regulation, not weaker. Isn't it clear that the direction this government is going in must be the right one?
Yeah.
Well, I do agree with her, because of course the whole mess we've inherited was because the previous government let the water companies get away with it. They were paying themselves multi-million-pound bonuses as they profited from pollution. That ended when the Conservative government was defeated. We are putting the water companies under tough special measures, and we're going to focus them on serving their customers and the environment, not themselves.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Does the Secretary of State think that the situation might improve if Thames Water executives were obliged to sign up to performance-related pay?
Secretary of State.
It's a very interesting proposal, and I hope he will suggest it to Sir John Cunliffe, who is currently looking at a better way to regulate them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Secretary's reluctance to entertain public ownership, but I'd like to draw his attention to research from the University of Greenwich which showed that bringing water into public ownership would pay for itself within about 7 years, and after that it would save the public purse up to £2.5 billion a year. So is the Secretary aware that by immediately bringing Thames Water into special administration and permanent public ownership, it would cut the company's massive debt mountain in half, stop the payment of huge dividends and debt payments into the future, and within just several years would actually start turning a profit for the people of this country?
So State.
Well, I beg to slightly correct her. Special administration is not nationalisation, and nationalisation would cost in excess of £100 billion, money that we'd have to take away from other public services in order to hand to the bosses of the water companies who caused this mess in the first place. I do not think taxpayers would welcome that.
Van Baren.
Mr. Speaker, I have a note received in my inbox today from the government engagement lead for North Thames Valley that says Thames Water is going to run out of money in summer 2026. Will the government commit to taking Thames Water into special administration and unburden the company from its via its creditors of its debt? Or will members require to block their diaries for summer 2026 for another recess recall?
Secretary of State.
As I'm sure he's aware, there are procedures to follow that would require any regulated company to go into special administration. As things stand, Thames remains stable, and there is a market-led solution on the table. We expect Thames to follow through on that.
Josh Van Tinklen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another example of the last government's failure to get a grip of our water system. Meanwhile, just last week, this government fined Yorkshire Water £350,000. But my Calder Valley constituents are really upset to see their water bills going up. Can my right honourable friend please assure me that he will never let the situation get so bad with our national infrastructure as the government benches opposite have done?
No, absolutely. We intend to clear up the mess that the previous government made. The fine that he refers to, and indeed there have been others, are the result of the additional criminal investigations that we have launched, and that follows from the additional resources we have given the regulator so that they can investigate what's going wrong and then take an action. What a difference from the special measures this Labour government is putting our water companies under from just getting away with it and lining their pockets under the previous government.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find the response from the Secretary of State deeply depressing when he says that somehow or other there's a market solution there for Thames Water. We've had 35 years of excessive profits, pollution, and we've had 35 years of rising bills as well. He knows at some point he's going to have to take Thames Water into public ownership. And instead of quoting this strange figure of £100 billion in compensation, surely if we took it into public ownership, Parliament would set the price on which we would purchase the company, taking into account excessive profits, pollution, damage, and the destruction of so many people's lives by the way in which Thames Water has behaved. Can't he be tough with it for once and say that water is a human right and it should be publicly owned and publicly run?
Water is indeed a human right, and that is why this government is taking every step that we need to take in order to sort out the broken water system that we inherited from the previous government.
Mr. Speaker, the situation at Thames Water is deeply disturbing, but in my constituency of Camborne, Redruth and Hale, the home of Surfers Against Sewage, there is now deep anxiety that this commercial insecurity will spread. But with only 3 prosecutions and no meaningful penalties under the Conservative government rule, isn't it clear that they prioritise the polluters and instead of protecting the environment and customers?
Well, he gives me an opportunity to congratulate Surfers Against Sewage for the fantastic work that they've carried out, highlighting the failures of the water sector under the previous government. And I'm sure he will welcome, I'm sure they welcome as well, those 81 criminal investigations that we have launched so that we can find out where the law breaking is happening, take action against it, and make those who are responsible for it accountable for once.
Monica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I called for Thames Water to be put into special administration in this chamber in September to protect my constituents in Esher and Walton. Since then, a portion of the bills that they have paid have been going on lawyers and consultants to put together a deal that has collapsed. These benches, unlike the Conservative benches who continue to put their head in the sands, have fought against throwing more good money after bad and more debt. So the government didn't act then. So will they act now, put us all out of our misery and put them into special administration?
As I've said earlier in this session, the government stands ready for all eventualities should they be needed.
Julians.
Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to my registered voluntary interest. Over a year ago, I spoke to one of the then biggest investors in Thames, and I was struck by the fact they said they had never been in a room with the regulator, other investors, or the government in the same room. Could I urge him, I know it's very difficult commercially, but in trying to resolve this issue rapidly, to use his good offices and to do as much as possible in the background to see how to bring all of these stakeholders to the best result?
I thank him for his question. I think what he's referring to in the round is failures of the regulatory system and indeed the regulators, and he will have seen that Sir John Cunliffe in his interim report published today was pointing to exactly the same problems. He starts to point to solutions as we work towards the final report in about a month's time, and I'm sure he will want to pay attention to the comments the honourable gentleman has just made.
Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The British public are not fools. They know that the Emperor has no clothes and indeed when a regulator has no teeth. Ofwat has failed just as Thames Water has failed. So will the government now act on the Independent Water Commissioner's findings published yesterday and scrap Ofwat and replace it with a regulator who can end this crisis that has been decades in the making?
We're working towards resetting the entire regulatory framework, as he may have seen from Sir John Cunliffe's report published today. But he's absolutely right. Under the previous government, the regulator was absolutely toothless. That's why one of the first pieces of legislation this government passed was the Water Special Measures Bill, which gives the regulator the power they lacked previously to ban those unfair, unjustified multi-million-pound bonuses that so outraged the public as those companies profited from pollution.
Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his comments on continuity of service, which I know will provide some reassurance to my constituents. Thames Water has failed my constituents time and time again. Clearly, it needs investment. Could he lay out what he's doing to try and provide confidence for investment in our water sector?
So, State.
He makes a very good point. And part of making the sector more investable is ensuring that we have robust, clear and predictable regulatory framework. That is what Sir John Cunliffe is working towards. He may have had a chance to look at the interim report that Sir John published today. If he hasn't, I would recommend it to him. But that is the way we create an investable water sector. That is the way that we can bring in the money that will allow us to fix our broken water system once and for all.
Helen Miller.
Speaker, I draw attention to my register of members' interests. My constituent Bruno lives in Charlton and Knockmore, and when it rains heavily, sewage flows into his garden within sight of a pumping station that fails every single time. 1/3 of Bruno and other Thames Water's bills is currently used to service the debt of that company. That money should instead be going towards investing and improving his pumping station and others. So why will the Secretary of State not recognise that Thames is financially unviable, bring it into special administration, write down the debt and ensure that the future company serves the public interest?
I mean, he points with a very graphic example to what happens when we have the scale of regulatory failure that we had untroubled under the previous government. That is why Sir John Cunliffe has brought forward his report today, which I hope he will read, and I hope he will provide feedback to Sir John, because he's asking for that ahead of his final report in a month's time. But I would also remind the honourable gentleman the government has helped to secure £104 billion of private sector investment at the conclusion of the previous price review period. That money will be spent to upgrade exactly the kind of facilities that he is pointing to that are letting down his constituents, mine and everyone else's in the House.
Mr Speaker, with 1/3 of customers' bills going to service Thames Water's debt, my constituents of Woking are fed up of paying higher bills for Thames Water's mistakes. Will the government agree to put Thames Water into special measures to save my constituents and bill payers money? Because it's only a matter of time for Thames Water. Will he act now and save people's money?
So, State.
Well, I share his anger that the public have been left to pay the price of Tory failure over 14 years. One of the first things I did when I was appointed Secretary of State for the Environment was I got the water company chief execs into my office 7 days after the election, and I got them to commit to ring-fencing customers' money that is earmarked for investment so it can never again be diverted for payment on bonuses and dividends in the way that the previous Conservative government allowed to happen.
Member for Strangford Walton, no less.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his answers and for his perseverance in this subject. The Secretary of State will understand that this is disappointing in the extreme to see that public funding may have to be used to bail out this company. With some 8,000 British employees and serving 25% of the UK population, government attention is very urgently needed. What steps will be taken to ensure that it is not money down the drain to use a pun, but rather reconstructing a viable concern with a modern approach? And does the Secretary of State and his department have a team ready and able to step up and to achieve this goal? Thank you very much.
I thank him for his question, and we are ready for every eventuality, and therefore the teams are in place to carry that out. Let me just reassure him, I have no intention of throwing public money to bail out this company. We're looking for a market-led solution to the challenges that they are facing. And I thank him for his kind personal words. We'll all keep persevering until we've cleaned up our waterways for good.
Right. That completes... A point of order. So it's not continuing the argument, though, is it?
No, it's correct.
OK, Secretary of State. Let's see if it is a point.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It's just to correct the record, because the Secretary of State has given the impression in his answers, I'm sure not intending to, that the investigations that he is very proud of from July of last year were as a direct result of them winning the election in July. That is simply incorrect, because he, as I've drawn to his attention on Twitter, courtesy of a press release of the 20th of February last year, in fact, we invested some £55 million into further investigations, which is the result.
Order.
Forgive me.
I'm not responsible for the correction. You certainly put it on the record. If the Secretary wants to come back, if not, we'll move on. Right, Ellie Jones, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, as the House will know, Lila Sway stopped eating 247 days ago to try to save her son, the imprisoned British Egyptian national Alaa Abdel Fattah, an Amnesty International prisoner of conscience who's been in jail more than a decade because of his writings on democracy. Lila is now at risk of death. Mr. Speaker, have you had any indication as to whether the Foreign Secretary will come to the House to inform us about what action the government is taking to secure Alaa's urgent release?
Can I thank the honourable member for giving notice of the point of order? I have had no message to say the government are coming today, but I would say, certainly on the record, and the other interesting thing, I do know the Prime Minister also took notice of the question that was laid to him. So I'm sure that government benches have heard what's been mentioned. Point of order. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, in relation to the publication of the Strategic Defence Review hard copy document, I informed you that I was aware that at least 2 major defence companies had been given a copy of that document at 8 a.m. yesterday morning. Now, looking at the market, at 8 a.m. yesterday morning, the share price of one of those companies spiked very sharply at exactly that time. Now, we don't know exactly what that may have been attributed to, but, Mr. Speaker, you'll be aware that in the Ministerial Code on publication of white and consultation papers is very clear. Where commercially sensitive material is involved, no copies should be made available to the media before publication, presumably to avoid these sorts of potential effects which come from privileged information not made available to other companies. So, Mr. Speaker, I seek your advice on how to pursue this further and whether you have heard from the government that they were making any statements or taking any steps to investigate these matters.
What I would say is that I've had no indication that ministers intend to come to the House to make a statement. What I would say is it is on the record, and I know that the Shadow Secretary of State won't give up at this reason. I suspect he will be on his way to the Table Office to see what advice he can be given in which to pursue this matter. On that basis, we will now leave points of order. Right, we now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision for a report on the potential merits of appointing a commissioner to consider, investigate and make recommendations to address welfare issues faced by personnel serving in the Royal Fleet Auxiliary and their families. Founded in 1905, this year marks the 120th anniversary of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary. In those 120 years, RFA personnel have developed a proud sense of independence. They are non-military merchant navy sailors who support and supply the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines, and they have a steadfast dedication to public service. A lot of their work happens behind the scenes. They don't often make the headlines, but they are absolutely vital to UK defence, maritime power and humanitarian and disaster relief. The RFA refuel warships at sea. It delivers ammunition, supplies, food and water. It transports Royal Marines and equipment to where they're needed. RFA ships were in the Falklands, Kosovo, the First Gulf War, Iraq and Afghanistan. RFA personnel are not armed combatants, but they're deployed in war zones and they face danger. Recent RFA deployments have included anti-narcotics missions in the Caribbean, the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean, the provision of disaster relief to Haiti following earthquakes in 2010 and 2021, anti-people smuggling operations in the Mediterranean, and the provision of humanitarian aid to Gaza. The RFA Proteus was instrumental in responding to the security threat posed by the Russian vessel Yantar in the North Sea last November. This grey zone security threat, especially to subsea energy and communications infrastructure, is an increasing part of Royal Navy and RFA work to enhance national maritime security. As RFA ships are maintained at and call the Port of Falmouth in my constituency their home, I have become accustomed to seeing them sailing in and out of Falmouth Bay. I remember watching the RFA Argus depart in September 2014 to deploy off the west coast of Africa during the Ebola pandemic. She provided crucial medical equipment, supplies and food, and transported doctors, nurses and military personnel. On her return, she was honoured with an Admiralty Board Letter of Commendation. I've highlighted these examples to show how important and varied RFA operations are. There is no doubt that RFA personnel are incredibly hardworking, committed and courageous. But due to the unique nature of their service, they often don't receive the same level of protection and recognition as the rest of the forces. In recent years, the RFA has faced challenges. Resources are stretched, and the RFA has taken on more and more jobs previously done by the Royal Navy. At the same time, there's an ageing fleet and crew shortages. Only 6 of 11 RFA ships are currently operational, and skilled positions are understaffed by 30 to 50%. The UK Carrier Strike Group in the Pacific Ocean is relying on the Norwegian Navy for solid support capacity, due to the RFA Fort Victoria being non-operational. The Fort Victoria is over 35 years old, and a replacement for the UK's only solid support ship isn't expected until the early 2030s. It's crucial for UK security and impact on the world stage that the RFA is properly resourced, and I welcome the Secretary of State's commitment to the RFA during his statement on the Strategic Defence Review yesterday. Yeah. The recruitment and retention crisis in the RFA has been fuelled by issues with pay, terms and conditions. A 2024 report commissioned from Farstream by the Ministry of Defence found that the RFA leave ratio was 1 to 0.69, and the RFA offered less time off per day worked than any other sector. Personnel regularly have 4-month sea tours. Officers have experienced a real-term pay cut of over 30% since 2010. The Farstream report stated that the RFA's offering pays lower than the market average for the net day rate in every rank benchmarked. I was therefore pleased to see the pay deal that was agreed earlier this year by this government. Alongside a pay increase, there was a commitment to improve terms and conditions, including reducing the length of assignments and agreeing to ratify a new collective bargaining agreement between the RFA and maritime trade unions. This, I hope, is just the beginning, and we do need to go further and do more to support RFA personnel. Therefore, as part of this, I'm proposing that as the Armed Forces Commissioner will be an independent direct point of contact for Armed Forces personnel to raise complaints and welfare issues, that there should be an equivalent, or that the bill should include the RFA. It would mean RFA personnel could raise concerns about bullying, unsafe working conditions, discrimination or misconduct. But inclusion under the Armed Forces Commissioner's remit, or indeed that of a separate commissioner, would not change the RFA's legal status. It would not militarise the RFA, which would retain the separate identity that its personnel are so proud of. And unions should rightly have a say in proposals for a commissioner that encompasses the RFA. The Armed Forces Commissioner will supersede the previous Service Complaints Ombudsman Commissioner, whose remit was much narrower. It follows through on the promise made by this Labour government to renew the contract between the nation and those who serve. That contract should not end at the gates of a naval base or the stern of an auxiliary ship. It should recognise the service of RFA personnel. The families of servicemen and women will now also be able to raise issues with the Commissioner, and if the RFA came under the Commissioner's remit, their families would benefit from this too. Partners and children of those personnel forces and RFA are alone for long stretches of time. We know that service takes a toll not only on those in uniform, but on those around them. They need that support and that scaffolding too. I'm very aware of this as a former Navy wife. We cannot claim to support the forces if we don't support those in auxiliary roles, the people who facilitate those global deployments, The RFA must not be an afterthought in defence policy. We need to provide RFA personnel with decent pay, conditions, career progression, equal time off and modern vessels to reflect the importance of the role they play in an ever-changing and dangerous world, now more than ever.
That the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Anna Geldard, Andrew George, Annalise Midgley, Ben Maguire, Chris Bloor, Graham Downey, Jacob Collier, Lawrence Turner, Luke Akehurst, Noah Law, Perrin Moon and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you. Royal Fleet Auxiliary report on Commissioner Bill.
Second reading, what day?
Friday, the 20th of June.
Friday, the 20th of June. Programme motion to be moved formally.
Back to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Armed Forces Commissioner Bill, consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now, we will begin with the government motion to agree with Lord's Amendment 1, with which it would be convenient to consider all the other motions and Lord's amendments as on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move the motion to agree with Lord's Amendment 1. Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted that the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill has returned to this House, and I rise now to speak to Amendments 1, 4, 5, 6 and 7, which were proposed by the Government in the other place, as well as Amendments 2 and 3, which were proposed by the Opposition and to which we have proposed an amendment in lieu to strengthen them. Before I start, I'd like to recognise the publication of the Strategic Defence Review yesterday, which signifies a landmark shift in our deterrence and defence. We made clear then, as I do today, that our people are at the heart of defence. The Strategic Defence Review set out our mission to look after our people better, to unlock their full potential and to build a one defence culture that is focused, inclusive, respectful and centred on valuing all contributions. The establishment of an Armed Forces Commissioner is a key part of that mission. I'd like to thank all members of both houses for their scrutiny on this important piece of legislation, a landmark step in this government's commitment to renew the nation's contract with those who serve and to strengthen support for our armed forces and the families who stand behind those who serve our nation. I extend my thanks in particular to the Minister for the House of Lords, Lord Coker, for his invaluable support and the collaborative approach in guiding this bill through the other place. And I'd also like to extend my thanks to Baroness Goldie, Earl Minto, Baroness Smith of Newham, Lord Stirrup, Lord Stansgate, Lord Brown of Ladyton, Lord Beamish and Baroness Newlove, to name just a few who made valuable contributions in the other place on this important piece of legislation. 7 amendments were made in the other place to this bill, which I will seek to address today. Before I turn to them, I'd like to remind colleagues across the House that this bill is part of a manifesto commitment that was made by this party in the general election to improve the service life of all those who serve and, importantly, provide for the very first time an opportunity for family members to raise concerns about service welfare as well. Happy giving way.
much welcome, I think all of us in the House very much welcome the Armed Forces Commissioner. We have a new Commissioner in Northern Ireland who's doing an excellent job. There's also a role for the local councils to deliver in relation to the Covenant. Is there hope within the legislation and the bill we have here today that those councils who are perhaps hesitant in Northern Ireland, and I've been very gentle with my words in relation to that, to fully integrate the Covenant within the councils, that they will be enabled or suggested in a way that they will embrace in its totality the opportunities that this bill gives? There's everything good in this bill today. I think the government need to be congratulated for all that they're doing. Thank you.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. Implementing the Armed Forces Covenant is something that this government feels strongly about. It's the reason why we're bringing forward legislation that will implement the Armed Forces Covenant on a national basis, fully into law. So it doesn't just grip on local authorities, but also grips on central government as well. I think there is real merit in implementing the Armed Forces Covenant at a local level. There's pockets of best practice nationwide, not just in military cities like the one that I represent in Plymouth, but across the country. And there's real benefits for councils and communities in doing so. And I'd encourage him to continue his campaign to ensure that's properly implemented. For too long, we've heard stories, Madam Deputy Speaker, bad experiences that have gone unchallenged, sometimes resulting in tragedy. The Defence Secretary made it clear from his first day in the department that there will be zero tolerance for this type of behaviour, and that is why we are acting. That's why I hope the whole House will support this vital endeavour and the amendments to the bill today. I turn firstly to Lord's Amendments 1, 4, 5 and 6 that I invite the House to agree to. These were made by the Government in response to suggestions by the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee and have the effect of fully implementing... yes, I'll just finish the sentence and I will. Have the effect of fully implementing the committee's recommendations to change the regulation making power to define relevant family members contained in this bill from negative to the affirmative procedure. Given way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I met recently with the mother of Jaisley Beck, who tragically took her own life after being sexually assaulted and abused within the services. I was really impressed by her mother's strength and her campaign going forward on this. Would you agree with me that with this bill, it would give more powers to family members and maybe we can avoid these tragic incidents in the future?
Well, can I thank my more friend for raising a really serious case and a real tragedy, not just for the family of Gunnar Beck, but also for our entire armed forces. It really needs to be a wake-up call to recognise that the behaviour within some of our services are unacceptable and we need to make improvements. It's for that very reason that we need to continue supporting the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill, because it enables family members as well as those people serving in uniform to raise genuine service welfare complaints with the Commissioner. This won't solve every problem in our armed forces in terms of culture, but it helps support a route for individuals to raise concerns outside the chain of command with someone who is an independent champion. On the issue of the conversation that she had with Gunnar Beck's family, I'd be very happy meeting her to discuss that further to make sure that we can properly learn the lessons that defence needs to. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to come from a naval family and proud to say clearly from this dispatch box that the families of our armed forces matter. For the very first time, this bill will give them a say in being able to raise concerns, and family members are a crucial element of the Commissioner's remit, and we agree that the definition of a relevant family member should be subject to parliamentary debate and approval, something I believe the Liberal Democrat spokesperson raised in the second reading debate on this, and something we support. So that's why we're moving it to the affirmative procedure rather than the negative one, which will enable that discussion to take place. Turning to Amendment 7, this is a technical amendment that is consequential on Clause 3 of the bill that I invite the House to support. Clause 3 amends Section 340B of the Armed Forces Act 2006 to specify that a person, rather than only an officer, may decide whether a service complaint is admissible. This is an evolution of the way that the service complaint system has worked and is a prudent change to make. Happy giving way.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way. In particular, the family members and other individuals he mentions raising complaints. Some of these complaints will be about devolved issues such as health, education and other issues that affect families. Can I ask him to reassure me that the Armed Forces Commissioner will have an effective method of working with the devolved administrations as well to make sure that those concerns of armed forces across the UK can be addressed?
Minister.
Well, I thank my friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right that defence is a reserved matter, so it's appropriate for this place to introduce a UK-wide Armed Forces Commissioner. But it's also right that in delivering the work of the Armed Forces Commissioner, that whoever is appointed to that role is able to raise issues of concern with the administrations in every part of the United Kingdom, be that those based in London, those based in Edinburgh, Cardiff or in Belfast, but equally be able to engage with local councils as well. And I'm certain that given the Armed Forces Commissioner builds on the work of the Service Complaints Ombudsman that has a good working relationship with the devolved administrations already, that whoever is appointed this role will be able to build on that and to make sure that if it's a housing issue, for instance, that someone based in Scotland is raising, that can be raised with the appropriate individuals in the Scottish Government, for instance. Lord's Amendment 7 would ensure that the language in section 340N of the Armed Forces Act 2006 is also updated from officer to person in order that there is no inconsistency in the legislation. I'd like to turn to Lord's Amendment 2 and 3 and the debate that took place in the other House about whistleblowing. Firstly, I would like to thank the Noble Baroness Goldie, one of the previous Defence Ministers for the House of Lords, in whose name these amendments were made, for her characteristically considered and constructive contributions that she's made to the bill's passage and for raising a very serious issue. These amendments seek to introduce a new general function for the Commissioner to investigate concerns raised by a whistleblower in relation to the welfare of persons subject to service law and their relevant family members, and to define whistleblower for the purpose of this bill. This is a very well-intentioned amendment, but these amendments are, we believe, unnecessary as the bill is already designed to provide a voice for armed forces personnel and their families outside the chain of command. The Commissioner can already investigate any general service welfare matter that they choose. Anyone can raise an issue with the Commissioner, including the type of person defined in Baroness Goldie's amendment, and the Commissioner is independent, sits outside the chain of command and the Ministry of Defence and reports directly to Parliament, not to senior officers, not to ministers. Yes, happy to.
And I acknowledge the many merits of this bill. What Baroness Goldie seemed to be seeking to do, however, was to ensure that women such as those abused in the Army College near Harrogate, near my constituency, and others, had a clear route, and other victims, a clear route and that is well known, called whistleblowing. And I would urge the government to not underestimate that whistleblowing has a kind of a real opportunity to encourage people to come forward.
Minister.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman? And he's exactly right that effectively this entire bill, to a certain extent, is about whistleblowing because it allows anyone in our armed forces and their relevant family members to raise a concern outside the chain of command. So effectively, it is the very heart and soul of what we're proposing in this legislation. Certainly, when it comes to it, and I'll come to this in a moment in my remarks, what we seek to do in the amendment in lieu is actually to strengthen the provisions that Baroness Goldie's amendment is proposing, because we agree that there is an issue that needs to be addressed within our armed forces. We recognise that there are behaviours that are unacceptable. And the work that the Ministry of Defence is doing in our Raising Our Standards work, that the Ministry for Veterans and People leads on, is an important part of being able to provide an opportunity for everyone who serves to be able to raise those concerns, to be able to have confidence that they can do so within the chain of command, but where they feel unable to do so, that there is a route available to them with the Armed Forces Commissioner to be able to raise those concerns. And equally, as I just mentioned to my friend from Barrow, the ability for family members who may feel less constrained by the chain of command or the structures of the armed forces to do so on behalf of their family unit as well. And so I entirely get the purpose of the amendments, and I agree with the spirit of them, and what we seek to do is to strengthen them in the amendments in lieu. If I can just turn to that though, one of the key parts about the amendment was about ensuring that anyone who raises a concern will have their identity protected. And it's worth noting that the Armed Forces Commissioner will be bound not only by the data protection legislation that this House has passed, meaning for anyone who contacts the Commissioner, the personal information and details they will be provided will be subject to stringent controls. On the specific of the word whistleblower, of course we all understand what we mean by this when we hear that term. And it is important that we provide the opportunities for those within our services to be able to raise concerns. However, it's not completely straightforward from a legal point of view how you enact that within this piece of legislation. Although there is some limited precedent for the use of the term, there is no single meaning, and it requires additional context to explain what it means in each case, which means there are some technical amendments that we seek to make to Baroness Goldie's things to make it operable within the bill, which is why we seek to strengthen it. As such, these amendments seek to define the term in reference to certain people and topics, but it does not create any additional protections, importantly, because the Commissioner already can investigate anything that's contained within the amendment that Baroness Goldie has proposed. However, it is a useful opportunity for us to restate the importance of being able to raise concerns, especially about the abuse which happens within our armed forces, and to be able to state on the record from the dispatch box that there is no place for any of that abuse in our armed forces, and that the Ministry of Defence is not only making steps to tackle it, but there's also protections within this bill in order to enable that. Nonetheless, I understand the intention behind these amendments is in order to ensure that people feel better able to approach the Commissioner without fear of repercussions or their identity being made public, and I wholeheartedly agree with the spirit behind this. I say again that a united voice from this House that we will not tolerate unacceptable behaviours will send a strong message to those watching this debate outside, both perpetrators and complainants, that the zero tolerance approach we want for the armed forces is one that we will all get behind. We want people to trust the... yes, happy to.
Thank the Minister for giving way. He is absolutely right. We have to have that zero tolerance approach, not only because it's right for our service personnel who sacrifice so much and for their families, but also, I think, because it strengthens our whole armed forces, which is why it was so important to me to see in the Strategic Defence Review that focus on personnel. So can I just ask the Minister to reflect briefly on the connection between the Armed Forces Commissioner and the Strategic Defence Review in terms of turning around the issue we've had with retention and retainment in our armed forces and finally getting to grips with that crisis?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his comments. Certainly when you look at one of our proposed objectives with the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, improved retention is one of the consequences, we believe, of making it easier for people to raise an issue with service life and have that addressed. Because we know that there are concerns that people have with service life, housing being a good example, for instance, something that the SDR allocated £1.5 billion to improve yesterday, for instance. But we do need to make sure that we're reflecting on this. And for me personally, there's a really good reason why we do this. That's based on war fighting. Because in the event that our people are being asked to be committed to combat, every one of our forces should know that regardless of the skin colour, the religion, who they love, of the people standing beside them in the trench, that they will have their back and they will have their back consistently. It is that equality of service which is vital to military discipline, it's vital to uphold the values that we have, and it is also something that we still need to work on. And I think for that reason that we need to make sure that this bill passes and can be implemented swiftly. We want people to trust the Commissioner and feel confident that their issues will be addressed and that they will not face any negative consequences as a result of coming forward. And as such, I've tabled an amendment in lieu which would go further than Baroness Goldie's amendments and ensure genuine protection in respect of reports prepared by the Commissioner, preserving the anonymity of individuals who make complaints on the face of the bill. Happy to.
And I note with interest his amendment in lieu. Does he, however, can share my concern that in all of this, which is all unobjectionable in the main, there is a concern around not the person making the complaint, but the person about whom the complaint is made. And as we live in an increasingly litigious society, the number of service complaints going up, the number of cases considered by the Ombudsman has been going up. It is likely that the Armed Forces Commissioner's work will go up. The number of people complained about will go up. Is he satisfied that there is sufficient support for those about whom complaints are made, since the distress that it causes when those complaints are unfounded, or unfounded in part, is significant?
Minister.
Well, I know that the Right Honourable Gentleman has experience as a former minister that covered this area in the last government, and I think he's right that we need to reflect that everyone is innocent until proven guilty. And certainly within our armed forces, we need to make sure that we're looking after our whole force about this. It is certainly true that there are issues that we believe are not being addressed because there's not a sufficient spotlight being shone on those issues. It's for that reason that we have, within the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill, provided the reporting function not to ministers or to the Chief of Defence Staff, but to Parliament itself. Indeed, I believe my honourable friend from Slough's committee is likely to receive the reports in relation to this. And it's precisely for those reasons that I believe the Commissioner may be able to offer a view as to how the system that they will oversee, will be able to protect not only victims, perpetrators, and seek justice with perpetrators, but also deal with those people that may be falsely accused of issues. But largely, I expect the general service welfare matters to be the predominant piece of activity that the Commissioner will be doing, rather than necessarily looking at individual aspects of abuse or misbehaviour, of which there is already a legal system within Defence that can address some of those. But as a whole, I take the point that the Right Honourable Gentleman is making. In addition to the amendment that we've tabled in lieu, the government has also committed in the other place to update its current Raising a Concern policy, which includes replicating the protections available to civilians under the Public Interest Disclosure Act 1998. This update will outline the role of the Commissioner and ensure that similar protections for people under this policy are applied to disclosures made to the Commissioner. This will include provisions related to anonymity, confidentiality, and ensure that anyone who raises a genuine concern in line with this policy will be protected from unfair or negative treatment due to raising that concern. Further, the government will conduct a thorough communications campaign to ensure that members of our armed forces and their families are clear about the role of the Commissioner and how to access their office. How this interacts with existing policy protections and policy, the type of issues that can be raised with them, and how they will be dealt with. Taken together, our government amendment and the additional commitments I've outlined here today and Lord Coker outlined to the House of Lords will establish genuine protections for people wishing to raise concerns anonymously and build trust and confidence with the armed forces and their family members in a way that we cannot envisage would be achieved by Lords Amendments 2 and 3 on their own. This bill is a critical step in renewing the nation's contract with those who serve. For the first time, we're providing them and their family members with a genuinely independent champion, a direct point of contact for them to raise welfare matters and to have those issues scrutinised in due course by Parliament, and in turn, for the government, this government and any government in the future, to be held to account. This can only be a positive thing. I therefore urge the House to support the government's position and put... yes, happy to.
I thank the Minister for giving way. In Southend and Rochford, I've had the pleasure of meeting many service people, men and women and veterans who keep our country safe. An Armed Forces Commissioner would be a direct point of contact for those serving and their families, and would have direct authority to investigate welfare complaints from housing to kit. As a former soldier myself, losing a lot of kit was something that happened often sometimes. But anyway, I digress to issues affecting family life. So this comes alongside the record amounts of funding for the armed forces and housing. So I'm sure colleagues across the House are extremely proud.
The Honourable Gentleman really ought to make his comments an intervention, not a mini speech. I think perhaps he's drawing them to a close.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right. I'm sure colleagues across the House are extremely proud of our armed forces. Would the Minister agree with me that this bill is an opportunity for us to show a united chamber in support of our armed forces and that colleagues should support?
Yeah.
Well, I agree with my friend on his interventions, and he need not worry. I don't think I'm going to be sending him a bill for any of the kit that he may have misplaced over the years. But he's absolutely right that I think when it comes to support for our armed forces, I think where this House is at its best is where we don't focus on the party politics that may give us cause to divide ourselves, but on the support for those armed forces personnel, their families, and the missions that we ask them to do to keep our nation safe. And it's precisely for that reason that I hope colleagues across the House will take note of what he has said and present a united House in relation to these amendments. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I can just finish now. For the first time, we're providing our armed forces and their family members with a genuinely independent champion, a direct point of contact for them to raise welfare matters and to have those issues scrutinised by Parliament, and in turn for the government to be held account. I therefore urge the House to support the government's position and to put aside party politics and to put our troops first so we can move closer to delivering this vital manifesto commitment for our brave servicemen and women and their families. Thank you.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Shadow Minister Mark Francois.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Perhaps, by your leave, I could begin by just referring briefly to the Honourable Lady for True and Falmouth's 10-minute rule bill, which immediately preceded this debate. As a Navy wife, she clearly fully understands the vital role of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary in support of our armed forces. As the son of someone who served in the Royal Navy in the Second World War, I've grown up to appreciate everything the RFA do for us. They are a wonderful organisation. And as someone who was sitting here at the dispatch box throughout her speech, maybe wish the bill all the best. Turning directly now to the bill. As the Shadow Armed Forces Minister, I rise as a critical friend of the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill, driven by a commitment to ensuring it delivers real and meaningful support for the brave men and women who serve our country. Our armed forces personnel deserve a system that honours their sacrifice and guarantees fairness, accountability and transparency when concerns arise. To recap, the bill at its core seeks to strengthen oversight by establishing an independent Armed Forces Commissioner, modelled partly on the German system, with Ofsted-like powers to access military sites and relevant information for investigations. If implemented well, this could improve the lived experience of our servicemen and women, bolstering public confidence in how their issues are handled. A truly independent, well-resourced commissioner is a vision I believe commands support right across the House. Saying that, we're a reform. This is legislation which is designed to enhance the welfare of our armed forces and their families. Why aren't they here? Having checked in Hansard, Madam Deputy Speaker, they weren't here yesterday either. They took no part in either of the urgent questions and no part whatsoever in the statement on the very long debate that followed it. Why? Because reform don't do defence. They are one-club golfers with one single issue, but unfortunately the welfare of armed forces personnel and their families doesn't seem to be one of them, as the empty benches speak volumes. Yes, glad. And by the way, while I'm at it, are the SNP here either? Oh, well, they don't take it very seriously either, do they? Yes, I'll gladly give way on that point.
Chris MacDonald.
Yeah, thank you for giving way. I'm very pleased that he's raised this point. I've sat in this House for, I think, all of the occasions when we've been discussing defence. And I was also sorry to note that there were no Reform members here either for the VE Day debate or the Remembrance debate. I wonder if he'd agree with me that this shows a complete dereliction of a party that aspires to govern.
Mark Francois.
Well, for a party that sometimes likes to wrap itself in the flag, if I can put it like that, you would think that when it came to our armed forces, they'd be more bothered. But empirically, that's not always the case. We're not allowed, Madam Deputy Speaker, to take photographs in the chamber. It's a mortal sin. It's an interview without coffee offence with you or the Speaker. But if we were allowed to take such a photo, or if someone else perhaps outside the House wanted to take such a photo, those empty benches speak volumes. Now, at the heart of the amendments we're debating today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the issue of whistleblowing. This was admittedly not an issue, as the Minister, I think, would testify, which was much discussed in the committee stage back here in March. At that time, the two real key issues that emerged were the potential adverse effects of inheritance tax changes on death in service payments, on which I'm afraid the government has sadly done virtually nothing, and VAT on school fees, including for military children. And all I will say on that is we eagerly await the outcome of the High Court case. That brings me to the critical issue, debated at some length in the other place and now before us, the need to empower the Commissioner to investigate concerns raised by whistleblowers whilst protecting their anonymity. In the other place, our opposition spokesperson Baroness Goldie argued passionately that the Commissioner must have explicit authority to investigate whistleblowing concerns within the scope of this bill, centred on welfare and general service issues, to ensure that those raising concerns, whether service personnel, their families or friends, can do so anonymously. Indeed, the Minister in his dear colleague letter dated on the 30th of May outlined that, as he put it, Baroness Goldie's amendments raised an important debate. He says today that they were well-intentioned, and we agree. The government, however, contends, and here's where we don't agree, that existing mechanisms, a confidential hotline, investigation teams and improved complaints process are sufficient. They argue that our amendment is unnecessary because it does not confer additional powers on the Commission. Yes, briefly.
Martin.
Recently, General Sir Oli Walker, the Chief of the General Staff, said that he was ashamed by the stories of sexual misconduct, predominantly crimes committed against women in service. He also said that there were lots of these crimes that weren't reported, so there were lots that were unknown as well as the terrible ones that were known. How can we have a truly effective independent commissioner if there's not a whistleblowing function through which these crimes can be committed?
The honourable gentleman makes a powerful argument, and I hope that if time allows he will also make a speech as well. So the government itself acknowledges that the Commissioner provides an enhanced independent route for raising concerns. Our amendments build on this by embedding a clear, accessible and statutorily protected whistleblowing function. This simplicity is vital for ensuring that service personnel, especially those who feel most vulnerable, can come forward without fear. The government has further argued that whistleblowing lacks a clear legal definition. However, this claim is simply untenable. As Baroness Goldie powerfully highlighted in the other place, Section 340Q of the Armed Forces Act 2006, titled Investigation of Concerns Raised by Whistleblowers, and Section 43B of the Police Reform Act 2002 provide clear statutory precedent for the term. These acts demonstrate that including whistleblowing adds tangible value to legislation, ensuring protections for those who expose wrongdoing. If whistleblowing is robust enough for the Police Reform Act, and for the very act that this bill is designed to amend, how can the government argue it lacks clarity or value in this context? So let me address the government's contradictory stance. At the committee stage in the other place, we proposed a broader amendment to empower the Commissioner. In the other place, the Ministry of Defence dismissed it as too wide-ranging. So in a spirit of constructive compromise, which has been the general tenor of the bill throughout, we narrowed our amendment to focus specifically on welfare and service issues. Now the government claims this revised amendment is too narrow and does not grant sufficient powers. Too broad, then too narrow. This inconsistency displays a reluctance to engage with the substance of our proposal. To illustrate my point, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me offer two quick theoretical examples to the House. First, let's consider the possibility of a whistleblower being someone who served in the British Army in Northern Ireland. This is an extremely topical issue at present, as the Minister will be aware, given the government's appalling remedial order to excise key parts of the Northern Ireland Legacy Act 2023. I don't know whether any armed forces personnel who served, or indeed are still serving, in Northern Ireland have privately signed the parliamentary petition entitled Protect Northern Ireland Veterans from Prosecutions. But I can say that as of today, over 131,000 people have signed it. We therefore look forward to an early debate in Parliament on these matters. While we are, of course, in the hands of the Petitions Committee, and not you on this occasion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're very hopeful that the Petitions Committee might allow for a debate to take place as soon as possible, and certainly prior to the summer recess. And I see honourable members on the other side of the House nodding, so I'm keen to get that into Hansard. Thank you. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, let us consider the theoretical example of an officer serving as a military assistant to a minister on the 5th floor of the Ministry of Defence. What protection in law will that officer have if they became seriously concerned that a minister they were working for was about to breach the ministerial code? Not, of course, that we can think of any here today that would. How would an officer faced with such a moral dilemma of that magnitude be permitted to act as a whistleblower in order to raise concerns that ministers had acted inappropriately, something which would certainly impact upon their general welfare as well as the reputation of the government they served? We'll see if the Minister has anything to add before we conclude. So in summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I know others are keen to speak, the Government has offered assurances about anonymity in the Commissioner's work and promised a communications campaign to raise awareness of their role. They're welcome steps, but as I hope I've argued, they're not enough. A communications campaign is no substitute for a clear statutory whistleblowing provision that service personnel can rely on with confidence. The other place recognised this, delivering a significant cross-party defeat to the government last month when Conservative peers, alongside others, successfully amended this bill to include a robust anonymous whistleblowing route. This amendment is not just about process, it's about rebuilding trust. I'll listen closely to the Minister's response, but if the government can't move beyond its current position, if it continues to offer assurances but without real statutory weight, and I'm afraid we find the amendment in lieu unconvincing, they will have no choice but to test the opinion of the House. We owe it to our service personnel to ensure their voices are heard and their concerns are properly investigated. And with that, Ma'am, I rest.
Chair of the Defence Select Committee, Tan Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we consider the Lord's amendments to the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill, I welcome the opportunity to reflect on the progress made and the important issues these amendments address. First, I am pleased to support Lord's Amendments 1, 4, 5 and 6, which enhance parliamentary oversight of secondary legislation under the bill. The government's support for these amendments is a positive step towards greater transparency and accountability in the implementation of this important legislation. I also want to highlight, Madam Deputy Speaker, the significance of whistleblower protection. Lord's Amendments 2 and 3 rightly draw attention to the need to safeguard those who come forward with concerns. I welcome His Majesty's official opposition's efforts to bring attention to this issue and to the government's commitment to this principle, particularly through the amendments they have tabled in lieu, which aim to protect the anonymity of individuals making complaints. This is essential to fostering a culture of openness and trust within our armed forces and ensuring the Armed Forces Commissioner has the confidence of serving personnel and those who make complaints. I'm grateful to the Armed Forces Minister for his clarification on this matter just now. As Chair of the Defence Committee, I want to reiterate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that our committee very much looks forward to holding a pre-appointment hearing with the Secretary of State's preferred candidate for the first Armed Forces Commissioner, a vital step in ensuring the independence and effectiveness in this new office. Finally, as this is likely our last opportunity to debate the bill in this House, I look forward to its passage into law and would like to thank all those who have been involved in drafting and amending this bill as it has made its way through both houses. Thank you very much.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of Lord's Amendments 2 and 3 to the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill, amendments that were tabled by Conservative peer Baroness Goldie and supported in the other place by my Lib Democrat colleagues. I urge members on all sides of this government to reject the government's proposals to remove them and replace them with a watered-down version. These amendments do something quite simple but profoundly important. They embed within the Commissioner's role a clear and explicit whistleblowing function, one that empowers service personnel and their families to raise concerns about welfare and wrongdoing safely and with confidence, and crucially, one that provides statutory protections for those who speak up. A complaints process and a whistleblowing system serve two different purposes. A complaint is often about personal redress, whereas a whistleblowing disclosure is about drawing attention to serious wrongdoing, often at great personal risk in the public interest. The government's amendment in Lear acknowledges the importance of anonymity, but it does not go far enough. It merely inserts a provision to protect identifying details in publishing reports and only where the disclosure was in response to a request. It neither defines nor protects whistleblowers in statute. Whistleblowing is a vital tool in surfacing systemic failure, something that is clearly needed for our service personnel. It seems like almost every month, brave service personnel and veterans come forward with shocking accounts of misconduct. Their accounts underline how much courage it takes to speak up and how easily that courage can be crushed by fear of social backlash, reprisal or career damage. The government argued that anyone can raise a concern with the Commissioner and that data protection law already protects anonymity, but data protection is not the same as whistleblower protection. It is passive, it does not actively encourage disclosures, it does not instill confidence, and it does not grant status or safeguards against retaliation. The whistleblower amendments do not overburden the Commissioner, they simply recognise whistleblowing for what it is, a unique and necessary channel for uncovering wrongdoing that might otherwise be buried. They are tightly drawn, limited to welfare matters, and designed to ensure that information reaches someone with the authority to act. The Commissioner will be tasked with improving culture and confidence in our armed forces. Nothing more to support that mission than keep the amendments introducing the whistleblowing function, giving our brave service personnel and their families an independent, trusted person to whom they can speak safely and be heard without fear. I will be voting against the government's motion to remove amendments 2 and 3, and I urge colleagues to do the same. These amendments give confidence to those who wish to speak up but are afraid of the consequences. Whistleblowing is a simple, clear and well understood term that could provide that extra assurance. It could make this bill truly transformative to the armed forces culture. Thank you.
Luke Akehurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Strategic Defence Review yesterday rightly put our brave service personnel at the heart of defence plans, and this bill is a fundamental part of renewing the nation's contract with our armed forces. It was an honour to serve on the Public Bill Committee for this House, and I'm pleased to see the amendments made in the other place which improve the bill. However, I support the Government Amendment A in lieu of Lord's Amendments 2 and 3. Lord's Amendments 2 and 3 would introduce a new general function for the Commissioner to investigate concerns raised by whistleblowers in relation to the welfare of persons subject to service law and relevant family members. But the House will know that the Commissioner can already investigate any general service matters that they choose, and the bill already allows anyone who wishes to raise such an issue to do so. So while the Lord's amendments have been important in raising issues around anonymity for whistleblowers, I think the government's amendment in lieu would go further by ensuring genuine protection for people who raise an issue which later features in an investigation report by the Commissioner.
Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to Clause 4 in lieu of Lord's Amendments 2 and 3. We've seen time and time again how important it is to allow our service personnel to speak up in ensuring the safety and well-being of our armed forces and the success of critical missions. The 1994 Mull of Kintyre Chinook crash, the 2005 loss of C-130 Hilton 22, and the 2006 loss of Nimrod XV230 serve as stark reminders of what happens when concerns are not openly reported. Therefore, I welcome the government's commitments to maintaining anonymity by ensuring that no identifying information or information that could lead to identification is included without the explicit consent of service members. I also welcome the Government's assurance to update the MOD's raising a concern policy to reflect civilian protections and ensure that all individuals who come forward can do so with guaranteed anonymity and confidentiality.
Will the honourable member give way?
I will give way.
I thank the gallant and honourable member for giving way. Does he agree with me that in referencing these awful disasters, it really brings into focus the lack of public awareness of the lack of support that has been there for our armed forces in previous years, and this landmark Labour bill will transform the culture in our forces in a positive way and is long overdue?
Calvin Bailey.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. She makes a very important point. This bill marks a culture change in how the government goes about interacting with its armed forces and provides them with a sense of pride, but also the necessary process to ensure that their service is protected and treated with dignity and respect. Ultimately, whether it's reporting on ongoing cultural issues of bullying and sexual harassment, poor quality housing, or reporting on equipment safety concerns, every service member should feel empowered to and assured that they can and should speak up. We have seen how the Armed Forces Ombudsman has consistently been unable to ensure that the service complaint system does not disadvantage or discriminate. These findings raise serious concerns, highlighting the critical need for the new empowered Armed Forces Commissioner to regain the trust of service members. Building this trust is more important than simply enacting new legislation. To achieve this, it is essential that service members feel confident that their complaints will be handled anonymously and fairly. Ultimately, fostering a culture of trust within the armed forces must take precedence over the specific language of legislation. It is the practical implementation, buy-in from the chain of command, and commitment to the fair treatment of all that will truly make a difference. I recognise that this government is committed to renewing our country's contract with those who serve, and the introduction of an Armed Forces Commissioner is an important step to doing this. The success of the Armed Forces Commissioner largely depends on the effective implementation of this Act, the willingness of the chain of command to work with the Commissioner. However, the government must ensure that the service complaint system tackles the deep-rooted systemic issues that persist within both the armed forces, recognising that the establishment of the Armed Forces Commissioner is only one part of a much-needed, broader reform to restore trust and deliver meaningful challenge for all of those who serve. Indeed they are. Thank you.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with leave of the House, I'd like to respond to the debate in the time that have left to us. Can I thank all members on behalf of the Government for their contributions to this debate? It is clear that there is widespread support for the principle of introducing an Armed Forces Commissioner, for that Armed Forces Commissioner to have a remit that includes relevant family members, and for us to get on and implement it well, which I can assure the Shadow Minister is our intention to do so. I'd like to just, if I can, just refer to a number of the points that has been raised within the debate here today, and perhaps if I can first respond to the honourable gentleman who spoke just before me. I entirely agree with him that we need to make sure this system works. The bill in front of us today is not designed to adjust the procedures, policies or the process of the Service Complaints Ombudsman as it currently exists and as it transitions into the Armed Forces Commissioner's office, but it is designed to expand the powers of SCOAF, which is something that the current Service Complaints Ombudsman has been asking for in her annual reports, and we reflect with that expanded remit in the bill that we see in front of us. I share his determination to see an improved system, and I'd like to place on record my thanks to Marriott Hughes, the current Service Complaints Ombudsman, for her work in especially reducing the backlog of service complaints that weren't being addressed. And indeed at the Bill Committee, I think on a cross-party basis, we saw heard about the progress that's being made, and that was very welcome, I think. And I'm certain that that improvement is going to be embedded in the work of the Armed Forces Commissioner as well. In relation to the issue that the Shadow Defence Minister raised around Northern Ireland veterans, we owe our veterans from Operation Banner a huge debt of gratitude. Their professionalism and sacrifice saved lives in Northern Ireland and across the United Kingdom and helped bring about peace. There will be no rewriting of history. The previous government's Woeful Legacy Act did nothing to help those veterans, though. It was found to be unlawful over and over again by the UK courts, and any incoming government at the last general election would have had to repeal and replace this unlawful legislation. It's disingenuous to pretend otherwise. We must ensure that there are legacy mechanisms in place that are fair, lawful and proportionate, and we're working hard to make sure that veterans' welfare and legal services are provided so that anyone involved in any of the investigations gets the support they require, and we can minimise the impact on this unique group of veterans. Let me just one second. As we replace the previous government's Woeful Legacy Act, we will be prioritising and strengthening the protections to ensure the dignity and respect of veterans, and I know that my colleagues in the Northern Ireland office will look forward to further discussions in this in the debates should the Petitions Commission grant it. I'll give way to the gentleman at the back first.
Very grateful, and it's often been said about the courts having rejected the Legacy Act, at least in part. I'm not aware of which part specifically they've rejected, but I'd like to remind the ministerial team that in 2017, the then Defence Committee examined in great detail whether or not it would be legal to have a statute of limitation that would put an end to these prosecutions, and 4 professors of law, including Philippe Sands, agreed that it was, as long as there was an investigative process, possibly embodied in a truth recovery process. So when they bring forward whatever alternative legislation to the Legacy Act they're going to bring forward, will they make sure that a statute of limitation is part of it?
Well, can I thank the right honourable gentleman? He and I have had many long discussions around issues that his committee, when he was in chair of it, have discussed, and I'm very aware that my friend from Slough may have interest in this further in his committee today. I'll make sure that my colleagues in the Northern Ireland office that are leading on that work have heard his respects here. Happy giving way to the Shadow Minister.
Mark Francois.
Well, 131,000 people don't agree with what the Minister just said, very clearly. But if he is so confident in the government's case, can he just say on the record that he would welcome their proposals being debated in Parliament for at least 3 hours before the summer recess? Presumably he's not frightened of a debate. So could he put that on the record?
I already had, before the honourable gentleman interrupted, it was the last line that I said before I gave way to the honourable gentleman behind him. But I think there is a good issue that needs to be debated. This place should debate issues of concern to the British people, and it should also be the forum where we challenge and test those arguments. Indeed, the courts have already tested the Act, found it to be unlawful. That is why any government would need to look at it again, and indeed why our colleagues in the Northern Ireland office are doing so, and any of that bill would be brought forward to the House for such a discussion, which I'm happy to confirm. Can I just now turn to the whistleblowing protections that was raised by the Liberal Democrat spokesperson and the Shadow Minister opposite me? As I mentioned, I agree that the term whistleblowing does exist. I mentioned it in my remarks earlier in the law elsewhere. However, as I said, simply using the term in the bill as proposed by the opposition amendments has no practical legal effects and provides no protections in powers in the bill that do not already exist or are provided for in the government amendment in lieu. And indeed, the government amendment goes further than the amendments that both members spoke to. So in that respect, trying to understand the difference in practical effect that has been spoken about, there is no difference effectively in what would be proposed and what is already in the bill. However, I entirely take the spirit that both members raised this important issue. We know that there are issues in terms of culture within our armed forces. The Defence Secretary and the whole ministerial team in the Ministry of Defence have been absolutely clear that there is no place for them, and we are making culture change. Indeed, I believe that is what the contributions about our senior officers having made similar statements show. From the top to the bottom of our armed forces, there is no place for any abuse, and that is something that a zero tolerance policy must take seriously. In those respects, as I'm trying to understand the legal effects that would change to the bill, I'm not certain that the amendments 2 and 3 do actually make much of those legal effects, but the government amendment does go further. However, I welcome this debate, and indeed the more opportunities we have as a parliament to put on record our strong cross-party support for a zero-tolerance approach. Indeed, the Shadow Minister is pointing at the empty benches and that he has made a strong argument about that earlier. I'm not a golf player, so I'm not certain that I could do that. As a hockey player, I only have one stick, but I believe in golf you may need a few more. Certainly, the strong cross-party position that of all parties that were here, shall I say, is that there is no place for abuse in our armed forces, no place for a culture of intimidation, and indeed the powers already contained within this bill provide an opportunity for people to raise concerns outside the chain of command, and that is what the government's amendment in lieu also seeks to do, recognising, in addition to the commitments that I've given to the House today, that we can further strengthen this with those actions. With that in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lords Amendment 2. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division! Clear the lobby.
It was the whole that I was looking for. Comment on your looks.
Chris, catch you for a moment.
Yes.
This House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! The tellers for the ayes are Jen Kitchen and Taiwo Owatemi. The tellers for the noes, Andrew Snowden and Gregory Stafford. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 319. The noes to the left, 180.
The ayes to the right were 319, the noes to the left 180, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. order.
The ayes to the right, 315. The noes to the left, 184.
Oh, they're worried now. Tight. Closing. Closing up. Yeah, you've got a real problem.
The ayes to the right were 315, the noes to the left 184. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to Government Amendment A in lieu of Lords Amendments 2 and 3. Minister to move formally.
Move formally.
The question is that the Government Amendment A be made in lieu of Lords Amendments 2 and 3. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Is that Government Amendment A be made in lieu of Lords Amendments 2 and 3. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Jen Kitchen and Taiwo Owatemi. The tellers for the noes, Andrew Snowden and Gregory Stafford. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 329. The noes to the left, 101.
The ayes to the right were 329, the noes to the left 101, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 4 to 7. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Data Use and Access Bill, Lords. Consideration of Lords' message.
Now. We will now consider the government motion to disagree with Lords' Amendment 49F. I call the Minister to move the motion to disagree with Lords' Amendment 49F. Sir Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 49F. I'm tempted to start with a quote from Macbeth, "When shall we three meet again?" because it's a very similar cast, I notice, to our previous debates. But let me start by dispelling some misconceptions. We are not, contrary to what some have stated, changing UK copyright laws to the detriment of the creative industries in this bill. If the government's bill is adopted, not a single word of copyright law will have changed in the United Kingdom. It will be as robust as it ever was. In fact, we have said repeatedly that creators should share in the value of this new technology, and we support AI developers paying for the content that they use. We want to see more licensing of and proper remuneration for UK content. Thirdly, we are not undermining copyright owners' control over their work. We have said from the beginning that we want IP owners to have more control over the use of their works. Some said in the House of Lords yesterday that we have not listened to them or to the creative industries. That is simply not true. Exactly. We have heard loud and clear the message both from the creative industries and from others. That is why we put reporting commitments on the face of the bill at a previous round, and we have committed to add 2 further reporting requirements on approaches to models trained overseas and on enforcement. We have committed to delivering reports and impact assessments within 9 rather than 12 months, and require the Secretary of State to make a progress statement to Parliament about the impact assessment and reports within 6 months of the royal assent. It is also why the Secretary of State, who is sitting by me now, stated very clearly that although we went into the consultation with the preferred option, we have heard the reaction to that. We want to consider the consultation responses in full. And to quote him precisely, when we went into the consultation, he told this House, "I believed that opting out could have offered an opportunity to bring both sides together, but I now accept that is not the case." As I've said, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has listened at every stage. As I've explained to the House previously, the bill was never intended to be about artificial intelligence, intellectual property and copyright. What we have here is a bill which will harness data for economic growth, improve public services and support modern digital government. We want to get it onto the statute book as fast as we possibly can. Of course, it's a delight.
If only I believed him. I pick up the frustration in the Minister's tone. I appreciate that this must be exhausting for him because this is the 4th time the government have been defeated on this issue in the other place. And I understand that he just wants to get this piece of legislation done. But this time, it just requires the government to come forward with a plan to implement the transparency before it's too late. He says that our copyright law is robust. He's not seeking to undermine it. But it is being ignored. It is robust, but it's being ignored. So how long is it going to take before they hold the AI companies to account for what's effectively the biggest copyright heist in history? How long is it going to take before the government clamps down on basically whitewashing the behaviour of big tech? And who's really pulling the strings here?
Well, nobody's pulling my strings. I don't know what that final reference was to. And I pay tribute to her and the Select Committee who have done important work in this field. Some of what we have committed to in previous rounds in this House of ping pong has actually sprung directly from what her Select Committee asked us to do. And we'll continue to listen to that. As she knows, we've always said, right from the very beginning, that one of the key aspects of any package that we would want to bring forward will be something around transparency. I'm going to come on to the precise matters of the amendment that is before us, the new clause, and I hope that that might explain why we're urging the House to reject the amendment today. But as I say, it is a delight to hear from her. She needn't doubt me. Another delight.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I know you do mean that in this case. No, and it's just in a very specific. You talk about the speed of moving this legislation onto the statute book. I do note there's legislative consent motions in from the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Assembly, but as of yet there's not one from the Northern Ireland Assembly. Can you give me the clarification as to what implication that will actually have to those businesses and individuals in Northern Ireland who will be affected by this legislation, but without that legislative consent motion in place?
I've spoken to ministers in Northern Ireland, and that has already been laid. So the legislative consent motion has already been laid by them, and my understanding is that that will be done fully in time for royal assent for the bill. So he needn't worry. We've sorted that one out as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I promised the Chair of the Select Committee that I was about to come on to the precise details of the amendment that we're considering. So let me address that. Firstly, as Baroness Jones, my noble colleague in the Lords, said in the Lords yesterday, the Government's report on the use of copyright work in the development of AI systems will now address two additional areas specifically highlighted by the noble Baroness's original amendment, the one that we're now considering. How to deal with models trained overseas and how rules should be enforced and by whom. We will do subsection 1 of her new clause, as is on the order paper, as part of our report and economic impact assessment. In other words, we've already committed to do half of what is in her amendment, and I would therefore argue that that half is unnecessary. But the second part of the new clause is problematic, and I think it would be problematic for any government. It requires the government to produce a draft bill on copyright and AI within a specific timetable. It lays out elements that it must include and determines how it should be considered by this House. I cannot think of any bill in our history that has included such a clause, for very good reason. A central plank of parliamentary sovereignty is that no parliament can bind its successor. That doesn't just mean from one parliament to another. It means one session of parliament can't bind a future session. Yet the Kidron Amendment says the draft, for instance, the draft bill must make provision for enforcement. Well, what happens if it doesn't do so? Or if the measures it includes for enforcement are not, in some people's minds, sufficient? Where would that be adjudicated? How would that be decided? I think that, I'll just finish this point if she will allow me. In addition, we are still working through a huge number of consultation responses. To prescribe a draft bill in detail at this point completely undermines that process and the policy work that is taking place. I would argue that that is not just bad policy making, it is also it would completely disregard the input that so many respondents to the consultation have exhausted so much effort in providing. I'm going to go there first and then to the Honourable Member.
The forgiving way, but I think he's dancing on the head of a pin here. The fact is that all legislation somehow binds those that are coming down the track, and they've spoken on many occasions about the urgency of this, about the urgency of bringing forward some measures on transparency of what is being scraped right now of people's intellectual property. So I just can't understand why they're taking this position when it really, this amendment is not asking for much. It's just asking for the government to have a plan in short order to sort this out.
Well, of course, I understand the demand for us to act as swiftly as we possibly can, and that is our intention. One could argue that introducing a draft bill, which would then be considered in various different places, followed presumably by a bill, would actually delay things rather than speed things up. But in addition, and I think this is a really important constitutional point, as I said earlier, I'm not aware of a single bill in the past which has required a future bill to be produced and specified things that must be in it. I've got to give away over there, and then, of course, I'll come back over here.
Thank the Minister for giving way. I mean, the essential point, though, is that the creative industry is desperate to get a hook within this bill to reassure them that this vacuuming up of their intellectual property will be controlled. And the problem is, with all of the commitments, the working groups, all of the words that the Minister is saying, it doesn't give them that reassurance. And what the debate yesterday was passionate about the need somehow, in whatever way the government wants, to give the creative industry reassurance that this will be dealt with in a set time frame.
Well, I understand the concern from the creative industries, and they've expressed it to me in no uncertain terms on many different occasions, both individually and in larger groups, and we've heard the message loud and clear. I think some people have been labouring under a misconception that this bill is doing something to undermine copyright. I know he listened to the debate because I was standing next to him in the House of Lords yesterday, as a courtesy to the House of Lords, to listen to the fullness of their debate. I do worry that to legislate for a part rather than the whole of this issue is a mistake. I've said before, let us say for sake of argument that we only legislated in relation to what transparency should be required, and we didn't come up with an enforcement measure. Well, what happens if the companies simply refuse to provide the information? Do you have to introduce a new offence of not providing such information? What do we have to do? So that is my argument, why I think, notwithstanding the clamour, which I fully understand, for us to go as fast as we possibly can, we both need to get it right, and we need to legislate in the round rather than just piecemeal on the back of a bill which is not meant to be dealing with these matters at all. I heard my honourable friend from earlier.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I understand he's being extremely patient in these circumstances. May I draw his attention to something that happened before 2010? I know that's a long time ago, but both he and I were old enough, and indeed ugly enough, to remember those times when Lord Mandelson was the Secretary of State for the Department for Trade and Industry, and included what was then known as the Napster clause into the Digital Services Bill at the time, precisely to give reassurance to the music industry that if later on downloading became so problematic that the music industry was going to be hollowed out, the government would give themselves power to act. If my right honourable friend is giving the government the power to report, surely it would be right for the government to give themselves the power to act on the once they've got that report, that evidence that there is something going wrong, in order to be able to enforce the copyright law that we all now agree is clear and should therefore be enforced.
I'll start with her very last point, which is that we all agree that copyright law is clear. We do. And I hope people understand that the government's position is clear that copyright law is clear. I don't think that's in doubt. Secondly, yes, of course, we always have the power to introduce legislation. Whether it will be right to introduce transparency requirements solely on the basis of secondary legislation, as I say, which would probably have to have some kind of enforcement mechanism and potentially a new offence, I think I would doubt. Certainly, if I was sitting on the other benches, I would doubt, because I would say, well, secondary legislation is unamendable. It's take it or leave it, and that would be problematic. So, whilst I understand again the desire for us to move as swiftly as possible, I reiterate my point that I think it is better for us to legislate in the round, bearing all of the subject matters into consideration. Some matters have not even been mentioned in this debate, such as what we do about the copyright that pertains to AI-created material. Should that have any protection or no protection? Should it follow the person who created the AI large language model, or should it stick with the person who who asked the AI large language model the question? Of course, I give way to the honourable gentleman.
For giving me an honourable lady's quite right. It was the Digital Economy Act back in 2010 when the NAPSA provision was first enacted. And it is possible, and I just don't see the Minister's reticence about this particular amendment. It seems a entirely reasonable amendment to bring forward. It does everything that everybody wants to achieve when it comes to this. And even if he's not prepared to accept his amendment, could he at least say he accepts the principles of it and what is required within this amendment? He'll do all he can to make sure he brings forward all the provisions which are asked for in that amendment.
Again, I'm trying to be tidy in the way I respond to people. So first of all, I note that I didn't respond to the Napster point earlier. I mean, quite a lot of people have made to me the point that we got from Napster to Spotify. And Spotify, I mean, there are many problems with Spotify that many musicians have raised with me, and record labels and so on, but at least it is better than people taking stuff for nothing. There is an argument, a strong argument, I would say, that we want to move in this debate from Napster to Spotify, or even better than Spotify. Now, I'm not sure precisely how we get there, but I'm absolutely certain that we need to legislate in the round for all of these issues. He asked me about the principles that are in the Noble Baroness Kidron's amendment. Of course, we believe in transparency. Yes, we are fully subscribed to wanting to provide that, and that has always been part of the package that we wanted to present. There is still an issue of what enforcement would look like. There are many other issues that I think would need to be addressed by any bill that comes forward. I'm hesitant about whether we should be introducing a draft bill, because a draft bill would take longer to go through. But you know, we do want to be able to legislate as soon as we possibly can in this area. But we also want to have, if just one moment, but we also want to have listened and borne in mind the full panoply of the responses that there are. Now, people may presume that they know what the 11,500 responses all say, but actually they are much more diverse. I'm not saying that everybody is therefore clamouring for what the government laid out. I'm just saying that they address a diversity of issues, all of which we need to address. I heard somebody here.
I'd like to thank the Minister for giving way, as he has on so many occasions in these debates, and for his ongoing engagement, as well as the Secretary of State in this matter. But does the Minister agree that if the government doesn't act now to enforce the law, we're basically allowing what everybody already sees as theft to continue? And would he accept that in any other industry like retail or farming, for example?
Hear, hear.
Absolutely right about this point of enforcement, though traditionally it is not for government to enforce the law, it's for the courts to enforce the law, or in certain circumstances where there has been a breach of the criminal law, obviously it will be for the prosecuting authorities to consider. But this sort of makes my point, which is it's all very well to legislate on transparency requirements, but if there's no enforcement measures, it's not going to make the blindest bit of difference. So you have to do this all in the round. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've already said that we want to engage as much as we possibly can with the creative sector and, of course, with the technology sector. And we believe that this engagement will help chart the way forward on both transparency and on technical standards, and possibly on technical solutions to the problem. It may be that the working groups bring other benefits, such as interim voluntary arrangements, until longer-term solutions can be agreed upon and implemented. However, we must see what comes of the process rather than imposing preconditions at this early stage. For all these reasons, I would urge members to vote against the clause. The first part is a helpful addition to the work that we will do, and we are now committed to doing, but the lion's share of it would lead to what I believe is confusing law and constitutionally uncertain.
Thank you. I echo comments of my friends that have said how open and engaging the Minister and the Secretary of State have been on this issue. On the consideration of working groups, can he confirm it's the government's policy to ensure that both sides are in the room at the same time with the Minister and the Secretary of State? This has been rehearsed before. The last government failed. Talks broke down. Please, can I urge this government to ensure that both voices hear one another, and in fact that the job of this government is to manage that process as well as lead it.
100%. There will be absolutely no point in not having both sides. In fact, I would say several sides of the argument in the room at the same time. I had an interesting conversation on yesterday morning with somebody who is very prominent in the music scene, and he was laying out to me what we would need to do in granular detail for transparency for the music sector. But he said, but obviously this would be completely different for the publishing sector. And I think this is the kind of detail that we are going to have to go into. If we're going to get to a licensing regime that really works, it's going to have to work differently for sound, for music, for word, and for images. And that means that we're going to have all those people around the table, as well as AI companies, not just big tech, as a phrase that was used a lot in their Lordship's house yesterday, but also tech from the UK. I think that that's a very important part of what we need to be promoting. Yes, I can guarantee him that we will have everybody in the room, and also I can guarantee him that we want to get on with it as soon as we possibly can, and I want to be able to sit down as soon as I possibly can, but I'm being prevented.
He's being extremely generous, as he always is. I actually pressed him on this point last time. Some time has passed since we last met across the chamber. He speaks about dealing with the issue in the round, which is a sentiment that I can understand. When can he give a timetable?
Well, as soon as possible, I'm afraid. And now, I know there are lots of parliamentary terms for these things, like imminently and soon and so on. And the difficulty is, of course, there are lots of other priorities for legislation at the same time. And I'm not the leader of the House. So I'm afraid I can't make that guarantee about a timeline. But we have made some guarantees about when the Secretary of State will report back to the House within 6 months of royal assent. I hope that's within 6 months of soon. And we've made guarantees about our other report backs, which will be within 9 months. We've shortened that from 12 months to 9 months. I'm going to give way to the lady, and then I'm going to try and crack on.
Thank you to the Minister for giving way again, very generous. So in the spirit of trying to bring everybody together, trying to bring the AI sector together with the creative industries. The previous government tried that in response to the text and data mining exemption. They formed an AI working group, which, as he knows, basically fell into abeyance because the AI companies didn't engage. Does he anticipate that that would be a problem this time? And has he heard any signals from the big tech companies that they'd be more forthcoming with their engagement on this attempt?
Minister.
We will make sure that they engage. And in a strange way, I think the campaign that has been led by herself and by others in the House of Lords and so on will help make people's mind, make people engage in what is not necessarily going to be an easy process, but I think could deliver a win-win for us in the UK and potentially then us leading for other countries in the world. So yes, every indication that we've had thus far has been that everybody wants to sit in the room together. And of course, we will have to provide significant leadership in those meetings to be able to drive them forward. As I said the last time I was at the dispatch box talking about this, I'd like to be able to get on with that as soon as possible. We have a duty to get the data bill out of the way first. If I might just say a few words about ping pong, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill, as members will know, is in large measure precisely the same bill that was presented by the previous government, twice, in fact. That last one fell at the general election, but both major parties committed to reintroduce it in broadly similar form in the new Parliament. None of the parties intended to introduce any matters relating to copyright into the data bill when they talked about it in the run-up to the general election and at the general election. Now, I warmly commend those who are fighting the corner of the creative industries. I'm the Creative Industries Minister, of course I do. But there comes a point at which the Lords is barring the Commons from fulfilling a pledge made by both major parties. We shall now be entering the fourth round of ping-pong. Few bills in our history have gone this many rounds. The Prevention of Terrorism Act in 2004-5, the Corporate Manslaughter and Corporate Homicide Bill 2006-2007, for instance. In each of these cases, what was at an issue was what the government had put in, not what it had not included in the bill. And neither of those bills had been openly advocated by both main parties at a general election. By tradition, the Lords does not interfere with bills that have been committed to in a general election by the government. Everyone agrees that the bill is a valuable piece of legislation, and for that reason I would urge their lordships to let the bill pass into law. All right.
Minister for giving way, but he was at the debate yesterday and their lordships were acutely aware of not wanting to fetter the Commons, but at the same time they're trying to represent thousands of people that are desperate about their incomes. And I think it's worth putting on the record here that all their noble lordships who spoke were very aware of what they were doing, but on balance felt that fighting for the underdog was the best thing to do.
Minister.
Yes, I'm not making any criticism of any individual member of the House of Lords. I listened to the debate and people clearly felt passionately and they were arguing entirely in good faith. I fully understand that. But as I say, this is a bill which was not intended to include elements about AI and copyright. It is a bill that was supported previously in the previous Parliament by the opposition benches, by the Conservative Party and by us, and was referred to in our general election campaigns by both sides. And neither of us said that we were going to include anything about copyright in it, and yet that is what is now holding up the bill from passing forward to royal assent. And there are economic benefits that would flow from this bill, which of course will be delayed if we further delay royal assent. Let me just end by saying that, of course, as I think I've said several times, I fully understand the concerns that people in the creative industries express about artificial intelligence. Many use it already, but they are understandably concerned about where it will go. They fear for their jobs. True, for many, the strikes in the US had an even more cataclysmic effect on their careers. But I would just add one corrective to some of these fears. There is a moment at the end of The Winter's Tale when Paulina takes Leontes to see a statue of his wife, who he thinks died of grief when he falsely accused her of adultery many years earlier. We all know in the theatre, when we watch it, that the statue is, of course, actually the actress playing Hermione. It's not a statue at all. And yet the moment when Leontes touches the statue and says she's warm still shocks us and brings tears to our eyes. Why? Because it is human to human. Yes, of course, it's artifice, laid upon artifice, but it is humanity face to face that really moves us. The government has heard the concerns expressed by this House and the other place. It has set out its plans to address them. I believe that the bill must be allowed to run its course.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 49F. Shadow Minister Dr. Ben Spencer.
Back again, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it feels a bit like Groundhog Day. Now, I'm a Bill Murray fan, I must confess, and I think Groundhog Day is a great movie, but I realise that members on both sides of the House may not have been born when Groundhog Day was released, which makes me feel a little bit old. So I do feel the need to explain the plot a little. A weatherman selling his ways is sent to a town in Pennsylvania to report on Groundhog Day and finds himself in a time loop where he lives the same day over and over again. And in due course, it leads to despair. But eventually, he learns that this gives him the opportunity to learn from his mistakes. The time loops can be seen as a blessing or an opportunity, not a curse. And through this, he grows, develops, and changes, and then breaks out of the time loop to live happily ever after. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're stuck in Groundhog Day in this bill until the government realises that the Lords' amendments are not a nuisance, but an opportunity, and that they need to listen to the concerns and change course. The noble Lords, the House in which this bill started, have made clear the risk to creatives from AI companies taking their data and the importance of fairness and transparency. We on these benches, and indeed across both sides of the House have raised similar concerns, but we don't have the numbers yet. Madam Deputy Speaker, in Parliament, it's not sufficient to win the vote. It's also necessary to win the argument, and the government has lost this argument. Copyright law is a toothless instrument if the lack of transparency about the use of creative content and AI models continues. The lack of transparency renders rights enforcement elusive, and the government's apparently happy for this to persist on an open-ended basis. While the government's direction of travel remains uncertain, everyone loses out. Creatives continue to lose out when their work is exploited without payment. The AI industry, especially smaller firms, can't get out of the starting blocks, let alone play their part in turbocharging our tech economy. And the government continues to risk the confidence of both key industries with the chilling effect on investment that this entails. Of course, we're sensitive to the constitutional principles, a topic that the noble lords were very mindful of in the speeches in the other place. The minister's right. It's almost unprecedented for the other place to return a bill so many times. But rather than use this as a reason to try and push through this bill, it's evidence of the strength of feeling and need for the government to listen. We all know the government will have to respond to these concerns. Their position will have to change. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would have loved to have ended this speech with a literary quote suited to the substance of this debate. And I envy the Minister's ability to always bring a flair to these discussions that we've had across the dispatch box. But instead, I'll fall back on a political one from the 38th American President Gerald Ford. Compromise is the oil that makes governments go. The government should meet the Lords in the compromise they have offered, put oil in the engines of our creative and AI industries, and bring an end to this Groundhog Day.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Here we are again. Once again, I would like to thank those in the other place who have worked so hard on these amendments, and indeed members across the House who have stood up for creatives. And we are here again 2 weeks later and back to discuss a vote on Amendment 49F to secure the rights of creatives in the changing face of AI. And what has changed in those 2 weeks? Well, an awful lot, actually. 48 hours before we voted on this amendment on the 20th of May, the latest big AI tech launch occurred, and Google launched VO3, the literally all talking, all singing, all dancing AI video creator. Something like we've never seen before. Seeing is believing, and even when you see it, you won't always be able to believe that what you're seeing isn't real. The emotions of the characters created by Binary Code, a series of zeros and ones, have already had me laughing, feeling, thinking. Their jokes like a stand-up comedian, the light of the sunset comparable to the standing at the Ashridge Beach Woods on a perfect day as golden hour arrives. The tangible fear of the binary characters representing the actress, the director and the artist questioning what this means for them. The engineering, the development, and dare I say it, the creativity that has gone into developing software like this is epic. There's no denying it. But I can't help but wonder if all the value came from the engineering, the computing. But what about the period dramas, the beauty of the children's illustration, the wit of the one-liner, and the fast-paced thrillers that have helped to train this cinematic experience at the touch of a prompt? As far as I can discover, Google representatives have previously mentioned that YouTube may have been used to train the model, as well as publicly available content. And I wonder how many must feel who see their creations replicated. And of course, this is just one example of the AI developments happening every minute. The alarm bell that creatives have been ringing has come to fruition 1,000 times over. As much as I'm sure many creatives are excited about the possibilities, many will be questioning the implications for their industry, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Just this afternoon, I spoke to creators from the Creators' Rights Alliance who have proof of their works being essentially copied against their will. Artists, writers, photographers, filmmakers, singers and songwriters are watching their life work being swallowed up. And I haven't even spoken about Lyria that writes music or the thousands of other developments coming out of AI. Incredible developments that we must celebrate, but we must also ensure the creative work that has gone into it is also valued. Because while technology moves at pace, our frameworks for accountability have not kept up. And in this moment, as artificial intelligence reshapes how creative works are used, adjusted and commercialised, the time for reflection is behind us. I appreciate the government talking about protecting rights and the actions they're taking, but the time for real action is now. That's why I urge members across the House to vote for Amendment 49F, to ensure transparency of business data is used in relation to AI models, a proportionate approach that calls to establish transparency. I urge the government also to move at pace to protect creators' rights with a plan, and one with many across the table, something we've heard of across the House today. As I walked around the Little Gaddesden Art Fair this weekend and saw the bright colours and joy that had been created by Sally Bassett, Alison Bateson or Andrew Dixon, right at the end of that road, Little Gaddesden Village Hall, is where parts of The Crown were filmed, and I think of the legendary story many of you may know from Picasso. While at a Parisian market, an admirer approached Picasso and asked him if he could do a quick sketch on a napkin. He kindly obliged, creating art on this napkin. He hands it back to her, but not before asking for 1,000,000 francs. "But it only took you 5 minutes, barks the admirer. "No," Picasso replied, "it took me 40 years to be able to draw this in 5 minutes." Given that these prompts can create art, whether that be song, print, film or story, in seconds, who is being remunerated for the years of work that have gone into that? I urge members across the House to vote for 49B. We must find a solution to ensure human creativity is truly valued. Thank you.
Sir Julian Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ministers who I like personally and who I rate a lot, unfortunately, do not control the timetable of government business. And secondly, they don't have a bill in the King's Speech. And thirdly, my prediction is that they will be promoted before this new bill comes to pass. The speeches were honest, but what they have exposed, Madam Deputy Speaker, is there is no time commitment from the government benches whatsoever on bringing back a bill to this House to address the current theft of property that is raining down on the UK creative industries. That is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, the creative industries and the debates in the other place that we listened to yesterday are so passionate. Theft of the property rights of composers, writers, filmmakers and other creatives have been happening for years, continue to happen and are going to happen until this new bill comes forward. Greater and greater volumes of intellectual property, hard-fought rights, falling into the AI hopper, never to be seen again, and no system of redress other than expensive legal action to get it back. How would we think this was with our own property, our own businesses, our own land, if this was removed without even being asked, with the gentle reassurance that we could take action retrospectively? Madam Deputy Speaker, creatives are desperate. Most don't have the workers' rights the majority of us have on pensions, holiday pay, etc. All they have is their intellectual property rights. Where will the incentive be now to toil for weeks, for months, for years, creating that piece of music, writing that text, only to have, when success arrives, it snatched away? As the government returns with the Workers' Rights Bill shortly, it is an irony that creative workers' rights continue to be so eroded. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Transparency Amendment in front of us today is a much diluted version of the previous Kidron amendments sent to us by the other place. But they address a clear timeline for when the government must return with a bill. This is a modest request, as the government is still able to delay the bill should it want to. And to be honest, the creative industries will still not have the opportunity to protect their works meanwhile. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this amendment should be accepted, as it will provide reassurance to a key UK sector. But it should also be accepted as an example of our two chambers respecting each other. No one in the debate yesterday, hearing the words of Baroness Kidron or Lord Forsyth or others, could feel that they were trying to cause the government problems. Each and every supporter of this amendment did so on the basis of support for the rights of one of the leading UK economic sectors who are asking us, pleading with us for their survival and to work positively with this new technological development. Madam Deputy Speaker, our politics is currently jam-packed with black and white positions and an instinct to jump to disagreement and polarisation. The amendment before us today from the other place represents a modest proposal to disagree well, and the government should accept it.
Pete Pritchard.
Grateful to you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wasn't going to say anything in this round of ping-pong, but a couple of things that have been said in the course of the debate so far has tempted me to my feet. And the first thing I want to note is just about the House of Lords. And I have to say I congratulate the Lordships on their tenacity on this issue. I think we all expected and presumed that they would have backed down a long time ago, but they've decided not to. And I think it's because of what I've heard today, that they're backing the sector. It's left to them to ensure that the voice of our artists and our creative industries and our creative sector is going to be adequately articulated and presented to Minister. So I congratulate them. And I say that as somebody who's no great respecter of the House of Lords. I've just got this cute little notion that if you're going to serve in a legislature, to that legislature, but I think they've played an exemplar of a job in all this, and they're entirely entitled to bring forward this again and again until the ministerial team, who surely between the two of them can find some sort of compromise. Because this is the territory we're in now. We're in the fourth round of ping-pong, so it's no good just sending it back and sending it back again. Now, the government can insist and get space. Of course it can. It's the government, and this is a primary house in our parliament, so they can do that if they want. But why don't they sit down and work out a way forward that takes on board everything that the Lords wants to achieve and secure? It meets the noble ambitions and the lofty rhetoric that we've heard from the government front bench today and for the last few times. So just do it. And I can't see anything that's wrong with this amendment. And I know that it sounds like the minister's inventing reasons about why this amendment couldn't be taken. An example from the Digital Economy Act is spot on. We were adaptable. We did things as situations required in order to meet the challenge of that time. A huge challenge when digitisation was coming into creative arts. This is a bigger challenge and test. This is more existential than the Digital Economy Act of 20 years ago. And this is something why we must act now. People cannot wait. Our cultural heritage has been scraped up and hoovered up by large tech companies, and soon there will be nothing left of it. Millions of creative artists are waiting for the government to get engaged, sort it out, compromise, do something with those that have got an interest in all this, because they are convincing no one thus far. The creative industries don't believe that the government has its best intentions at heart. They do not believe that we're going to have enough time in order to secure what's left of our cultural heritage. So do something. Don't just send it away again, as you probably will. Don't just have it coming back up. Sit down, compromise, get something fixed out. And for the sake of our creative industries, find a solution that works for everybody.
We do have some time. Does the Minister wish to respond with wind-ups? With the leave of the House?
I'm sure you've had enough of me.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 49F. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Jen Kitchen and Taiwo Ewatami, and tellers for the noes are Will Forster and Charlie Maynard. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 317. The noes to the left, 185.
The ayes to the right, 317. The noes to the left, 185. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendment. That Sir Chris Bryant, Anna Turley, Callum Anderson, Luke Meyer, Adam Jogi, Ben Spencer and Victoria Collins be members of the committee. That Sir Chris Bryant be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, and that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their Amendment 49F. That Sir Chris Bryant, Anna Turley, Callum Anderson, Luke Meyer, Adam Jogi, Ben Spencer and Victoria Collins be members of the committee. That Sir Chris Bryant be the chair of the committee. That 3 be quorum of the committee. That the committee do withdraw immediately. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes consideration of the Lord's message relating to the Data Use and Access Bill, Lords. Motion number 5 on medicines. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. Many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 6 relating to the business of the House. Minister to move.
Formally.
The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the bank bench debate on dementia care. If ministers want a moment to shuffle up on the front benches. So we now come to the backbench debate on dementia care. Caroline Borden to move. Caroline Borden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House has considered dementia care. I thank the Backbench Business Committee for granting time for this important debate, members for supporting it, as well as the charities and organisations who have provided material. Dementia is undoubtedly one of the most urgent health and care challenges facing our society, and I know most of us in this chamber will know someone affected by it. My family is currently battling it on 2 fronts. My confident, witty, generous father-in-law, now almost unrecognisable to the man he used to be. He is lucky to be living in a lovely care home where he receives the best care possible, but the decision to move him there was heartbreaking. And my brilliant, funny cousin, always the life and soul of family parties, diagnosed far too early with frontotemporal dementia, which is likely to affect her ability to communicate over time, a particularly cruel diagnosis for someone so young. Watching people you love become confused by the world around them, unable to communicate and fading away from you, while so physically present, is heart-wrenching. Dementia has to be one of the cruelest conditions for those afflicted and for those supporting them. And so, neatly placed between Dementia Week and Carers Week, it is fitting that we discuss this condition with which around 900,000 people in the UK are living, most over the age of 65. Dementia is now the leading cause of death in the UK, and while its scale is national, its impact is deeply local and personal. Already widespread as our population ages, this number is expected to rise sharply. According to NHS England, 1 in 11 people over the age of 65 has dementia, and that rises to 1 in 6 for those over 80. In Devon, with one of the oldest populations in England, this issue is not just coming, it's already here. And unless we act now to improve diagnosis, care and support, we will fail tens of thousands of families in our communities. A timely diagnosis is not just about putting a name to a condition. It is the essential first step towards accessing care, planning for the future, and increasingly receiving treatment. New disease-modifying drugs for Alzheimer's offer real hope, but only if the disease is caught early and diagnosed accurately. In October 2023, the APPG on dementia published a report highlighting significant regional disparities in dementia diagnosis across England. The findings were stark. While Stoke-on-Trent had the highest diagnosis rate at 90%, the South Hams, much of which lies within my constituency of South Devon, had the lowest rate nationally at just 44%. I will.
Honourable Lady for giving way, and as a fellow South Hams representative, I was wondering if she agrees with me that the government's lack of focus and targets for dementia diagnosis has a particular impact on rural constituencies like ours, and that given that treatment is so incumbent on diagnosis, and does she agree with me that the work of local groups like the dementia-friendly parishes in the Elm are going to be vital to increasing diagnosis in the communities in Devon like ours?
Excuse me. I thank the Honourable Member for her contribution, and I agree that community groups such as the one in the Elm are vital in caring for people with dementia. Devon as a whole is falling worryingly behind. As of March 2025, our county's dementia diagnosis rate stands well below the national average, placing Devon 39th out of 42 NHS systems in England. At the same time, demand for services is increasing sharply. Referrals to the Devon Memory Service have surged by 94% over the past 5 years, yet no additional investment has been made to meet this rising need. In Torbay, the pressure is especially acute, with some individuals now waiting up to 20 weeks for an assessment. A diagnosis can change lives. It provides clarity, access to support, and the opportunity to plan for the future. This is proven to help people live well with dementia, but without investment, people are being locked out of vital services, including support groups. One local dementia charity told me, until there is a formal diagnosis, patients and their families cannot access our memory cafes as our funding requires a confirmed diagnosis to provide support. And I know from family members that this kind of support can make a world of difference, giving carers contact with others who truly understand the pressures and strain of caring for a much-loved relative who is slowly but surely losing themselves to this awful condition. I will give way.
She speaks about our community groups and their importance, and in recent months I've had the pleasure of joining and supporting lots of dementia support groups, including South East London Minds Young Onset Dementia Activists, Beckenham Dementia Cafe, Beckenham and Penge Dementia Cafe, and Angela and Dementia Friendly Community. Will the Honourable Member join me in acknowledging the incredible acts of kindness groups like this do every single day, so often motivated by personal experience of dementia?
I thank the Honourable Member for his contribution, and I absolutely commend all of those groups. You're lucky to have so many he's lucky to have so many in his constituency. Unlike many other diagnoses which can be equally shocking to receive, dementia has no cure. Approved medications offer limited benefit, only in the early stages and not for everyone. For those in the moderate to late stages, the most effective treatments are access to information to navigate the social care system and good quality care. And that means personalised, respectful and consistent support, not only for the individual but for their family too. And that family support is critical. Across Devon and beyond, unpaid carers are bearing the overwhelming weight of responsibility. There is a physical, financial and emotional toll from the moment of diagnosis, yet respite support is sparse and in many places non-existent. I will give way.
Thank you, my honourable friend, and I share a deep commitment to ensuring quality care within our communities, something I saw firsthand last year during my visit to Warren Farm Lodge Care Home in Kingstanding. The dedication of the staff left a lasting impression. Does the honourable member agree with me that we need to work with the government to urgently develop a blueprint for transforming dementia diagnosis? Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member, and she's beaten me to it. I absolutely agree. This is pushing, so respite support is sparse and in many places non-existent. This is pushing carers to crisis, and when that happens, the result is clear. Faster entry into long-term care, increased hospital admissions, more GP appointments, and distress for everyone involved. I will give it.
I thank her for giving way, because she's absolutely right. Respite care is really important. In my constituency, Sandhurst Day Centre offers fantastic respite care, allowing people with dementia to stay as active and as social as possible for as long as possible. And we know that that keeps people out of hospital for longer too. So does she agree with me that we need to see more support for day centres like Sandhurst Day Centre?
Thank the Honourable Member for his contribution, and I couldn't agree more. I'm sure I'm going to agree with most of the interventions in this debate. It doesn't have to be the outcome. We know that with the right support at the right time, people can live well with dementia at home, and that reduces pressure on services and improves quality of life. I will give it to you.
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady in giving way. 1 in 4 hospital beds are currently occupied by someone living with dementia, and there is a 50% higher hospital readmissions rate than the general population for those who have dementia, with 1 in 3 people living with the condition never receiving a diagnosis. So does the Honourable Member agree that the key is to get that early diagnosis so that that help and support can come in early, which will have better prospects for the individual and their families?
I thank the Honourable Member for his contribution, and I absolutely agree that early diagnosis is one of the key things that makes a difference to anyone living with dementia. We talk a lot about social care in this place, and the Liberal Democrats have championed the cause of carers, those thousands of people who quietly and lovingly dedicate themselves to caring for someone they love, often someone suffering from dementia. Carers who are, because of the nature of this disease, often elderly themselves, and carers who, because of a postcode lottery, are sometimes left to just get on with it themselves without the vital support and advice they so desperately need. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way and would echo her comments about the vital role that family carers and unpaid carers make to enabling people with dementia to live well at home. Would she agree with me that as well as formal respite care, community support such as groups in my constituency like the Rose Dementia Friendly Community Support Group and Shipley Memories Group are also vital to give carers those little breaks where they have an opportunity to get out of the house and meet with other carers like them?
I thank the Honourable Member for her contribution, and I think those regular small chunks of respite for carers are absolutely vital. Did the Honourable Member want to?
Giving me way. A constituent has written to me to tell me the story of a mother who was diagnosed with dementia in 2020. Her father was 86 and the primary carer. They spent over £7,000 on 5 weeks of respite. Does my honourable member friend agree with me that we need expansion of centres of respite, day centres and home care to ensure families are not left by themselves?
I thank the Honourable Member for her contribution, and I couldn't agree more. And I think if we had little chunks of regular respite care, then people wouldn't end up having to pay for several weeks just to recover from the caring that they're doing themselves. There are some brilliant projects out there working to support families afflicted by dementia, and several of them have been mentioned already. One of the most inspiring examples that I myself have seen is the Philo Project, a community interest company that offers dementia support in Devon, Cornwall, Somerset, East Lancashire, and has recently expanded to Bournemouth. The Philo Project takes its name from the pastry, referencing the many layers that make up a personality, the layers that are cruelly and silently stripped away by dementia. They provide high-quality community-based daycare for people with early to moderate dementia. And what makes this project so powerful is its simple approach: small, weekly group support in the home of a host, where people with dementia spend the day receiving the attention, care and companionship they need. This not only helps them, but it provides their families with regular and crucial respite and support. I'd like to commend founders Libby Price and Dr. Liz Dennis, and I welcome Liz, who I believe is with us in the gallery today. It is a model that works, and it has made a tangible difference to many families. There is a critical need for more community-based initiatives like the Philo Project. And one direct ask of the Minister today is that VAT is removed from services such as this. While dementia patients can access goods and services exempt from VAT, they do have to pay VAT on the care provided by the Philo Project and others like it. Families supported by this project have paid more than £700,000 in VAT for care since the group was set up 10 years ago, and the extra cost is restricting who can afford to take part, so I urge the Minister to remove this burden. While the Government is facing mounting pressures from all sides to find additional funding, it is worth noting that investing in community-based projects is a fraction of the cost of the NHS, yet the impact is transformational, benefiting families across the country and ultimately saving money. Unfortunately, I will give way.
Member for giving way. I have many constituents, like every member here, who have explained that navigating such a complex web of health and social care services is absolutely exhausting, and for many families it leads to crisis before help arrives. So would the honourable member join me in calling for a tackle to the delays and the disparities in dementia diagnosis and ensure investment in diagnostic capacity, including the fantastic memory clinics that honourable members have spoke about today?
I thank my honourable friend for her contribution, and I absolutely agree. Where was I? In 2023, Devon saw the closure of its Dementia Advisor Service after 10 years because of a cut in funding under the previous government, a decision that left a significant gap in community support across the county. It offered vital information, practical advice, tips and strategies on coping with dementia, as well as signposting to legal and financial support. And the closure was a blow to many families already struggling to cope. It's a scandal that Devon's ICB has neglected older adults by cutting a service that was designed to prevent early care home and hospital admission and ease pressure on primary care. However, there is now hope on the horizon. Devon has recently developed a new county-wide Devon dementia strategy which aims to bring about real and meaningful change for those living with dementia and their loved ones. Written in collaboration with over 40 organisations, it sets out what is needed in dementia care today and for the foreseeable future, and I commend them for their work. This strategy is vital, and so is the funding to support the measures it highlights. Dementia prevalence in the area covered by Devon's ICB is expected to rise by 54% between 2023 and 2040, and by then over 33,700 people in Devon will be living with dementia. So now is the moment to act, to ensure this strategy is not just a document that sits on a shelf, but becomes a driving force for better services, earlier diagnosis and more consistent support. I'd like to just briefly share the story of one of my constituents, Michael, to illustrate why this is so urgent. Michael's wife began showing signs of dementia 6 years ago and was diagnosed with moderate to severe Alzheimer's nearly 5 years ago. As her symptoms worsened, her condition became more difficult to manage, and she was eventually sectioned as being a danger to herself. At that point, the NHS took over her care, and she is now in a home where she's receiving very good care. And Michael has nothing but praise for his GP, the older people's mental health team, and his local hospital for their support. However, his experience has highlighted critical gaps in the system. He recalls the complete lack of daycare facilities to provide respite before his wife went to hospital, and the overstretched system that was unable to assess people quickly or provide necessary help either at home or in daycare. I will give way.
My honourable friend for giving way, and most grateful to her for leading this debate so effectively and raising these important issues. She'll be aware that 3 in 4 dementia carers have no alternative plans in place if they themselves are unable to provide care, and they're terrified, many of them, about what will happen to their loved ones if they're no longer there to provide care. 9 in 10 have already reached crisis point, burnout and depression. So does my honourable friend agree that dementia carers need to be fully supported to put alternative care arrangements in place? And may I urge the Minister in the carers strategy to implement a strategy which sets out carers' rights and what supports carers should receive, also when it comes to alternative provision?
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I think with so many thousands of people doing this care free at home and living under this burden and this worry about what will happen if they're no longer there, they absolutely deserve recognition and also help to put those plans in place so that something can be there if something happens to them themselves. It's absolutely crucial. For many families, accessing respite care is a huge challenge. Caring for someone with dementia is often a 24/7 job and is utterly exhausting. Yet unpaid carers like Michael are saving the country billions of pounds and are often doing so without the support they need. Michael echoes the calls I've heard in my own family for the government to do more to support carers by ensuring they have access to regular respite care. We must also urgently examine the funding and availability of care homes that can support high-need dementia patients and find a... I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for taking so many interventions this afternoon. It's very welcome. As the member will be aware, The issue of health is, of course, devolved to the Scottish Government, and we Scots have a slightly different system. But I wonder if she would recognise that Alzheimer's Scotland have called on the Scottish Government to commit to recognising that the needs of people with advanced dementia are healthcare needs, and to ensure equality of access to appropriate health and nursing care, which is free at the point of delivery, regardless of our geography. Does she agree that that's what we all want for our loved ones?
Carlo Borden.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and I think there is a lack of equity, isn't there? I mean, I looked up Hansard, for example, and dementia has been mentioned 192 times since the general election last year, and cancer has been mentioned nearly 1,000 times. So we've spoken 5 times more about cancer than we have about dementia, and I think that kind of shines a light on what a hidden problem it is, and yet it's not hidden because we all have experience of it. House of Commons, where was I? We must urgently examine the funding and availability of care homes and find a way to reduce the staggering costs which can cripple family finances and local authority budgets. House of Commons Library research commissioned by the Liberal Democrats has shown that the cost of care in nursing homes increased by 61% from 2015 to 2022. This is why the Liberal Democrats are calling for the introduction of free personal care in England based on the model introduced by the party in government in Scotland in 2002, so that provision is based on need and not on ability to pay. I will give way.
I thank the honourable member who has been extremely generous with her time. Does she agree with me, along with the Alzheimer's Society, who have concerns that over 71% of carers for people with dementia have no formal training whatsoever, and dementia requires very specific care training, and would she call upon, agree with me, that we call upon the government to have mandatory training for all those that care for our loved ones with dementia?
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I haven't quite got there yet, but it's in my speech. We are also calling for a cross-party commission to forge a long-term agreement on sustainable funding for social care in England. Last week, I met journalist John Suchet, whose wife Bonnie died of dementia and who is now married to Nuala, who lost her own husband James to a rare form of dementia known as Pick's disease, diagnosed when he was just 57. John and Nuala met in the care home where they were supporting their partners, and they supported each other along a terrible journey and have since both written books about their experience. In Nuala's book, she said, "Dementia, dementia, what is it? I still know very little. All I know is it's a bloody, cruel, sadistic disease that has demolished my hopes, my plans and dreams. It has taken away my life, twisted it and mangled it, and so it can claim another victim, 2 for the price of 1. With absolutely no professional support, no one at all monitoring his or my journey as they would, for instance, a cancer or Parkinson's patient, I am entirely alone. It shouldn't and it mustn't be like this for the carers who give up everything to look after someone they love. So this is where the government must step in. We need a clear strategy to support people with dementia and their families at every stage. That starts with an urgent review of NHS continuing healthcare, so dementia-specific needs, especially cognitive and behavioural, are properly recognised, with specialists involved in assessments. No one should face dementia alone. Families must have access to a specialist dementia nurse, regular health and wellbeing reviews, and coordinated, joined-up care. We also need a national framework for young onset dementia, ensuring timely diagnosis, tailored support and fair access to care. And to relieve pressure on hospitals, every NHS acute trust should have a specialist dementia nurse service backed by ring-fenced funding. Investing in dementia support will clearly save the NHS money in the long term. And I'm sure the Minister knows these statistics, but I will read them out. We know that people with dementia visit the GP 3 times more often than someone without. 25% of people with dementia living in their own homes were admitted to hospital with a potentially treatable condition. 25% of hospital beds are occupied by people with dementia, and they stay in hospital twice as long as other people over 65. And 43% of people with dementia in hospital were there due to urinary tract and chest infections, both of which are treatable at home. A VCSE response to the closure of the Devon Advisor Service showed that dementia support workers are cost effective. Every £1 invested in dementia support worker roles results in almost £4 worth of benefits. Compare this with the cost of a hospital stay. Over 85% of dementia patients with a hip fracture stay for up to 14 days and 34% for over a month, despite the national average length of stay being just 7 days. The extra cost is estimated at around £6,000 per patient. The Alzheimer's Society has said that between 2015 and 2020, almost 336,000 admissions, costing almost £1 billion to the NHS, were for chest infections, delirium, falls and UTIs, all of which can be prevented or managed well in the community. Clearly, this is a strong case for Invest to Save. But clinical care must go hand in hand with long overdue social care reform. The Liberal Democrats are calling for a comprehensive social care workforce plan, the creation of a Royal College of Care Workers and a higher carers minimum wage to reflect the value of this essential work. Unpaid carers also need support, with paid leave, respite breaks and proper recognition. And finally, we must expand dementia training across the sector, backed by a national care agency to uphold standards and register care workers. The Care Quality Commission has just published a report that underlines the importance of reform. Its findings were alarming, confirming that health and social care staff frequently lack understanding of the specific needs of dementia patients. The Alzheimer's Society estimates that only 29% of paid carers have training in dementia. Dementia is a growing issue and the system is already under strain. Right now, approximately 30% of general hospital beds in Devon are occupied by people with dementia, many of whom are there due to preventable conditions. A sustainable strategy for dementia care must focus on community-based support, early diagnosis, carer support and workforce training. This is not only the right thing to do, but it will save money in the long run. It's time we treated dementia care not as a burden, but as a vital part of building a compassionate and sustainable future for everyone affected. Thank you.
Yeah. The question is, as on the order paper, and I now call Chris Bloor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the Honourable Member for South Devon for securing this important debate. It shines a vital light on an issue that affects so many families across this country, especially in my constituency of Redditch and the villages. Over 900,000 people in the UK are currently living with dementia, and by 2040 that number is expected to rise to 1.6 million. But the challenge isn't just the growing number of people affected, it's also the poor support many receive and the inequalities that persist in diagnosis and in care. Only around 65% of people aged 65 or over are estimated to have dementia actually have a recorded diagnosis. That means for far too many, they are missing out on vital help early on. This is especially true in some communities, including ethnic minorities and deprived areas. I've been contacted by many families in Redditch who describe the distress of waiting months, sometimes years, for a diagnosis or clear guidance on what to do next. One particular heartbreaking aspect I want to highlight is the many stories of families forced to sell their homes of their parents who no longer know they can't return home. These homes often represent a lifetime of memories, yet families face this heartbreaking decision simply because the system does not provide adequate care options. One particular worrying fact from Age UK is that 19% of people they spoke to were concerned about accessing dementia services, about not knowing where to turn or feeling unable to get the support they needed. We also have to confront the huge variation in care home capacity across England's integrated care board areas. In some parts of the country, care home availability simply cannot meet demand, limited options for people with dementia and their families. This postcode lottery means some people wait longer or must travel far from home for care, which is unacceptable. The challenges faced by our NHS are also starkly evident in dementia care. Too many patients with dementia are caught up in the crisis of corridor care, where beds are not available and patients wait in hospital corridors for hours or even days. This is deeply distressing for patients and their families and exacerbates the risk of deterioration. Such failures are a direct consequence of years of underinvestment in our NHS, which has stretched resources to breaking point. My own mother served in the NHS for 40 years. She witnessed firsthand both its strengths and its struggles. I know how deeply committed this government is, just as it was in the late 1990s, to rebuilding and reinvesting in our NHS. The recent commitments to increase funding and recruit more staff are a step in the right direction, but we must ensure these translate into real improvements in dementia care on the ground.
Absolutely. Will my honourable friend give way?
Of course.
I'm incredibly grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a powerful speech. One of my constituents has a grandma who's waiting 18 months for a dementia diagnosis, which is absolutely staggering. They didn't have the £3,000 required to go private and get a private diagnosis. So in his speech there, he was talking about the need to increase the resources available to the NHS and how committed this government are. Will he join me in encouraging the Minister to direct resources to not just dementia care, but dementia diagnosis too, so we can get the diagnosis that people need faster?
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and again I think it reaffirms the reason why the Honourable Member sought this debate about the inequalities that are happening throughout the country, and those who can't access private care are put at a huge disadvantage, and that's simply not acceptable. So I agree with his call to the government. We know people with dementia are also far more likely to have unplanned hospital admissions, which can cause distress and often worsen their condition. This shows why we urgently need better community care and why hospital staff must have improved dementia training to provide the care these patients deserve. The economic cost of dementia to the UK is enormous, estimated at over £42 billion per year, including healthcare, social care and the wider costs to society. This is a huge financial burden, highlights the importance of investing not only in medical research, but in improving support and care infrastructure. Unpaid carers play a massive and often overlooked role in this. In fact, family members and friends provide the majority of care for people living with dementia. Women make up a disproportionate share of these unpaid carers, balancing this demanding role alongside work and other responsibilities. Their contribution is invaluable, but can come at a significant personal cost, including financial strain, mental and physical exhaustion, and social isolation. Age UK has made it clear that the system is overstretched and underfunded. People in Redditch and everywhere else deserve consistent, high-quality care that respects their dignity no matter where they live. Of course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is making an excellent speech, and in particular I want to commend him for the way he's talked about the support that relatives often give as caregivers. I would like to ask him to perhaps elaborate a little bit further on the points he made about the need for more resources to be focused on less advantaged communities. My own experiences representing a community that has some disadvantages is that people need far more support, particularly families from ethnic minority backgrounds.
Thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and I completely agree. It's clear from the data that those disadvantaged communities and those from ethnic minorities aren't getting the support and targeted support that they need. Particularly in my constituency, I'm seeing that in the Wynyates district of the Redditch constituency. So I think the data shows a very clear reason for further intervention. Diagnosis is only the start. The Alzheimer's Society calls for a minimum standard of good quality post-diagnosis support. But here, real faults remain. Too many people receive little or no clear information after diagnosis. They are left to navigate a confusing maze of services alone, with inconsistent follow-up and limited access to support groups or counselling. This gap leaves families isolated and unsure about managing symptoms or planning for the future, increasing stress and uncertainty during a profoundly difficult time. Carers too bear an incredible burden. Families in Redditch tell me about exhaustion and isolation. We need better respite care as the proposer move. Financial support and mental health services for carers. Too many of my residents rely on the voluntary sector for the support in their communities, and I particularly commend the Ashwood Bank Memory Cafe for the work that they do. We must improve the skills of those caring for people with dementia too. The Alzheimer's Society calls for mandatory high-quality dementia training for all adult social care workers. Hospital staff need better access to dementia training too, because too many patients experience distress and delays because staff don't have the skills they need. Importantly, dementia must have parity of esteem with cancers in terms of funding and government prioritisation. Dementia affects millions and carries a massive societal and economic cost. It deserves the same urgent attention, investment and commitment that cancers receive, so that research, care and support can improve in step. While investing in research is important, we cannot forget the urgent need to improve care for those people living with dementia now. Madam Deputy Speaker, dementia care is a test of our values. I'm sure that no one in this House believes anyone should face this journey alone or without support. We should all be committed to building a fairer, more compassionate care system that delivers for all, including the people of Redditch and the villages.
Freddie Van Merlo.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend for securing this very important debate. There's hardly a healthcare issue so big that we don't talk enough about as dementia. And that's because perhaps that it's also one of the most feared diseases, and for understandable reasons. For decade upon decade, unlike cancer, for example, there's been very little tangible scientific progress. That is, until recently. And as chair of the APPG for access to medicines and medical devices, I'd like to focus my remarks on those treatments. Breakthroughs are now coming through thick and fast, with the UK's MHRA approving 2 disease-modifying therapies in 2024 for Alzheimer's. These medicines chart a path to a time when Alzheimer's and other dementias are a treatable condition, one that can be delayed to the point where it is, for all intents and purposes, cured. For families like mine, with a history of Alzheimer's, it is incredibly exciting, and more is on the way too. There are over 100 medicines currently being investigated, so it's not a matter of time of when, but if new medicines come. Not a matter of if, but when new medicines come forward. Yet the UK is not ready. The alarm has been raised, but no one is listening, Madam Deputy Speaker. The last government was asleep at the wheel, and I fear this one is too. Moving from a system focused entirely on care to prevention and treatment will require a monumental shift in thinking, one that breaks down departmental silos and redistributes budget to treatment. We know that reversing brain damage is nigh on impossible, but preventing it is, and that's why early detection and diagnosis is so critical. Dementia begins without symptoms as early as your 40s and 50s. We need to be identifying these people before the onset of decline, but this requires a system with sufficient diagnostic capacity. This means improved GP waiting times, increased access capacity at memory clinics, and a massive increase in MRI, PET, and lumbar puncture test capacity. The lack of capital investment in our NHS has left us dangerously exposed, with the lowest number of MRI per capita in the OECD. The UK has 6.1 systems per million people. In Germany, it's 30.5. Emerging diagnostics, including the blood biomarkers being investigated at the Warnford in Oxfordshire, need also to be embraced alongside getting the basics right. The government must also look actively at how the National Institute for Clinical Excellence assesses new medicines in dementia. Both lecanemab and donanemab were approved by the MHRA and then rejected by NICE on the same day. That means the MHRA believes these medicines are safe and effective, but NICE believes them too expensive for the NHS because they fail to consider the economic and social benefits, including savings to informal care. Let me ask the House this. Do we want a system where those who can pay private for medicines that delay dementia get treatment and those who can't don't? Even if a new therapy is approved by the MHRA, given the green light by NICE and by some miracle we have diagnostic capacity, patients may still not get their hands on the treatment. Depending on how a new medicine is delivered, we may not have enough infusion capacity. If it's a pill, we will be in luck, but we can't bank on it. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, the NHS can't cope with the innovation we all want in dementia. So my message to the government is simple. Get ready. One final point that I hope the Minister will take note of. Please stop punting problems down to the ICBs. My recent written parliamentary question asking what steps the government is taking to increase the number of Alzheimer's disease specialists was answered by the Minister for Social Care yesterday, and I quote, "The provision of dementia health services is the responsibility of local integrated care boards."
Will you give way on that point?
I will give way, yes.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I think he's making a very powerful speech, especially on that last point. Is he, like me, concerned that ICBs are going to have their funding cut by 50% and dementia is going to be one of the many conditions that are going to suffer because of it?
Intervention, and I, like him, am incredibly frustrated that whenever I put concerns to the Minister, I get pointed towards the ICBs, and when I talk to the ICBs, they tell me to talk to the Minister. There must be responsibility within our system, and the Minister has been in politics for longer than I, and I hope he allows me to offer him a little bit of advice. It's not the ICBs the people of this country are angry with when it comes to not getting the treatment they deserve. It's the government, and they expect the government to take responsibility, not pass the buck.
Jonathan Brash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my dad was a GP in Hartlepool for 33 years. When I was young, I was never more impressed than when he would talk to me about his medical knowledge. The depth of his knowledge was extraordinary. And one of the tricks he used to be able to do at any given moment was take any two numbers that I would give him and divide them or multiply them and get the answer right when I checked on the calculator. It was a rare skill. And his impact in those 33 years meant that when I went into politics, the most common thing I heard on the doorstep is, "Are you the doctor's son?" He did tell me very recently that someone has asked him whether he's the MP's dad, and I take that as a small victory. In Hartlepool, there are 1,299 people living with dementia, and my dad is one of them. He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's 5 years after he retired. And speaking to my mum, who obviously is his carer as well, we both agree it feels like we've already gone through a form of bereavement, because the person who brought me up isn't quite there anymore. He's happy and he enjoys his grandchildren, but it is different. And that's something that I want to see changed for other people, because early diagnosis is critical. And my dad did not get the early diagnosis that he should have got. And I think that has paid its consequence as we have gone forward. In Hartlepool, we are pioneering a new dementia strategy, and I'm so proud of Hartlepool Borough Council, because as part of that they've committed to ensure that 100% of their social care staff have dementia training, so that this evil disease, and I do mean evil when I say it, can be caught and treated better at an earlier stage. Because we've already heard from the Honourable Member for South Devon, only 29% of social care staff in this country have any form of dementia training. And I would urge the Minister, that must change. Dementia is the defining health and social care challenge of our time. It impacts 1 in 2 of us, either through being diagnosed ourselves or having someone in our life diagnosed with it, 50% of the population. And despite this reality, too many people living with dementia and their families are struggling to access necessary support. The lack of an integrated care pathway often leads to families being led into fragmented and complex systems where they can easily fall through the cracks and reach crisis point. Shockingly, 1 in 4 hospital beds is occupied with a person living with dementia, and they face hospital readmissions at rates 50% higher than the general population. We must improve specialist dementia support, both in hospitals and in our communities. It's not just a moral imperative, but it's actually vital for building the health service that we want, that is fit for the future. The forthcoming 10-year health plan presents a crucial opportunity to rectify these shortcomings. Of course.
Thank you, my honourable friend. He's making a very powerful speech. Would he? I've worked in this area of policy and services, and so I'm aware that some of the most powerful advocates for change in dementia care are people with dementia themselves and their families. Would he agree that in formulating new strategies and plans around dementia care in the future, that people with dementia themselves must be fully included in making those plans for the future based on their own experience?
I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention, and I say to the House, in a completely unplanned way, the next sentence in my speech is, it is essential that the voices of those affected by dementia are at the forefront of these NHS reforms. So his intervention is very timely and deadly accurate. We must ensure that clinical support and person-centred care that reduces the risk of crises and unnecessary hospital admissions comes to the fore. To this end, I would urge government ministers to commit to providing ring-fence funding for a dementia specialist nurse within each NHS acute trust, and to integrate specialist nurses, such as Admiral nurses, who I was so proud to meet here in Parliament recently, into multidisciplinary neighbourhood health centres. With 1 million people currently living with dementia, a number projected to rise, as we've already heard today, to 1.6 million by 2040, we cannot afford literally to delay. The economic impact of dementia is estimated to reach 90 billion by 2040, with 40% of care costs borne by families and unpaid carers. It is time for action. One of the consequences of my father's diagnosis with Alzheimer's is that it does what that evil disease does to so many people. It robs you of your strengths, but it exacerbates your weaknesses as well. He struggles now with travel, and despite being elected in July of last year, I know it is very unlikely that he will ever get here to see me stand in Parliament. So in his name, Dr. Charles Brash, I ask the Minister to act.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say it's a genuine pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Hartlepool, who has really hit the nail on the head about how terrible this disease is. 40 years ago this August, my paternal grandfather was dying of lung cancer. My father went to the hospital with him, and the day went on and on and on. And eventually he said to my father, "Go and give your mother a call, let her know where we're at." She answered the phone. My dad said, "Just to let you know, Mum, we're delayed at the hospital, we'll be later. Dad and I are going to be late." She says, "Oh, I've not seen your father in 3 weeks." At that point, he said his blood ran cold. Tragically, my grandfather died just 2 weeks later. Funeral came, funeral went. Constantly, my grandmother said, "Where have all these flowers come from?" Now, within 4 years, my grandmother had to go into a nursing home. The strain that put on my father in that time, making the right decisions. Do we sell the house? How are we going to pay for the care? My grandmother was walking the streets at 3 a.m. in the morning. She was leaving the gas on. Neighbours were saying, "The whole street's going to be destroyed. Derek, you've got to do something." And she was put in a home. And what I have found with the work I've done with dementia is that this is often the pattern. That the spouse or the partner protects their partner. They pick up the slack. And it's such a ratcheting disease that comes so slowly that they don't realise the more and more pressure and the more work they're taking on. Again, tragically in 2019, my father-in-law died suddenly. And it quickly became apparent that he too had been hiding my mother-in-law's dementia. My mother-in-law is doing very well. She's got a carer, and you can see the days where she's actually pretty sparky still. And she was a very formidable woman in her time. She's 87 years old now, and she still remembers me. And I say there's a very important point in that, because I will be the first person she forgets next, because I was the last in. And I say to my wife, all the time she remembers me, we're still in a roughly good place. Now that's quite a sad statement to make, really, isn't it? That we're moving down that road. But I was inspired by something I saw shortly after I got elected in 2010, 2011 it was, a dementia cafe down in Rothwell. And I quickly realised back in that day that the support that was giving people, in fact I went to the first one it opened, that people were really appreciative of it. And it comes back to what the Honourable Gentleman for Hartlepool was saying about how cruel this disease is. And because you are slowly supporting your loved one more and more and more, you simply get to a point where there's an enormous pressure and you're not going to take a step back, get onto Google, try and get onto local Facebooks, try and work out what's going on locally, especially if we go back 10 or so years ago, and you don't know what's going on out there. And there is a huge amount of voluntary organisations which take place. I mean, just to name just two in my constituency, Wetherby in support of the elderly wise and Dementia, the Easy and World Hub Club, do a huge amount of support for people with dementia. But around that, there are dozens and dozens of voluntary organisations, and they supply an incredible service, and it helps take the pressure off the carers, because also they get to take people out, they get to take their loved one out. That in itself can be stimulating. So I had an idea, and I created the Dementia Directory. And we created one of the first dementia-friendly constituencies. And what this directory does is it lists, and you break up the constituency into parts, and it lists all of those events that go on. And we're working on the new one now. Now, it's complex, Madam Deputy Speaker, because you find it's a bit of a spider's web. You find one, and there's another one off, and another one off, and you try not to miss some, but inevitably you will. But what we found when we did the last one was the huge positive impact it had that we're doing it now for the new constituency because my boundaries changed. Now all we've got to get now is the sponsorship in to print it and get it posted, but it will make a difference. Because as the Honourable Gentleman for Hartlepool said, this is terribly cruel disease. Now there's a statement which really upsets me and it really annoys me. And that statement is, well, it's not such a bad disease because the person with it doesn't know they've got it. It's an awful thing to say. I can never hold a tear back when I see the advert where the chap is sat on the end of the bed and he says to his wife, I want to go home. How many of us as children got homesick? When I went to university, I was homesick. No, it's a terrifying thought that as you get older, you're going to not know your partner. You're going to be constantly homesick. Now, I've got a tip for people who may not know this because I've done dementia training, and they say, when I was going to care homes and there was an elderly lady about 90, said, I don't like it here. They never let me see my parents. I just wish they'd let me see my father. And they said, get into a memory of them. They said, say them something they might be. So I said, well, your father is down at the allotment. Oh, yes, that's right. And the person calms down. Don't argue with them. That will just make them more upset. Try and take them back to that area. One of the other things the directory does, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to highlight how perhaps you can notice these areas, but also some of the things which may help, like hydration. You see, one of the things that happens with elderly people is that they don't want to keep going to the toilet, they're worried as things go on, so they often are quite sparky in the morning when they've had their cup of tea, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon are getting real memory lapses because they've not drunk enough. And that's something also we have to tell people. How many people in this chamber today, don't have to put your hands up, had somebody say, I'm doing the dementia debate, and somebody said, oh, don't forget to go there. You know, everybody seems to know what dementia is, and nobody knows what dementia is. And it's a real paradox. You know, everybody makes that comment, don't forget, but do they really understand the depth and impact of this disease? It also includes Alzheimer's disease. I read a book recently about Ronald Reagan, and at the end it said, for the last 4 years of his life, he didn't open his eyes. Now just think about that, what this terrible disease does to people, and all of the impact that has. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate is about dementia care. And there's been many, many contributions made about things the government can do, and I was raising this issue back in 2012, 2013, and the then Prime Minister David Cameron did indeed put funding into research for dementia, because the trouble is we've learned how to preserve all the organs of our body with medical research and medical advances, but we never bothered with the brain. You know, the blunt truth is most people were dead before this became a disease that got the prevalence it's got now. And therefore, there is something we can all do as members of Parliament in our constituencies. We can draw together all of the voluntary organisations that take place that give such relief to families and also help stimulate the sufferer along the way. So I urge everybody, please... I will give one.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He's making a characteristically powerful and informed speech.
Yeah.
He's mentioned the role and importance of volunteers, which I think the whole House will recognise. I wonder if he shares my concern that in an ageing population, Madam Deputy Speaker, we do seem to be seeing a smaller cohort of people who are prepared to step up to volunteer, and that across government and actually across this place, it would be a very noble endeavour to embark upon to actually champion and encourage more people to get involved with volunteering outside of the usual catchment and cohort, because otherwise these vital organisations in the not too distant future are going to be so short of volunteers that they won't actually be worthy of doing the jobs which they need to do.
No, I'm most grateful to my honourable friend, and he does indeed make an important comment. I mean, my constituency of Wetherby and Easingwold has an older demographic, and this is going to become more acute in as we move forward. And it's right to say there is a dedicated band of volunteers. But in order to do that voluntary work during daytime out, most people are retired. They are of an age where they're doing that. There are people who I think do an incredible job supporting people. They really do, and deserve nothing but our gratitude and thanks. But as I said, as members of Parliament, there's something we really can do and positively do. So I urge everybody, when they're back in their constituencies, look at what goes on, see what you can do to promote that, because I promise you the difference it will make to people's lives will be transformational, not just for them, but for you as well as a Member of Parliament, in what you can do for your local community, which is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're all here in the first place. Thank you.
We have over 20 colleagues wishing to contribute, so we'll have a speaking limit of 6 minutes. That's 6 minutes, and I call Lindsay Farnsworth.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the Honourable Member for South Devon for securing this most important of debates. Dementia care is a subject incredibly close to my heart and that of many of my constituents who write to me in Amber Valley. Any honourable members who were present when I made my maiden speech may recall me speaking about my dad, David Farnsworth, once an extremely talkative man. Like so many others, sadly dementia has taken his voice. With this in mind, it's incumbent on me and other honourable members to use our voices in this place to advocate for much needed improvements to dementia care. This must start with increased diagnosis. Alzheimer's UK is rightly calling on the government to improve dementia diagnosis rates and set ambitious targets for the future. NHS statistics show that diagnosis rates as of July 2024 was 65%. So a third of people living with dementia across the UK still don't have a diagnosis, meaning they're missing out on the vital care, support and symptomatic treatment it can bring. Madam Deputy Speaker, the picture is particularly bad for the 70,800 people in the UK who are estimated to have young onset dementia, where symptoms develop before the age of 65. Getting a diagnosis can take twice as long as for older people. My father-in-law, Michael Spare, was diagnosed with dementia at the age of 64. My mother-in-law, Yvonne, recalls how hard it was to get a diagnosis and be taken seriously, despite them both knowing that there was a problem. Dementia UK advocates for the government to mandate every integrated care system to develop a young onset dementia pathway to include providing a timely and accurate diagnosis, and I wholeheartedly support this. When my dad was diagnosed with dementia in 2018, my family and I were frightened. At the time, I had a colleague, Sue, who'd gone through this with her mother. She was kind enough to give me some advice. Try not to focus on what you've lost. Celebrate what you can still share and enjoy together. I remembered that advice recently when my stepmum, Kate, started the engine of my dad's beloved classic car. His face lit up at the sound. Somewhere deep inside, he remembers the joy of restoring his Triumph Spitfire over many years. Not everyone, however, will have someone like Sue to talk to, and living with dementia can be very lonely. For those people, Admiral nurses employed by Dementia UK are a godsend. They provide an invaluable service to families confronting or navigating the reality of living with dementia. I recently had the pleasure of meeting Kath Hunt, who works at the Ripley branch of Nationwide Building Society. Nationwide have been partnering with Dementia UK to offer free appointments with Admiral nurses in high street branches across the country, including in Ripley. Sadly, there are far too few Admiral nurses, and whilst I'm thankful that this scheme exists, it shouldn't fall to partnerships like this for families to get support. Dementia UK recommends that Admiral or specialist nurses should be core members of multidisciplinary neighbourhood health centres to provide vital care in the community, and I wholeheartedly support this recommendation.
Yeah.
Admiral and specialist dementia nurses can also be based in hospital, but they are few and far between. When my dad was hospitalised for an infection unrelated to his dementia, he was put on a general ward. He was so ill, we thought Dad would never get out of bed. Several weeks into his hospitalisation, I saw a nurse perform what seemed a miracle. He was able to get my dad to engage and even got him to stand up. Amazed, I asked how this could be. He explained that he usually worked in the dementia ward. It was his expert skills and knowledge rather than a miracle that made the difference, but the nurse was certainly an angel in my eyes. Dementia UK is demanding that the government commit ring-fenced funding for a dementia specialist nurse service within each NHS acute trust, and Age UK is calling for urgent improvements to staff training in hospitals to ensure people with dementia have their needs fully met, and I support both of those measures. My dad's now at home and is looked after by my stepmum Kate and my brother Brad Farnsworth, supported by visiting carers. I recently asked if they have specialist training for caring for people with dementia. They hadn't, but would find it useful. They're not alone. Despite people living with dementia making up 70% of residents of older age residential care and 60% of people drawing on care at home, around 29% of social care staff have no record of dementia training. I'm calling for mandatory training for social care staff in line with the Dementia Training Standards Framework. This is absolutely essential, and I'll continue campaigning for this going forward. With the 10-year health plan for England due, this is a key moment in time. It's vital that improving dementia care is included in the NHS reforms, and I implore the government to not pass up the opportunity to at long last fix dementia care.
Manuela Patigella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I also want to thank my honourable friend for South Devon for bringing this important debate to this chamber. Dementia is one of the most urgent public health crises we face, and one that profoundly affects so many of my constituents in Stratford-on-Avon. According to Alzheimer's Research UK, 1,800 people are living with dementia in our area. The current package of care for those living with dementia is simply not good enough. Far too many of my constituents speak of delays to diagnosis, exhausted kinship carers, and of gaps in social care provision. Last year, I joined the brilliant Warwickshire Reminiscence Action Project in Stratford-upon-Avon to hear directly from people in my community living with dementia and from their carers. And the stories were heartbreaking and moving, very much like the ones I've heard today in the chamber. There are many dementia cafes and social groups around my constituency which provide information, much needed support, and memory and sensory activities. We must support care workers, including equipping them with specialist training, and kinship carers, who give everything, often with little recognition or support. Improving the availability of respite care is one step forward. I have to say that I was deeply disappointed to see that the government dropped its target of diagnosing 2/3 of those living with dementia. Early and timely diagnosis is absolutely important for individuals and their families. As my honourable friend said, we need a proper workforce plan for social care and ensure every person living with dementia receives timely, high-quality care while making sure their carers are properly supported too. Well, this can only be achieved with an early diagnosis. We also know that dementia is an intersectional issue. Those from disadvantaged backgrounds are disproportionately affected, and falling diagnosis targets and longer delays to appropriate care will fall hardest on those who can't afford to go private. It is also a rural issue. In communities like mine, the risk of isolation for dementia patients is even greater, and so is the need for strong local support. Families impacted by dementia often have to wait far too long to get that support. And make no mistake, This isn't just about compassion. Dementia already costs the UK economy 42 billion a year, and the figure is projected to more than double by 2040 if we don't act. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask that we do not roll back on care commitments and that we have a dementia care plan that eases pressure on our acute settings while giving patients and their families the support they need when they need it. Thank you.
Vicky Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for South Devon for bringing this very important debate to the House this afternoon. Also, thank you to the members for sharing such very personal testimonies, as well as bringing the broader context. I think it really adds value to what this House brings to our national conversation. As a public health consultant, I would be remiss if I did not spend a couple of minutes just talking about reducing the risk of dementia before I get on to dementia care, because only about a third of adults in the UK think that it is actually possible to reduce their risk of dementia. And I'm sure these are all really familiar to everybody and to everybody listening, but we can actually, as professionals, as healthcare professionals, as politicians, encourage people of all ages and stages of life, particularly middle-aged adults, to be more physically active, eat healthily and maintain a healthy weight, drink less alcohol, stop smoking, very apt at the moment, be socially active. So many members have talked today about being socially active, and socially isolated older adults are nearly twice as likely to develop dementia within 15 years, and also to control diabetes and high blood pressure. And if this sounds familiar, it's because we talk about this in the cardiovascular realm as well. So we should be communicating loudly. What is good for the heart is good for dementia. So moving on to dementia care, I want to talk a little bit about Worthing West and what we're doing there, and it really relates to a lot of what's been said already, and then move on to the national picture to conclude. In Worthing West, we have 2,361 people living with the condition currently, and there is a charity in Worthing West called Guild Care, which is a not-for-profit care service for older people, people with dementia, and children and adults with learning difficulties. They provide care for 120 people with dementia in their homes and a further 100 in their respite service. And I think it's great that today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have heard so much about respite service. It is so important to help people with dementia access support, care and activities that provide a healthy way of living. People visiting dementia day services experience stronger social ties, better mental health, have fewer GP visits, use less medication, sleep better, something we all need to do, and have more active, engaged minds. But we also know that respite is vital because behind each diagnosis, as we have heard today, stands an unpaid carer, often, whose careers and lives are put on hold while their own health quietly deteriorates as stress, sleep loss and isolation take their toll. And so inevitably, we see dementia rates rising. Recognising and investing in the value of respite has huge benefits. We've also heard about some innovative community care hubs across the country, and Guild Care in Worthing West are developing their own community hub to combat social isolation that provides integrated dementia care, diagnosis, support and a rich programme of activities that keep people healthy and living at home, an aspiration that we want for all of us to live well and to stay at home for as long as possible. I think that our role in government is to ensure a more coordinated system building on best practice models such as those we've heard about today, including this one from Guild Care in Worthing West. We've also touched on training today, and I would just like to say that Guild Care do deliver in-house specialist dementia training to their staff in a bespoke programme they did develop with colleagues in the Bromley Dementia Hub, so shout out to Bromley. Good research-based staff training is essential to equip care professionals to deliver compassionate, person-centred support, as so many honourable members have said today. It's the bedrock of quality care that recognise... Oh, well.
Thank you for giving way. You mentioned person-centred care in dementia. Do you agree that initiatives like Playlist for Life, which is based in my constituency, which uses meaningful music to reconnect people with dementia to their memories and their identity, should be more widely supported across the NHS?
I thank the honourable member for that intervention, and what an outstanding service that sounds. I know today actually there is a creative mental health all-party parliamentary group happening, and I think we do underestimate the benefit of exposure to all of us for the creative arts, but specifically for dementia. You're absolutely right. Thank you very much for raising that. So training is absolutely essential. Creative arts we've discussed. To conclude, I just want to talk about what that means nationally, and I just want to talk about a national social care service, a thing that I know the Minister is very well aware of. And I absolutely acknowledge that the Casey Commission is a vital step towards implementing a national care service. And the Darcy report and our recent work in the Health and Social Care Select Committee, some members of whom are here this afternoon, underlines what we all know, that we can't fix the NHS without fixing the broken social care system. The two are fundamentally interconnected, and we must not look at health or social care issues in isolation, including dementia. We must ensure that strategic plans build better integration and recognise that investment in social care is essential. It's essential to improve people's lives, moving from treatment to prevention of illness, something that has been mentioned and is absolutely pivotal to the NHS 10-year strategy, and to save the spiralling costs of the NHS of an ageing population. So I would just finally like to conclude with changing the narrative, and I think this has been touched on this afternoon, around sometimes in dementia we think about it as an illness that has no hope, and I think it's very important to look at people, and somebody has already said that 50% of us may well develop dementia in our lifetimes, and it's touched, I would say, pretty much everybody in this chamber's lives in some way or other. Care Talk recently published a comprehensive report on dementia, and like the report's authors, it's well worth reading. I would like to urge for this new narrative on dementia. The traditional narrative, as I said, surrounding dementia focuses on decline and inevitability. But, as I've already mentioned, around 40% of dementia cases might be attributable to risk factors that can be modified, and a 20% reduction in the risk factors per decade could reduce UK prevalence by 16%, even by this year. So, I'm advocating for policies which help people to live well, protecting them from illness, including dementia, and services that help people to live well with dementia, emphasising their strengths, as so many personal testimonies have already said, and supporting people and their families to better navigate the condition and contribute to their communities and across our society. Thank you.
Anne Davies.
Fawr, Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. Dementia is heartbreaking. With over 944,000 people in the UK suffering from this illness, we need to support families and sufferers in a more holistic manner. Health, as is in Scotland, is devolved in Wales to the Senedd. However, as this affects so many of my constituents, I just wanted to highlight the work which is being done within my Caerfyrddin constituency to support carers and their loved ones during this difficult period in their lives. The trajectory for dementia is upwards, with 1.6 million adults expected to suffer from the illness by 2050. 70,000 will be under the age of 65. So although it's known as an older person's disease, it is not exclusively so. Lewy body's dementia, which affected a very close friend of mine, is thought to account for 15 to 20% of the cases of dementia, and it can be so difficult to diagnose because the symptoms are so similar to Parkinson's or Alzheimer's disease. The symptoms for Lewy bodies can include hallucinations, loss of sleep, movement problems, changes in alertness and attention, and most of all, confusion. And how afraid they must feel when they know something is wrong, but can't articulate their feelings and don't know what to do or where to go for help. The same, of course, is said for their carers, their families and their loved ones. The world is turned upside down, firstly trying to navigate a diagnosis, as has already been said, but then to obtain the help that is there. And how do you find that help, and who is there to point you in that right direction? In Caerfyrddin, we have dementia groups and memory clinics, all voluntary, run by people who have walked this journey with their loved ones, people who understand and care. And the Cathem Dementia Group is one such safe space. It runs every Thursday from Llangathen Hall between 2 to 4 p.m. and serves the wider Llandeilo area and all rural villages around. And when I popped in there for a general visit in January, They wanted some way of being able to reach more people who are living with dementia, people who live rurally, who don't drive cars and don't have that support network that others have on their doorstep. So working with Dolan Teifi, a third sector volunteer transport provider, we are preparing to have transport in place for the autumn term, and working with Carmarthenshire Association of Voluntary Services will secure funding not only for this, but for other incidentals which they need to operate. Working collaboratively, we can achieve the help that these groups need. They provide safe space for sufferers of dementia, they provide support for the carers, and a chance to just have a cuppa and a chat. The groups that provide a bit of normality for just a couple of hours a week. So if anybody can help and support these groups, please do, as has already been said. They are a lifeline within my rural constituency, where if you don't drive, then you just don't go anywhere or meet anyone. So I want to give a shout out, a thank you to Dolan Teifi, a thank you to CAVS, the Carmarthenshire Association of Voluntary Services. But the biggest thanks really is to the team of volunteers and the carers who run such groups as Catherine Dementia Group.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a huge honour and privilege to follow my honourable friend and so many others who have shared personal family stories as well as wider stories about what's happening in their constituency. And I truly welcome this debate, and I thank the Honourable Member for South Devon for putting forward this discussion. Dementia care is important to many of us in this House and to the communities we represent, as we have heard. And I'd like to start by putting on record my thanks to local dementia support teams, families and volunteers involved for their work in my constituency in Peterborough. It seems fitting that we're discussing this during Volunteers Week, having heard so many of the important discussions, particularly the references the Right Honourable Friend for Wetherby and Easingwood made about how we can all play a personal role, but also encourage more volunteers in this space. And I would also like to put on record a particular call out to one volunteer in my constituency, Heather Hooper, who is a Dementia Friend Ambassador and has done so much to help me in my own journey of learning around this issue. So I'd like to thank them especially for their help and outreach work, all of the volunteers in this space, including, I said, helping me and my team. So as a new Member of Parliament, we can learn and understand not just what needs to change in the care system, but how we can support families and people with dementia as constituency MPs in dealing with the casework requests that sadly come forward so often because of the challenges in it. As many in this House will know, dementia is the leading cause of death in the UK, and 1 in 2 of us will be affected by this complex condition in our lifetime. The individual stories I've heard from local families and carers are so moving, and perhaps some of the most moving casework I've received since I've been elected. And it's absolutely heartbreaking to hear about the lack of accessible care and support too many people still face. The facts and figures are stark, beyond the human toll of the stories we've heard. Dementia UK's recent survey results are a hard read. 3/4 of respondents saying they did not receive the right care to meet their needs through the NHS. 76%, another 3/4, saying hospital care did not meet the specific needs of people with dementia. We cannot accept this, and Madam Deputy Speaker, we should not accept this. I'm hopeful that in Peterborough we can make a positive change on this. In my constituency, there's been a recent debate about the future of our Dementia Resource Centre, which is a unique partnership between families, care workers and the City Council, one of just 2 in the country following this model. It's, in effect, a one-stop centre for dementia sufferers and their families in the city. It offers vital services in the community that enable people to be diagnosed with dementia fast. It works in collaboration with GPs and other bits of the health service we've heard about so importantly, and with the local authority to give people with dementia and their loved ones the care and the support they need, but also to simplify the system so that it's based around their needs rather than expecting too many people to navigate an already complex system under the duress they may be experiencing. And I'd also like to thank the Alzheimer's Society for their dedication and work alongside the Council and other healthcare professionals in this work. With dementia rates only set to increase, centres of excellence like this in Peterborough need to be promoted across the country, as we've heard so many good examples already, and why we have fought so hard to keep it open in our city. The story of our dementia centre in Peterborough is one that we're familiar with so many services involved in local government. The accumulation of financial pressures on the council means the authority is rationalising its estate, and we've recently been through a traumatic experience of seeing whether the dementia centre, resource centre will continue to exist and where it will be moved to. But I'm pleased to say the centre is now safe, and thanks to campaigners and families, and also the incredible work of Councillor Dr Shabina Khayyam, the Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care in our council, who other friends in this house will know, we have saved the centre and found a new home for it. It will now be based in Paston Farm Community Centre, and means we've not only saved it, we have created a bespoke area where the council will continue both to invest but provide the dedicated space, not just for medical or health care, but for socialising and for families and carers to have something which is every day in their lives alongside the professional healthcare they need. Certainly.
Way, and he's given an incredibly powerful and trademark passionate speech. I just wondered if you'd add, when he's talking about the support that families need, that you'd also recognise the support that young people and particularly young carers need, because to experience a loved one suffering from dementia must be incredibly challenging for younger people as well.
Brilliant. I thank my honourable friend who has answered the question himself with the passion he has told the story. I think the role of young carers is a story this House must bear witness to, and I thank him for his point, and I particularly know my right honourable friend on the front bench there is passionate about ensuring that those people who care for loved ones facing health conditions get this recognition and support they need. So I thank him for his question, but also thank the Minister in advance for recognition of the work that he plays in this. Certainly.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and the story of his saving of his local centre rings a bell with me, because in Hazelmere, the Hunter Centre, which had been run by the Alzheimer's Society in 2017, looked like it was going to close. But because of some great work by Anne Downing, they've managed to save that centre, and it's now a thriving centre. And I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm a patron of the Hunter Centre in Hazelmere. So it can be done, not just in his constituency, not just in mine, but I'm sure across the country as well.
Is such a wonderful practical example. The only thing I would correct him in is it's not me that saved it. I think it's the campaigners and their families, and I would like to ensure the record represents that it is their work that has saved this rather than me as an individual MP. And I was glad to play my small role alongside their great efforts to hold me to account on it. Fundamentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, care belongs in the community. It is our duty to promote and support such initiatives as I've talked about, but it's also to ensure the wonderful creation of the NHS is one based on community-based care, not top-down based care. It is our duty to promote it, and I sincerely hope the type of provision, alongside the additional services my honourable friend and so many of us spoke passionately about today, is the hallmark of what comes next, and it features prominently in the 10-year plan and prominently in the remarks the Minister will shortly make. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dementia is a uniquely tragic disease because it is, after all, an attack on the mind, on one's memories. A terminal malady for which there is no current cure and which affects, I would submit, almost every family in the country. My constituent Timothy said of his family's experience with the disease, "My wife, to whom I was married for 65 years, slipped into dementia about 3 years ago. When dementia strikes, it comes slowly. We did not know what was happening, and though our children were very supportive, they could not know why one parent had dementia and the other didn't. Household management got worse, making each day a strain. My wife had been a superb cook, but I was a poor substitute. Our children tried to help, but they had their own lives to live." In my constituency of Tiverton Minehead, it is estimated that we have 1,877 people living with dementia, a figure that far exceeds the national average. And yet, in Tiverton and Minehead and rural areas up and down the country, the paucity of care provision, coupled with significant transport challenges, means that the impact of dementia care only exacerbates feelings of abandonment and isolation. Madam Deputy Speaker, It is no secret that we are an ageing society. Projections from the National Health Service indicate that we are on course to have over 1 million people living with dementia by 2030, and as many as 1.6 million by the midpoint of this century. This significant demographic shift underscores the need to expand and strengthen the workforce in the care sector through upskilling, training and retention strategies. And I speak with particular thrust as the Member of Parliament for an overwhelmingly rural area. I am all too aware of the recruitment and retention woes in remote communities where geographic isolation and resource constraints make things additionally challenging. Several members of my party have made the point about social care. I know that my party leader makes it on a daily, weekly basis at Prime Minister's questions, so I will not revisit the need for social care as it runs alongside the NHS. However, we must support our carers. Increased pay for carers is not merely a matter of fairness. It is an investment in a future where better care will inevitably lead to better outcomes for those with dementia. After all, a rising tide lifts all boats. According to the UK Dementia Research Institute, 85% of people with dementia wish to remain in their own homes. It's about time that unpaid carers, those silent heroes, are afforded the right to a carer's leave and a statutory guarantee of regular respite breaks. Before I finish, unlike other speakers, I did not talk about my family's experience with dementia until the end of my speech, because quite frankly, I thought I would cry. My brothers and I, 3 brothers and I, were lucky enough to have been brought up by an intellectual colossus, my mother Em, Cambridge educated, a city solicitor, a wonderful mother, a wonderful grandmother. Fortunately, my family is able financially to look after her, and I'm endlessly grateful to my brother and my sister-in-law for looking after her as well as they do, and to her carer, Nicolette, who comes from Romania and has literally changed her life. Somebody earlier said that it's important not to look at the sad side of things, but to look at things on the best side. I rang my mother, Mummy, last Sunday. We were laughing so much, I nearly had to put the phone down. So she might not be able to remember everything, but she's still got a sense of humour, she's still got a good appetite, and she always enjoys a wee glass of sherry. She will be here with me next Wednesday for parliamentary questions. Mummy, I can't wait to see you. I love you.
And we're in the juice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for South Devon for securing this important debate. As members across the House have rightly highlighted, dementia remains one of the most urgent health and social care challenges facing our country. One in 2 of us will be affected in our lifetime, whether through our own diagnosis or caring for a loved one or both. Within the Black Country, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 14,200 people living with dementia, of which over 3,000 live in the city of Wolverhampton. And this number is expected to more than double across the next 10 years. As lack of early diagnosis of dementia is an issue and prevents proper dementia care, considering the prevalence of dementia in our communities, I am pleased that 67% of people with dementia in Wolverhampton have been formally diagnosed as having this condition, compared to 67% nationally and 59% across the West Midlands. These are more than just statistics. Each member of these communities represents individuals, families and communities who are living with the daily realities of this cruel condition. The total annual cost of dementia in England reached £42 billion in 2024, and this cost is set to double in the next 15 years. More than half of that cost is shouldered by unpaid carers, the family members and friends who go often without support, recognition or respite. I welcome the government's recent increase in the carers allowance earnings threshold, which will enable more carers to remain in work while continuing to receive the support they rely on. This is certainly in the right direction, but if we are serious about improving dementia care, we must start with the chronic underfunding of our social care system. This system is fragmented, overstretched and under-resourced, and we cannot rely on goodwill alone. So I do urge this government to commit to a sustainable, long-term funding for our social care sector, for the workers, for community-based services and for specialist dementia provision. I'm proud that the City of Wolverhampton, which is within my constituency of Wolverhampton West, has been recognised as a dementia-friendly community by the Alzheimer's Society with over 13,000 dementia friends across the city. I would particularly like to commend the work of Owl's Cafe within my constituency, which is an independent, volunteer-led service providing a warm, welcoming space for people living with dementia and their families. With live music, hot meals and compassionate sport is a lifeline for many, and it is run entirely free of charge. These community-led initiatives are vital, but we cannot allow them to become a substitute for having a robust national care infrastructure in our NHS and our country. Volunteers and charities play an incredible role, but they cannot carry this burden alone. Dementia care should therefore be included in the NHS 10-year health plan as advocated by Dementia UK. With more specialist dementia nurses in our hospitals and in the community to deliver timely, person-centred care, which can actually then save costs by reducing the stay in hospital. It is beyond time for us now to have a properly funded, coordinated national approach to social care that ensures everyone affected by dementia can access the care and support they so crucially need. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is really important that we have timely diagnosis of dementia, particularly with what is now becoming very common, young onset dementia, and we need that with proper age-appropriate support. Dementia care is vital for the future health of us all. Yes, I'll happily give way. I've actually come to the end of my speech, but yes, I'll give.
I thank the member for giving way, albeit at the end of your speech. My constituent in Lagan Valley, Sheila, her husband took early onset dementia at the age of 38, and nobody knew what it was initially because they weren't expecting a normal, healthy 38-year-old to have early onset dementia. Would you agree with me that we need to do much more right across the UK to highlight that now dementia and Alzheimer's can happen at indeed any age?
Lady for her intervention. She is absolutely right. We do need to take urgent action and earlier, and there are cases now of people who are getting dementia without knowing that they've got that condition because there's no diagnosis even as early as the age of 50. So I do agree with the Honourable Lady. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call Claire Young. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Everyone deserves high quality care when they need it, but the sad reality is that social care services in this country are in crisis. That's particularly the case for those with dementia, who often have some of the most complex needs. And this is having a huge impact, not only on the patients, but also on their family and friends as they struggle to care for them. Richard wrote to me about his experience of being a full-time carer for his wife for 55 years. She has ataxia compounded by dementia. She's losing her ability to walk or talk, write or use the phone, or follow simple instructions. And Richard has to be with her 24/7 to ensure her safety. The daily routine starts with getting his wife out of bed, transporting her to the bathroom, helping her with the toilet, getting her into the shower, then getting in the shower with her to shower her, helping her clean her teeth, getting her back to the bedroom to dry her hair and dress her, taking her downstairs via their self-funded stair lift, getting her into a wheelchair to transport her to the dining table for breakfast, then in the wheelchair back to the lounge. And then she may sleep for a little bit, but sooner or later there'll be a call for help to go to the toilet. So it's back into the wheelchair, back on the stair lift, back on the toilet, cleaning and dressing her, back on the stair lift, back into the wheelchair, back into the lounge, where the whole palaver will repeat after 5 minutes as she has forgotten she's already been and can't be convinced otherwise. That's just one small part of a day, and it sounds relentless. And due to a recent back injury, Richard's had to employ a carer 2 mornings a week to help. He wants to care for his wife as long as he can, but one day he may have to move her to a nursing home. And that worries him. He reckons it will cost approximately £1,800 per week and rising due to the increase in national insurance. And he's now worried that in pandering to populism on immigration, the government may make it even harder to recruit carers. He says, once again, it is the least fortunate and needy of us who will bear the cost. Another constituent wrote, when my wife was first diagnosed with Alzheimer's in 2019, we were given a couple of booklets and told to prepare for the inevitable. He goes on to explain that for a couple of years, including the COVID lockdown, they saw no one apart from the occasional surgery visit, until a crisis in 2023 led to the community mental health team being involved. And for a while then, his wife got a fair amount of support, but when the mental health team deemed her stabilised, that support was withdrawn, leading to another crisis in January 2024. He's very worried that this whole cycle is going to play out again and again.
Would she give way?
I would give way.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She was talking, she reminded me of a conversation I had with William, a constituent from High Ham, who's been caring for his wife who's had Alzheimer's now for many years. He's relied on the dementia intensive support team in Yeovil, but the service has recently been reorganised. And as a result, the service has been quite fragmented across Somerset now, and there's no real central contact, no clear structure, incomplete records, leaving some carers adrift. So does my honourable friend agree with me that streamlining dementia care services is vital to ensure clarity and coordination for carers?
Absolutely. It's a very frightening situation to find yourself in, and then to have to do battle for carers who are having to do all that I have described Richard having to do, for them to, on top of that, be having to battle their way to find the services available, just adds to the problems. So my constituent says that mental health services are the Cinderella of the NHS. There's a lack of staff and resources, and it needs more financial support so that they aren't abandoning people the minute they think they can get away with it. A number of members have highlighted the importance of voluntary initiatives, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those in my Thornbury and Yate constituency, including Time for Carers, the Memory Cafes in Yate and Thornbury, and the Charfield Memory Group. Voluntary initiatives, though, are not enough to provide the support that dementia patients and their carers need. The Cross-Party Commission on Social Care is welcome, but unpaid carers, like my constituents, cannot wait 3 years. They need a fair deal now. That means respite breaks, so that they don't get to breaking point, so they can carry on caring for their loved ones as they want to do. It means ongoing support from health services, regular check-ins, not being abandoned when the immediate crisis is over. And it means having the confidence that when they do need to turn to paid carers, that those carers will be available, that they will have dementia training, and that cost won't be a barrier to using them. Thank you.
I'm now asking members to make their comments for no longer than 5 minutes. Jo Platt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the member for South Devon for bringing this really important debate to the House today. So I am speaking here today in the Chamber on behalf of the 1,422 people in Lee and Atherton living with dementia. This is above the national average, ranking 281 out of 615 nationally. But I really want to speak about the incredible work that is being done in our communities to support these individuals. So sadly, due to years of neglect and underfunding, there is no integrated dementia care pathway, and trying to navigate fragmented and complex health and social care systems can cause families to fall between the gaps and reach crisis point. The fact that dementia is having a monumental pressure on our health and social care system is all too often an afterthought. So this cruel condition is having terrible impacts on so many families. This is clear when speaking to my constituents who share with me heartbreaking stories of their struggle to access the support they need. And that's why improving dementia care within the community is essential. It can offer not just improved outcomes for those with dementia, but also for the wider health and social care system, as we've heard in this House today. At a local level, we are fortunate to have brilliant organisations that go above and beyond, offering care, comfort and invaluable support. And I want to pay tribute to my remarkable constituent, Mark Aldred, whose passion for dementia causes is nothing short of inspiring. So when he was mayor, his charity appeal partnered with the local Alzheimer's Society, and they raised an outstanding £30,000, a true testament to his unwavering commitment to making a real difference. And together with his wife Karen, Mark founded the Good Deeds Trust, a heartfelt initiative born from their deep connection with the people of our borough. Their family-run charity offers essential advice and support to those navigating the challenges of dementia. So we are also privileged to have specialist dementia nurses, and I want to pay tribute to Bridget Lawler and Caroline Clifton at Belong. It's a care home based in the heart of Atherton. So their dedication to supporting patients has earned them national recognition, and they have been shortlisted for the Admiral Nurse Award at the Dementia Care Awards. They offer invaluable advice, help arrange assessments with healthcare professionals, and provide essential guidance on securing financial support. And I could not be prouder of the staff at Belong Atherton. To see their hard work and kindness recognised at national level, it is truly inspirational. But they're also not alone. We have a pub in Tilsley, which is called the Union Arms, and it has been holding dementia meetups for the last 10 years. It's become a safe space for people living with the condition to spend time in good company. The group, known as the Forgotten Regulars, have created a fantastic support network, brightening the lives of those affected by dementia, including their families. Yet despite the incredible work that they do face a challenge with rising costs and their challenge to keep the Dementia Club running. As a dementia care research champion, I proudly stand with Dementia UK and other organisations advocating for better support to community initiatives, greater investment in research and treatment and early diagnosis to transform the future of dementia in my constituency and in the rest of the UK. Ultimately, we need to ensure a health service fit for the future, meaning improving community and primary dementia support. That starts with championing and nurturing the incredible work being done right here in our communities that make a difference and supporting those that need it.
Jarvis. Deputy Speaker, I'm incredibly grateful to my honourable friend, the member for South Devon, for securing this important debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, dementia care is in crisis. 1 in 6 hospital beds are currently occupied by someone with dementia. By 2040, it is estimated that this figure will be 1 in 4 hospital beds. We need the government to take bold, radical action to introduce a system that provides the best possible support for people with dementia and their families, and support that is easily accessible every step of the way. I have heard from many carers in my constituency of Eastleigh who are stretched to their limit, and adding to that pressure is the constant uncertainty over support. People with dementia often fall through the gaps of the health and social care service, with many assessments not designed for people with dementia. That's why I support Dementia UK's call for the government to urgently review the NHS continuing healthcare process. So can the Minister confirm whether the government are considering a specific focus on how cognitive and behavioural needs are assessed, and whether dementia specialists will be involved in the continuing healthcare assessment process? Support for carers is also incredibly important. In May 2024, Hampshire County Council changed a local support service after 12 years with very little notice. One of my constituents described how the previous provider, the charity Andover Mine, had been a lifeline for him and his wife, who was diagnosed with early onset dementia. The charity offered care advice, legal guidance, and hosted social events that helped build supportive networks at an incredibly difficult time. My constituents feel the new service is focused on short-term emergency response rather than comprehensive support. At present, the care system relies heavily on unpaid carers, usually family members. People with dementia often rely on a combination of unpaid and formal social care. 2/3 of unpaid carers are women, and 1/3 provide over 100 hours of care a week. This is a full-time job with no pay, little rest, and far too little recognition. As my constituent Julia said, post-diagnosis, there was just very little help. While caring for her husband, she found that she had to do her own research and reading to get her husband the care he needed. Despite all this, she is still concerned that her husband is better off than many others who don't have family advocating on their behalf. Clearly, there is a growing need for a minimum standard of good quality post-diagnosis support for people with dementia and their carers. I would also urge the government to commit to providing guidance and ring-fence funding to ensure there is a specialist dementia nurse service in every NHS acute trust, and I support the demand for a bold new diagnosis target, urgent action to reduce waiting lists, and improve dementia diagnosis data collection and publication to drive greater accountability. There is also a discussion to be had about dementia-specific training for care workers. Last year in England, only 45% received dementia-specific training, which highlights the scale of the problem. So will the government implement the Alzheimer's Society's recommendation that dementia training should be mandatory across the adult social care workforce? Madam Deputy Speaker, I have spoken in this chamber on previous occasions about the impact of dementia and Alzheimer's on my own family, and how after a loved one is diagnosed with this terrible disease, you lose them twice. With our rapidly ageing population, it is critical more support is given to families coping with dementia, that they don't have to jump through hoops to get support, and that those living with dementia and Alzheimer's are treated with the specialist care and the dignity they deserve.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for South Devon for bringing this debate. Caring for a relative with dementia is one of the most tremendously difficult things that many people will ever have to do, and I want to pay tribute to the many people in my constituency who are caring for a relative with dementia. I can see that it is an incredibly challenging thing to do, and I spoke to many people on the doorstep over time who had relatives who were suffering from dementia and who were finding things very very when I read the Cheshire East dementia care plan, I can see that 51% of carers providing unpaid care in my constituency are providing over 100 hours a week of unpaid care. That is the most phenomenal commitment. So thank you ever so much to the people who are doing that. I have heard the Minister speak previously about his family's experiences with this issue, and he did so extremely movingly. And I know that he is very, very committed to improving dementia care in this country. It is, however, very shocking that at present, only about 67% of people in my constituency will actually receive a dementia diagnosis. I spoke to a resident recently who explained that her mother has been in a care home with advanced dementia for 3 years, but is still undiagnosed. And whilst we do not have a full set of diagnoses, we can't ever properly explore good healthcare outcomes for people, what proportionate spend would look like, and generally how we can improve the system. A huge amount of this unpaid care is provided by women, although of course there are people of all genders providing it, and I salute everyone who does so. It is one of the reasons though why the gender pay gap doubles when women are in their 40s, and work by the Women's Budget Group has shown that as well as improving the well-being of those providing that care, investment in the care sector could create 2.7 times as many jobs as the same amount of investment in construction. I don't think we should be providing better care just because there is a good economic basis for doing so. We should be doing it because it's the right thing to do. But it is important that there would be huge economic benefits associated with doing this as well. I absolutely welcome the government's launch of an independent commission into adult social care as a first step towards creating a national care service. There has been very inconsistent funding of Admiral nurses in Cheshire East, which has led to inconsistent support. I have also been so impressed with the care that is being provided by local hospices, which have traditionally been more associated with cancer care but are now often very involved in dementia care. And I would like us to bring forward more funding for hospice care as soon as we are able to do so. I know that the services that people receive are hugely important to them, whether that's in the community or in care homes. And a dentist in my constituency has told me that due to an issue with insurance, many dentists are no longer covered to actually provide services in care homes. It's a huge loss for people. They deserve dental care. Alzheimer's UK has called for dementia training for paid carers, and I agree that that is something that we should be moving to do at pace. I want us to say thank you as well, not just to the unpaid carers, but also to the volunteers in my constituency who are doing the most incredible work. So in Congleton, we have the Congleton Lions Dementia Buddy Scheme. We have New Life Church running a Forget Me Not group for carers and those living with dementia. We have over 1,000 dementia friends within Sandbach and the Bring Me Sunshine group in Sandbach Library. We have a memory cafe in Allsager Library, in Asbury Village Hall and at Holmes Chapel Methodist Church. And I'd like to say a huge thank you to everyone involved in making Holmes Chapel a dementia-friendly village. I know I haven't actually captured the full range of support provided there, so I'm very sorry to the groups that I may not have picked up on. But I have just been absolutely staggered in researching this speech in the absolute variety of services provided on an unpaid basis by people across my community. It is just absolutely staggering. But it doesn't take away from the fact that we absolutely need the right paid services, home first and subsequently in care homes where that becomes the right thing for a family. I want to say thank you to everyone who is providing enormous support for the people who they care for and for our entire society. And I know that members across the House will agree that we need to provide more support to those giving that care. Thank you.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend from South Devon for bringing this debate to the House. I'd just like to give credit to the member for Hartlepool, whose touching tribute to their father reminded me of the grandfather that I knew and loved before dementia slowly stripped me of that man. Dementia is a particularly cruel terminal illness and the leading cause of death in the UK. We each know somebody who is watching or who has watched somebody they love slowly fade from dementia. One day, some of our own children will slowly be robbed of us. Perhaps in time, my daughter will slowly suffer my own withdrawal. The very foundations of our characters are the memories of lives lived and friends and families loved. Dementia steals away those memories. And with each memory lost, so too is a little more of that person. Children and grandchildren, once a source of joy and warmth, become strangers as the void left by lost memories is filled with confusion and fear. Confusion which chips away at confidence whilst fear eats away at empathy. Once only a shadow of the person we love remains, dementia takes their independence. It comes for their speech, their ability to walk and even to eat. For those who shoulder the burden of care, the impact is profound, provoking competing feelings of sadness, anger, but also pride. Many do not realise that they are carers and soldier on in their duty to their loved ones without external support. Young carers, such as those I met recently in Twigworth, shoulder their additional responsibility through the most challenging period of their own development. Many do not know they are carers, and too many are not identified as such by their schools nor their authorities. The financial burden of dementia to the UK economy is £42 billion per year, and £26 billion of that is borne by informal carers. Patients and carers alike are failed by dual crises in social care and the NHS, and the stresses imposed on patients only hastens their decline. Liberal Democrats have consistently called on this government to address the growing social care crisis with a long-term plan, and I will reiterate that we cannot adequately support the NHS without addressing social care. Other members have spoken at length about measures the government can take. I will not repeat those, but I will say that one area the government can move quickly in is that of dementia care skills through tailored training for our health and care workers to better understand the needs of dementia patients. Too often care is not adequately tailored for dementia. In Tewkesbury constituency, I'm proud to have Gloucestershire's sole dementia-only nursing home, Wentworth Court. I'll be visiting this week to listen to their needs and learn from their experience, and I'll follow up by writing to the Secretary of State. Thank you.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thought this evening that I might praise the House of the story of Pat and John Hurst from my constituency. Pat was a nurse. She qualified in 1975 at Leeds General Infirmary, and the following year she met John while studying in Liverpool. They married in 1978 and raised their 3 sons and settled in Stockton. Now, Pat returned to work after she'd had her children, initially in nursing homes, caring for residents with dementia, and then later at North Tees University Hospital, where she worked for over a decade. In the final months of her time at the hospital, her performance as a nurse began to decline. Now, unbeknownst to colleagues and to her family, Pat was displaying the early symptoms of frontotemporal dementia, which we heard about earlier from the member from South Devon. But her work colleagues didn't realise this, and so disciplinary action was initiated. Now, John believed she would have been dismissed, but Pat instead decided to retire on her 60th birthday before the end of that year. In early 2012, Pat experienced swallowing difficulties. She underwent tests across several hospitals, and the diagnosis came. No further explanation was provided other than a referral to the local memory clinic. I think this is an experience that many people with dementia have. Now, that evening, John sat at his computer and he searched online for more information. There, alone in his own home, he learned that the average life expectancy from diagnosis was between 2 and 20 years. He hadn't realised until that point that dementia could be a terminal illness. And I think we'd all agree there must be a better way of finding out such devastating news. Pat remained unaware of her surroundings and of her loved ones until the very end. She remained aware of them until the very end. In the final 2 years, she lost the ability to speak and could only communicate with her eyes. John recalls the look of fear in her eyes when it became clear that end-of-life care was beginning. At that point, she was fully aware she was saying goodbye to her husband and to her sons. Their grandson, Henry, is now 2 years old, and he'll never know his granny, but John is determined that Henry and others of his generation should grow up in a world where dementia can be diagnosed early, managed better, and ultimately cured. John now volunteers with Alzheimer's Research UK, and he recently completed a walk from Teesside to Newcastle to raise awareness and funding. For those not familiar with the area, that is quite a long distance, and even walking he got there faster than he would have done on the Durham coastline. In Stockton, we've got about 1,300 people who are suffering from dementia, but it takes 6 weeks longer for a dementia diagnosis in Stockton North than the national average. Now, it's clearly we do need to ensure that people are diagnosed early before symptoms become apparent. But I think it's also important that we raise awareness with the public and employers that early onset dementia can and does affect people before retirement age, so people don't suffer the kind of treatment that Pat did in her last year of her employment. The impact of dementia too, whilst it adds is a difficulty for a parent, it adds a new dimension when that person is diagnosed at the age of 30 or 40. Now, we've heard already, if nothing changes, 1 in 2 of us will be affected by dementia, either individually or living as a carer or both. And John speaks not only for himself and for Pat, but for the thousands of families across Stockton North and the country who are facing this condition. I think we owe it to John and to other families to ensure that the experience of dementia is no longer defined by lengthy waits, lack of information, and financial hardship, or indeed improved by people like John walking very long distances from Teesside to Newcastle, but instead by early intervention, compassionate care, and meaningful progress through research.
Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I start by thanking the member for South Devon for securing this debate, and also to so many members across this House who've shared passionate stories either of themselves or constituents. And there are far too many people across the UK living with dementia, a cruel and progressive condition that robs them of their memory, speech and independence. And for every person with dementia, there is often a family doing everything they can behind closed doors to hold things together. And indeed, I've heard from so many today, and one of those is my constituent Claire. Claire describes her mother Christine as a vibrant and sociable woman. She was a devoted mother, a church flower arranger, and a proud Harpenden resident of nearly 40 years. But in her early 60s, Christine started showing signs of confusion, withdrawal and mood swings. Her family noticed something was off, but like so many others, did not assume it was dementia. Even medical professionals overlooked these signs. Christine's story took a devastating turn in 2018, just 4 weeks after her daughter Claire had given birth to twins. And what should have been a joyful and tender time in their family's life, Christine had suffered a cardiac arrest. That moment plunged her into mid-stage vascular dementia, a terminal diagnosis with no treatment or cure. After Christine's diagnosis, the family was visited by a nurse once and then told they were being discharged. They received no care plan nor long-term guidance. From then on, care fell entirely to the family. Claire's dad, a retired engineer, became a full-time carer overnight. He learned to administer insulin, to manage medicine, and joined online courses alongside his daughter Claire. Unfortunately, support for the family care came when Dementia UK got involved in March 2020. That was great, but it was too late to change the trajectory and was tragically interrupted by the pandemic. Admiral nurses who provide expert guidance for families like Claire's could have made all the difference, but demand continues to outstrip supply. And yet through it all, Claire created something positive. She saw firsthand the extraordinary power music had to reach her mum, even in the late stages of her dementia. So she set up Sing From Her Heart, a community sing-along for people with dementia, both in care settings and online. And it was a real pleasure to visit them in the Willow Court care home and hear Claire play along and the residents enjoying that. And it is now a lasting tribute to her mother, who passed away in April last year, aged 73. Alongside Sing From the Heart in Harpenden and Berkhamsted, we also have the Memory Cafe at Harpenden Trust or Open Door. There are so many volunteers, as mentioned today, who are working to give that care in the community. And everyone with dementia deserves high quality care whenever they need it. And Liberal Democrats want everyone to be able to live independently and with dignity and receive any care they need in their home whenever possible. That's why we have routinely called on the government to act now. Their decision to quietly drop cross-party talks on social care and to push the delivery of the Casey Commission's recommendations to almost a decade away will leave many with dementia and their families paying the price. So does the government accept that dementia care is in crisis and commit now to better funding so families in this country do not go through the same hardships of receiving care like Claire and Catherine? Thank you.
I'm now going to be asking members to keep their comments to around, in fact, no more than 4 minutes. Brian Leishman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. All politics is of course personal, and I'd like to thank both Right Honourable and Honourable members for sharing their personal experiences today. 3 years ago, Clackmannanshire became home to the Alzheimer's Scotland Brain Health and Dementia Resource Centre. Debbie Cassidy, a constituent of mine, alongside other local women, raised in excess of £100,000 and created a first for our country, a dedicated brain hub that helps people understand and manage the factors that affect brain health and what potentially leads to dementia. A terrific achievement and an inspirational example of what can be achieved by local people when backed with the right support. And while talking of support, for years Ludgate House in Alloa has been instrumental in providing specialist respite care for people and families with many complex needs, including dementia. Clackmannanshire residents with dementia have received the most compassionate, attentive and brilliant care from the staff. The same dedicated staff that have provided peace of mind to families, allowing them to take a much needed break from their caring responsibilities. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is uncertainty around the future of the respite unit at Ludgate House. This is a consequence of the chronic underfunding and systemic issues within our Scottish social care system. The possible fate of the respite unit at Ludgate House is representative of a broader crisis in dementia care. In Scotland, over 90,000 people are living with dementia, a number projected to rise by 50% by 2040. With that alarming prediction, the removal of the respite unit would leave a significant void in our community, depriving families of essential support and placing additional strain on already overstretched health services. In fact, a recent report from Alzheimer's Scotland highlighted the lack of strategic planning and commissioning for long-term care, noting that many people with advanced dementia face monthly care bills of thousands of pounds. And, like people from all over the UK, families from Clackmannanshire have been and continue to be victims of the cost of living crisis. So the possibility of losing the respite unit at Ludgate House, frankly, does not bear thinking about. So in response, I am working with the staff and have set up a campaign to keep the respite unit open and press the Integration Joint Board for clarity, transparency and, above all else, the continued delivery of this vital service. The Scottish Government must invest in dementia care, allocating sufficient funding to support existing facilities and develop new community-based care models. There must be equitable access to dementia care, regardless of financial circumstances. And we must support people with dementia, their families, carers, and the staff affected by the uncertainty surrounding Ludgate House and, of course, facilities all across Scotland and the UK facing very similar problems.
Brian Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for Member for South Devon for bringing this important debate. In my constituency of Melksham and Devizes, an estimated 1,638 people are living with dementia, which is above the national average. However, beyond those numbers are the stories of individual people, each with their own unique experience of living with dementia. Dementia does not discriminate. It can impact anyone, robbing them of their best memories and devastating families and friends in its wake. I would also like to commend those who dedicate themselves to caring and supporting for those with dementia. I've been lucky enough to meet some of them in Melksham and Devizes, and I visited a branch of the Nationwide Bank in Devizes recently, who have been hosting dementia-friendly sessions and acting as a support hub for those with dementia. It was truly heartwarming to see the friendships and bonds formed between the regular customers and the staff, who've undertaken special training to help them. But I must also point out the impact that the hike in employers' national insurance contributions is having on care providers, including those with dementia. The care sector already operates on a razor-thin margin, and these rises have increased the operational costs drastically, affecting not only the budgets of individuals and local authorities who will be picking up this added burden, but also hospices, which have been mentioned before. And these are being faced with difficult choices over who they can care for and for how long, and how to raise sufficient funds to continue operating. Thank you.
Serena Brackenridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I must also thank the Honourable Member for South Devon for bringing this important debate, particularly as dementia is the defining health and social care challenge of our time. And it's now a leading cause of death in the UK, and 1 in 2 of us will be affected in our lifetime, whether that's through receiving a diagnosis ourselves or caring for a loved one, or both. Yet despite the scale and impact of this condition, people affected by dementia continue to face a fragmented system, a system that too often leaves without the support that they need when they need it most. Navigating a complex web of health and social care services is exhausting, and for many families it leads to a crisis before help actually arrives. Madam Deputy Speaker, as my honourable member outlined, it is a postcode lottery. But I am so proud that in Wolverhampton we are a dementia-friendly city. Through Dementia Connect, a personalised support service from the Alzheimer's Society, people can access a wide range of help, whether it's emotional support, advice on benefits, connecting to local support groups, or practical tips to live with dementia. This service makes a real difference to enhance the quality of life for patients and their families. But alongside this, Wolverhampton's wider dementia pathway, memory clinics, community health teams, Admiral nurses, dementia cafes and carer support services form a crucial safety net for families that are under immense pressures. To every NHS worker, social care professional, all the volunteers and army of unpaid workers who provide support for patients and families in Wolverhampton North East, I say thank you. It's their knowledge, their lived experiences and absolute dedication that's deeply valued and appreciated. But local services can only go so far. And that's why I am urging the government to make dementia a core priority in the upcoming NHS 10-year plan. And I ask the Secretary of State and the Minister to listen to leading experts such as Dementia UK and Age UK to ring-fence funding for dementia specialist nurses within every NHS acute trust, to embed dementia specialist nurses such as Admiral nurses in neighbourhood health centres, to tackle the delays and disparities in dementia diagnosis. As of April 2025, only 65% of those aged 65 or over have been estimated to have dementia as a recorded diagnosis. And finally, to ensure investment in diagnostic capacity, including memory clinics, and address the growing concerns among older people and unpaid carers about their ability to access these vital services. Dementia is not just a clinical condition, it's a personal crisis that unfolds in so many living rooms, GP surgeries, hospital wards and care homes across our country. So let's not allow this to be a geography roulette to determine the dignity that is needed for every person that's affected by dementia.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dementia is such a cruel disease, but let's be clear, it is not simply part of getting old, and yet too often it is treated as though it is inevitable. In my constituency of Mid Dorset and North Poole, the number of people living with dementia is nearly 40% higher than the national average. 1 in every 45 adults of all ages has been diagnosed, and we know the true number is even higher when we include those not diagnosed. Family members who provide such amazing care are relying so heavily on community groups like Stepping Stones, led by my predecessor and good friend Dame Annette Brooke, their tea with jigsaws and their tea dances providing moments of joy, and the Leonardo Trust providing grants for unpaid carers. And I want to thank the fantastic work of the East Dorset Museum, who recruited residents to crochet over 8,000 forget-me-nots, which decorated the town of Wimborne last month. Neurological conditions like dementia are the leading cause of illness globally, and as our population ages, the challenge will only grow. But dementia is not just a disease of old age. Some of the most heartbreaking cases are among younger people. A neighbour of mine in Broadstone, proud veteran, builder, father, was diagnosed in his early 50s. I watched him go from walking past our house without recognising us, to needing a carer by his side, to now living full-time in a care home. His daughters, who once played with mine, will never have their father walk them down the aisle. His wife will never share the retirement they dreamed of. And that's why I did not hesitate to become a dementia research champion. Because if we don't understand how the brain works and how to stop it from failing, then we don't get the benefits of extended life expectancy. And today, the Daily Mirror has reported over 100 new drugs are in development to halt dementia. Scientists saying we are at the start of a journey to a cure. Of these drugs, 86% could halt or reverse the disease. But research alone is not enough, and we must transform the care that we give. Like other members, my constituents are facing a battle just to get the care they need. Andrew was told that his wife Tricia didn't qualify for NHS continuing health care because it did not meet the NHS-funded nursing criteria of being short-term or optimum potential, despite changing on a daily basis. The council eventually stepped in, but not until Andrew himself had become ill. Why is nursing care not being picked up by the NHS? Surely that's what it's for. Another constituent, Emma Jane, told me about her mother, who has dementia, paranoia and has become abusive. Her father, who had protected his family for so long, once spent the night in a park just to escape. Yet a social worker decided that her mother could not go into care home because her mother had wanted to stay at home, despite acknowledging that she lacked the capacity to make the decision.
and after accessing respite care when the family reached crisis, Emma Jane is now funding care privately while she battles the council because her father simply can't cope. This is intolerable. Families are breaking, councils are overwhelmed, and Kevin wrote to me about his Aunt Jean, now 92, who entered a care home 8 years ago. The family home has gone, the money is gone, the council must step in. But the care home fees are nearly double the local authority cap. And even with Jean's pension and a discount from the care company, there's a £300 a week shortfall, leaving the family to choose between paying out of their own pocket or moving her from the place she's called home for nearly a decade. To put it into perspective, the cost of caring for Jean for 1 year after her pension contribution is equivalent to the total annual council tax of 24 households. If every dementia patient in my constituency needed council tax funded care, it would consume the council tax of 43,000 homes, and I only have 44,000 in the whole constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must act. We must invest in research, we must support carers, and we must reform how we fund and deliver care. And I call on the Minister to push for faster progress on the Casey report. There is no choice. The cost of inaction is too high for our families, our communities and our country.
Douglas McAllister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no doubt that dementia is the biggest health challenge of our time. It's the leading cause of death in the UK, and there won't be a single family across our country who isn't touched by this illness, and I suspect most, if not all of us in this House will be no different. I look to my own experience with my mum, who developed the condition when she was aged around 62 or 63. My mum, Phyllis McAllister, a nursing sister and a midwife, a carer by profession, and also an unpaid carer to my late father after he suffered a stroke, until she could care no more, the carer now needing care. It's often said that it can be a postcode lottery when it comes to the provision of dementia care, both at home and then residential care. My family and I are very fortunate in that our experience was a positive one. The provision of dementia healthcare services is the responsibility of local integrated healthcare boards. That's the case across the UK. My Labour-run administration in West Dunbartonshire provided outstanding home care services on a daily basis to allow my mother to remain within her home for as long as possible. However, the highly dedicated team of home carers are often expected to do more for their clients with reduced times. The consequences of cuts to local government and health and social care budgets from central government over the last decade, they are played out at the front line of dementia care. I served as a councillor at West Dunbartonshire for 21 years, and I'm very proud of our record in the provision of dementia care. As an administration, we took the bold step, the brave yet correct decision that we would continue to offer local authority-run residential care homes. We built 2 large state-of-the-art care homes, one in Dumbarton, Crosslet House, and one in Clydebank, Queen's Quay, where my mother now receives quite outstanding care by a highly dedicated team of care staff, which my brother and I are so appreciative of. I refer to this because it demonstrates what all local authorities and integrated care boards could and should provide, given the correct support and funding from central government. I want my UK Labour government to prioritise a society where every person with dementia receives high-quality, compassionate care from diagnosis through to end-of-life care. We must commit to improving dementia care and empower our local leaders with the autonomy they need to provide the best services to their local community. And that means this UK Labour government learning the lessons of SNP failure. Early this year, the Scottish Government formally abandoned its National Care Service plan, scaling back their flagship policy of centralised control under a single national body, wasting time and money. £30 million wasted, money that could have delivered 1 million extra hours of care, stopped care packages being cut and provided the essential dementia care that families across Scotland are so desperate for. But central government does have a role. The 10-year health plan of this Labour government provides a key opportunity to fix dementia care. It starts with a blueprint for transforming early dementia diagnosis. Diagnosis late in the progression of the disease costs all of us so much more. Early diagnosis is vital to ensure people with dementia can access the treatment and support they need, and our 10-year plan should include bold, brave commitments to funding and providing our NHS new groundbreaking treatment, medicines and research, including clinical trials on promising new dementia drugs. And I will conclude by urging the Minister to commit our Labour Government to improving dementia care across the board: causes, diagnosis, prevention, treatment, care and support. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to share today some of my experiences, and with her support, some experiences had by my office manager, Becca. Becca and I agreed that the issue we wanted to raise as part of this debate today was dignity. Becca's nan, Pat, lived with dementia for over a decade. She received care both at home and later in a specialist dementia care home. At home, the care she received was poor. When carers visited, Pat was left in inappropriate clothing, unwashed, or not taken to the toilet. Her husband, then in his late 80s, and their daughters were left to care for her. When Pat moved into a care home, the quality of care improved. The staff clearly cared for her, and over time, she became one of the longest residing residents. Some carers treated her like family. But even in a good care home, the pressures of understaffing meant that dignity was often the first thing to be compromised. Pat's husband and daughter visited her every day. They noticed that she was frequently dressed in clothes that didn't belong to her, despite everything having clearly been labelled. Sometimes other residents wore outfits that her family had chosen for Pat. As a result, Pat was often left in ill-fitting clothes. Worse, carers did not always have the time to take Pat to the toilet. Pat's daughter would have to raise that she had to go to the toilet or that she needed to be cleaned and dressed. Every day she had to advocate for her mother to ensure that she was treated with the dignity that she deserved. My nan, Hilda Duffield, was born Hilda Cornt in 1918. By the time she was 90, Hilda, Nan, was losing mobility and was suffering memory loss. Ted, my granddad, had become her devoted carer and took over all of the domestic tasks. After some time, Nan was diagnosed with dementia, and I remember the disease becoming increasingly entangled and amplifying her already worrisome nature. She started to become angry, flying off the handle with stress over where Grandad was, whether he was in the next room or he'd popped to the shop. And the disease took an increasing hold over her as time progressed. Nan and Grandad continued to manage together for several years, and the situation changed rapidly when Grandad became ill himself in autumn 2012. When he was admitted to hospital, it was clear that Nan needed full-time care herself. After a few weeks in residential care, she was moved to the same nursing hospital as Grandad. She was present at his bedside when he died in January 2013. They'd been married for 73 years. With Grandad's death, Nan's dementia worsened. She was moved to a care home near my uncle Neil in Bolton, as he and my aunt Eileen would be able to spend time with Nan during the day. I, however, never saw Nan again after she moved to Bolton. By all accounts, by that stage, she had no memory of me or much of my family. She spent her days hallucinating. She'd become abusive to care home staff, and I remember my uncle Neil telling me how he now regularly heard her screaming words that he didn't know that she knew at people who were trying to help her. We'd decided as a family that there was no benefit to me or several other of my family members visiting. Better for everyone who could to remember her as she was before her mind was taken by that cruel disease. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. I never will. But by the end, like Pat and so many who suffer with dementia, she had lost her dignity to that disease. She'd lost for her. In Erewash and across the country,
I became involved because of loved ones who acquired the disease. In my case, it was my mum, Angela, who at the age of 64 was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. And I cared for her along with my stepfather and brother until she died in 2012. I then became a Dementia Friends champion, the first MP to do this, which allowed me to do a number of Dementia Friends sessions, and as a consequence we have hundreds of people in Oldham. A Dementia Friendly Oldham has been set up. We have an annual memory walk and lots of groups that support families affected by dementia, and I'm very proud of that. I appreciate the government has yet to publish any plans in relation to dementia, but given, as we've heard today, that dementia is the leading cause of death, above heart disease, above cancer, affecting nearly 1 million people, an equivalent number of carers. I know that he will give this the focus and attention it deserves. We've also heard in terms of the number of people in NHS beds, a quarter of NHS being occupied by people with dementia, fit and able to be discharged, but are not able to be because of the crisis in social care. Very, very briefly, I'm conscious that...
I appreciate the Honourable Member for giving way. People with degenerative conditions stay under consultant care, but after 18 months, my constituent with Alzheimer's was discharged with no monitoring and no access to a specialist nurse unless referred via a very lengthy GP process. He told me he feels abandoned. Does the Honourable Member agree that dementia must be treated as seriously as other long-term conditions and that every person with dementia should have access to a specialist nurse and annual health and care review?
That's a very long question. I certainly believe that we need to improve the care. Obviously, dementia is an umbrella term for several different diseases, and we can't make recommendations that are applied to each specific disease. I think that, unfortunately, hasn't had the airing that it might have had. The APPG has undertaken a number of inquiries I'm incredibly proud of. Workforce Matters was one a couple of years ago, which is still very relevant today, and we've heard some of the recommendations around specialist care. But we do have, unfortunately, a postcode lottery. The APPG had some fantastic examples of care, but also some not so great examples, and a 2000 value survey. So lots to do there, and I hope the Minister will look at those recommendations. The Raising the Barriers report around the inequalities in dementia diagnosis needs further attention, and it's not just by geography, it's also by different cohorts of people. But in my last minute, have I got two there? I can't see that far, but I just wanted to talk about prevention. Again, we've only had a little reference to that. Actually, we're seeing that people are, as we know, with young onset dementia, we're also able to track at the age of 30 when people are starting to get the changes in their brains associated with these different cognitive diseases. What's good for your heart is good for your health, but there are also some other things to consider. So reducing air pollution, we talked about obviously heart disease and smoking is a real no-no, as is obesity and high blood pressure. But hearing loss as well, issues around hearing, really important to be on top of that. Excess alcohol consumption, over 18 units a week, 14 per week for healthy lives, but 18 is excessive for dementia. Social isolation, really bad. And then traumatic brain injury, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm supporting Football Families for Justice, run by Nobby Stars' son, to try and get some compensation and support for footballers who have been affected through their career and are suffering from brain diseases as a consequence of that. And we're calling on football authorities to take their responsibilities. The footballers now are paid fantastically. That's not the case in the past, and we need to make sure that they are cared for. This is an occupational disease. Thank you.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for South Devon for bringing this very important debate. And we have heard very, very many moving speeches in this debate this afternoon, and I must say it's been a great honour to sit and listen to this. Listen, we must remember that dementia is not a fact of life or something everyone must face as they get older. It is not inevitable as a part of ageing. Dementia is a disease, a dreadful disease at that. 1.5 million people will be living with dementia in this country by 2040. So let's treat dementia with the same seriousness that we treat all other deadly conditions. Let's not neglect dementia simply because it disproportionately affects older people. So at present, we have a fragmented and complex health system that doesn't provide a clear enough route for people with dementia. Let's improve specialist dementia support in hospitals and in the community. It is simply our duty to do this. So £42.5 billion was the estimated economic impact of dementia in the UK last year. By contrast, we learned yesterday that the defence budget, £58 billion, and it suggested that the dementia budget by 2040 would be £90 billion. So something must be done. Now, improving the treatment of dementia in our communities and in primary care settings will help certainly free up hospitals and the care systems, because as we've heard, people with dementia occupy 1/4 of all the hospital beds in the country. Let's move dementia treatment into the communities, specialist nurses in the communities to ease the pressure. Dementia is not inevitable. We must be bold and optimistic, forward-thinking, and prepared to deploy radical advances in science to tackle the condition. So let's support our scientists and our researchers as they strive to develop more effective treatments and make progress towards curing the disease that causes it. So let's support research by enabling the NHS to empower its clinicians to conduct research and to use patient data. Now, that would help facilitate medical research and increase the number of clinical academics, whose number have been declining for much too long. Now, I was delighted to hear the member sitting behind me talk about hearing loss. Many members will know that I am an ENT surgeon. Hearing loss is absolutely central to the problem of people withdrawing from the society in which they live. The simple testing of hearing and the provision of hearing aids will do much to help. And I urge members of a certain age to consider having a hearing test themselves. Now, I am interested in knowing what we can do about patient data. If researchers across the country could run studies on 67 million people, we will accelerate progress towards cure. Artificial intelligence could be set to work analysing these data sets, providing rich sources of longitudinal data to inform future research and cures. We already have artificial intelligence to model the folding of proteins that cause the disease. So, to secure the benefits, let's do something about the collection of medical information, prioritise openness by giving patients access to their medical records, allowing to see how the information is being used to support the NHS. This is actually something we could do to help. Thank you.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Dr Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for securing this really important debate today. And listening to all the stories from all sides of the House, it is quite clear that this isn't simply a political debate, but it is deeply personal to pretty much everyone who is here. Now, my father, he had dementia as well, and he's a typical Irish farmer. He was, very strong-willed, he's physically tough, fiercely independent, and he's used to working all hours of the day. And so watching that man slip away, so becoming increasingly confused and anxious and very often unreasonably angry, it was one of the most heartbreaking experiences of my life. And I know I'm not alone in experiencing a very similar story. And many members have said, actually, that it is with dementia, you lose the person you love twice, like first slowly, piece by piece, and then again at the end. And while the final loss, it can feel like a relief, it's actually sort of grief that has gone on. It's like a prolonged bereavement, and the grief has started sometimes years before that. So it's a brutal disease, not just for those who are experiencing it, but for those who are caring, their spouses, children, families. It's the relentless emotional toil, sleepless nights, endless juggling, the silent mourning that... It's all happy give way.
For giving way. He shares the experience of losing his father. I indeed lost my father in the same way, and he too was a proud farming man. But I wanted to raise an issue that a constituent raised with me. She contacted me about her father, James. He's currently alone in a room in a hospital, and he is scared to mix with other violent dementia patients. He wants to be at home. The family wants him to be at home, but there's barriers within social care in Somerset at the moment. So does he agree with me that dementia patients should be able to live independently at home with dignity and receive the care that they...
Order. Danny Chambers.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. Yes, and empowering people to live as independently as possible is hugely important. For me, for many years actually, there was guilt. I felt a lot of guilt for the moments of resentment that you feel for the way it's affecting your job, your career, for losing patience when you're facing the anger of someone that you're trying to care for. I remember Dad didn't really understand that all we're trying to do is help. And the member for Whitby made a very... So Wetherby, sorry, member for Wetherby. I wish I'd understood at the time when we were caring for my father, the very insightful piece of advice he said is don't argue with people. There's no need to correct their current understanding of the world. My grandfather was born in 1870. My father kept asking where he was, and we're trying to explain, he'd be 130 now if he was still. Why didn't we just... Why did we have these discussions? And I think that is a hugely important and emotive piece of advice. Yes, I will give way.
Thank him for giving way. When I led a district council, one of the things that we tried to do was make sure that we were taking initiatives that made us more dementia friendly, and there is some excellent training out there run by Alzheimer's Society. I wonder whether he would agree with me that that's something that maybe all MP offices should be seeking to do so that we can be compassionate in the way that he describes.
There's no way, I completely agree with what the honourable member has just suggested, and there's no way you can approach dementia without a huge amount of compassion and empathy. So this... Yes, I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for drawing attention to that issue of not seeking to correct those with dementia as to where they are in that particular moment. But I think in that respect, dementia care and understanding has come a long way. And in fact, that is now the standard, is that you don't seek to try and correct where someone thinks they might be. And I thank him for raising that issue here in the chamber, along with my honourable friend, the member for Easing Wold and somewhere else.
I thank my friend for that intervention. And yes, I remember trying to explain to my father that the sheepdogs, which he loved training, he didn't recognise it as his own dog anymore, which is very unusual for a farmer. And there's no need to really have that discussion, because but it was heartbreaking. The dog loved my dad, and Dad not recognising him anymore was very upsetting. But this all still feels very raw. But my story, as can be seen today, is not in any way unique. There's so many families, like in Winchester and around the whole country, experiencing something very, very similar. This heartbreaking journey. And caring for my father is one of the hardest things that my family have ever done. And I just want to pay tribute to my mother, who bore the brunt of caring for my father for many years. My sister Irene helped hugely for years and years. My cousin Patrick, our neighbours, James and Debbie Hodgson, that we couldn't have managed without them. But the truth is, especially near the end, we couldn't have done it without the extraordinary support of the care workers who had come and help on a regular basis. Because their compassion, their skill and their dedication really helped get us through some of the darkest days. And I remember the dedication was extraordinary. One of our care workers would come in. Dad, he loved singing, and she had printed out some of the songs that Dad knew, some Old Methodist hymn, The Old Rugged Cross, and Danny Boy, which was his favourite song, and it's the song that I'm named after. He might not have remembered our dog, but he could remember every word of Danny Boy when he was singing it. It's quite extraordinary, that the dedication that care workers do to find out someone's favourite song and then sing it with them. So these same care workers, they're vital, they're skilled, they're often underpaid, undervalued, and they're stretched beyond endurance. And we just cannot allow that to continue. And that is why the Liberal Democrats were calling for urgent and meaningful reform of social care, reform that starts with recognising and properly rewarding and supporting the workforce that underpins it. So we've been calling for a national social care workforce plan, not for the can being kicked further down the road, but a real plan to address recruitment, retention and training with practical steps to fix the staffing crisis. Because we want to establish a Royal College of Care Workers to give care professionals the recognition and career development they deserve. And at this moment, I'll pay tribute to Liz Blacklock from Winchester, who runs Lapis Care, based in Bishop's Roltham, and I went out with them a few weeks ago on some visits. She's long been calling for a formal register of care workers, which would be one of the functions of any new Royal College of Care Workers. Liberal Democrats were also calling for a national carers register, so that all unpaid family carers can be better supported, for example, with statutory respite care. And we're also calling for a higher carers minimum wage, because paying poverty wages for such emotionally and physically demanding work is not only unjust, it's short-sighted, it drives burnout, turnover, and ultimately worse care.
Yeah.
Let's be clear. Dementia is not going away. 1 in 3 people born today will develop it. My friend from Worthing West was, with her public health experience, was very insightful with all her advice on how we can help prevent dementia. The financial pressures on local authorities, Madam Deputy Speaker, driven in large part by adult social care, are among the most urgent political challenges of this decade. And in Winchester, the Chesel Lodge Day Centre provides essential care for older adults, including those with dementia. It is an important service, providing respite care for family members. And Hampshire County Council is threatening to withdraw funding, and this could overwhelm unpaid carers, forcing loved ones into residential care, which in the end will cost the council and taxpayers more. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll just finish by saying that with the political will, proper investment and genuine commitment to valuing care work, we can build a system that supports people with dementia in dignity and gives their families the help and hope they so desperately need.
Shadow Minister Dr Luke Evans.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we've established that dementia is a thief, not once, but twice. First the mind, then the memories, leaving the greatest pain not with the sufferer, but with those who remember. I'd like to thank the member for South Devon for securing such an important debate and speaking so passionately and openly about her story, as did many across this House. And I'd also like to thank Alzheimer's Society, Alzheimer's Research UK, Dementia UK, and all those people who advocate for dementia and their families. Because as we've heard, there are 1 million people living with dementia in the UK, projected to rise to 1.4 million by 2040. 1 in 6 hospital beds are occupied by dementia patients, and dementia sufferers are 3 times more likely to see their GP. And modelling suggests that 70% of care home residents are people living with dementia. Now, in this House, I've often enjoyed the tired lines from the opposition about how the Conservatives never did enough on X or Y or Z. And as Labour are ably demonstrating, it's easy to stand across the aisle and say nothing is ever enough. But as they are learning, delivering the real world is far harder and demanding than from the sidelines. And on dementia, the Conservative governments led from the front: more funding, better diagnosis, and a national commitment to change lives. Now, we all agree we must continue to do more. But to do that, you need direction and action, and that's what we're exploring here today, almost 1 year on from the introduction of a Labour government. Of course.
The Shadow Minister can remind us in terms of the commitment in 2019, the Conservative manifesto around the dementia moonshot, and when they, when that was delivered.
I'm very grateful, and if the lady will bear with me, I'm actually going to canter through what we've done in the last 14 years, because it was, after all, the premiership of Lord Cameron who set the challenge for dementia and the ambition for England to be, I quote, the best country in the world for dementia care and support for people with dementia, their carers and their families to live. So, On to the point. 2012, the Prime Minister set the challenge to make us a global leader, increase awareness and research. This included the Dementia Friends initiative, a public campaign to boost understanding with over 1 million dementia friends trained by 2015. Increased research funding, doubling from 2010 to 2015. In 2015, the Prime Minister's challenge on dementia to 2020, setting national goals for diagnosis rates, care quality and research impact, including dementia diagnosis rates with a national target of 66.7% met in 2015. 2016 and 2017, the UK Dementia Research Institute, launched under Theresa May, was a flagship initiative which was backed by £290 million for the government and for charities. This was actually delivered at £300 million in dementia research innovation by March 2020, a full year ahead of schedule. We then had the NHS long-term plan in 2019, which committed to enhance the diagnosis. 2019, we had the Moonshot Pledge, which was from Boris Johnson, which was an extra 160 million, which was followed up by 2022 with the Dame Barbara Windsor Dementia Mission, a £95 million fund to accelerate research into treatment and early diagnosis. Of course, the pandemic hit and we had the recovery, but that's why the government set out the 2023 Major Conditions Strategy, which would have included dementia. Now, there is therefore a question to this government as to the priority it gives dementia since taking office. And it's worth looking at why there are concerns raised, because the government, rightly so in their own right, did not opt to proceed with the Major Conditions Strategy. This might surprise some members, but we heard from the current Minister of Member of State and Member for Bristol South, who sat in her place, for a call for a dedicated dementia strategy a number of times when she was on this side of the House. Only last year, when she was following up in a Westminster Hall debate on new dementia treatment, she said, I quote, "As my honourable friend, the member for Oldham East and Saddleworth said, it's disappointing the government shelved plans for a dedicated dementia strategy. England remains the only nation without a specific dementia strategy. This is very short-term thinking, and it will be interesting to hear from the Minister about that. In 2020, I said we cannot give confidence to people suffering with dementia and their carers without a much clearer plan that is in place very quickly. This remains the case today." End quote. So I'd like to ask the Minister, does he stand by these comments, and can we expect, therefore, a dedicated dementia strategy? You see, it's easy to understand on this side of the House that governing is difficult. Good intentions make fine opposition speech until they collide with reality. So, does he continue... beg your pardon, I thought I was intervened on by the Speaker then for a second. So does he plan to carry on with a dedicated strategy, if he'd be kind enough to confirm that today? And on the topic of strategies and comments made by Labour ministers before taking office, I note that in a Westminster Hall debate on inequalities in dementia services only last year, in May, less than a week before the general election, the Shadow Health Minister and now independent member for Gorton and Denton promised a carers strategy. Now, he said, quote, "They are vital parts of fighting against dementia, and they will be at the heart of Labour's plan in government. There will be a carers strategy under the next government because we value the vital work our carers do. It will be a cross-government strategy with the Department for Work and Pensions, for Education and for Future Work Review, all feeding in along with the Department for Health and Social Care. There is a bright future for those living with dementia and their families and carers. Labour will deliver on it." End quote. A laudable aim. However, since the election, it does appear all is not quite as it seems. You see, in an oral question in the other place in November, Baroness Merrin made it clear that she had, quote, "not committed to a national strategy," stating, "I do have to say to the noble Baroness that I have not committed to a national carer strategy. However, in our joined-up approach, we will certainly be looking at what is needed. That will be very much part of our considerations on the workforce strategy, which Minister Karen Smith will lead on. It is crucial for the delivery of these services." End quote. So therefore, could I ask the Minister today, are there still specific plans for a national care strategy? Now, to progress.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. As he knows, at the beginning of this year, the government, the current government, and NHS England removed dementia from its planning guidance. Its planning guidance sets its priorities for the year ahead, and crucially, removed the diagnosis targets. My view is that was a cruel blow to people living with dementia and their families. Would the Minister like to give his view on the government removing dementia from its targets and priorities?
Shadow Minister.
All right. I'm grateful, first of all, for him promoting me, and second of all, for his expertise in this area, because I understand his work for Dementia UK. And he is absolutely right. He's beaten me to the chase. One of the real concerns that charities and patients have raised is exactly that, the taking away of this crucial diagnosis target. And actually, we only need to look at Wales, where this wasn't the case, where the national diagnosis rate is 56%, 10% lower than in England. So on top of this, the government is presiding over a major top-down restructuring with cuts to integrated care boards and NHS England, whilst forcing through devolution on the 21 county-run authorities responsible for social care, whilst raising taxes in the Employment National Insurance contribution on care providers that's going to get passed on to local councils, whilst raising taxes on the very dementia charities and others who provide support, whilst we learnt last week that they're ditching the fast-track social work scheme, whilst we learnt they're terminating the NHS and care volunteers response who help support care, whilst scrapping the cross-party talks on social care, instead swapping it to an independent commission, which is led by Baroness Casey, who's still seconded to the Home Office. Madam Deputy Speaker, we can all see what's being taken away in tax. It's what's going to benefit dementia support and care that's much harder to spot. Now, I appreciate, in the rough and tumble of this place, it's not lost on me how much this issue touches the Minister himself. He's spoken bravely and openly about his family's struggle, and I have the utmost respect for him and what he's been through, and I've been through similar with my grandmother, Dot. So I do not question his heart, simply gently challenge the government on his policies to achieve better dementia care for all. To that end, in closing, I have a couple of questions. Will the government commit to setting a new target to increase dementia diagnosis rates across England? Will the integrated care systems facing restructuring and budget resolutions? How does the government plan to hold local systems to account on dementia diagnosis, especially across NHS and social care? Now, we've seen from Wales how irregular data collection on dementia diagnosis affects overall diagnosis rates. What steps will the government take to improve the quality of data in dementia diagnosis, particularly when it comes to follow-up? And given the growing prevalence of dementia in our care homes, what steps will the government take to support providers and ensure that social care workforce is trained effectively to meet the needs of care users? With the upcoming spending review and long-awaited 10-year plan for the NHS expected in the next couple of months, I trust the Minister sat in front of me. He is the right person to highlight to the government the seriousness and importance of tackling dementia, just like the last government understood. After all, I return where I started. Dementia steals the most from those left remembering, because the greatest heartbreak is losing someone who's still here. But with compassion for families, dignities for those who suffer, and a relentless pursuit for a cure, we can not only offer not just care, but hope.
Minister Stephen.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for South Devon for securing this debate, and I'd like to commend her as well for her work as a member of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on dementia. This was a thoughtful and constructive debate with a number of truly powerful and moving personal contributions from members across the Chamber. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a cause that is close to my heart, and I'd like to thank all members for their kind words about my family. But I know that my own family's history is very far from unique. We know that 1 in 2 of us will be affected by dementia in our lifetime, either by caring for someone with the condition, developing it ourselves, or both. It is also predicted that by 2040, just under 1.5 million people in England will be living with dementia. Each person, along with their loved ones and carers, has a unique journey and their own heartbreaking stories. And so on behalf of the government, I want to thank everyone working to support people with dementia, as well as their friends, family and carers. This government will back them every step of the way. We are also backing our scientists to deliver new treatments and ways to care for people living with dementia. And I recently had the pleasure of visiting the UK Dementia Research Institute's Centre for Care and Technology, where I saw some of their innovative smart home tools. Madam Deputy Speaker, a timely diagnosis is vital to ensure everyone can access the advice, information and support that can help them to live well with dementia and remain independent for as long as possible. This government remains committed to the national ambition for 2/3 of people living with dementia to receive a formal diagnosis. We have funded an evidence-based improvement project to pilot the Diagnosing Advanced Dementia mandate in 14 trusts. I'm delighted that best practice is currently being shared and promoted with regional and local partners following an impact assessment of the pilots. Dementia can impact anyone, but there is varying and unequal access to health services. That is why the Office for Health Improvement and Disparities is working to make our country fairer by developing a tool that provides a clear assessment of population characteristics such as rurality and socioeconomic deprivation.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I welcome his confirmation of commitment to the diagnosis target of 2/3. Will he put that in a key document, the equivalent of the planning guidance for NHS England? Will he ensure that is well documented in a strategic document and set it out so that we can be absolutely clear and we're not only relying on his oral assertions in this chamber?
Minister.
We're absolutely on the record with the 66.7% target. I just want to take this opportunity to set out, I think, what appears to be a philosophical difference between this government's approach to our health and care system and those of many members opposite. We believe in devolution, we believe in decentralisation, we believe in empowering those who are closest to the citizen to make the decisions that need to be made. If others have a more centralising, I would say deeply anachronistic approach to managing our health and care system, which I heard from Liberal Democrat members and Conservative members, that's fine, that's up to you. But we believe in modernising our system, not micromanaging, not having shopping lists of targets. It's about supporting, agreeing on outcomes, but leaving those who are best placed at the coalface to decide on how best to meet the unmet needs of their communities. And that is a very clear dividing line between us. Now, on the point about research, I think it's also worth pointing out that the studies we've done working with Research UK, Alzheimer's Society and the People's Postcode Lottery found that through our investment, ADAPT and READOUT are working to produce clinical and economic data that could bring blood tests to the NHS within 5 years to support diagnosis of dementia. All of this means that the rate of diagnosis is improving. The latest data from April shows the diagnosis rate has inched up to 65.5%, up 0.3% since July of 2024. And it's worth noting that the 66.7% ambition has not been met since 2020. Looking at care, the quality and availability of services are variable, has been pointed out. We're empowering local leaders with the autonomy they need. We're supporting integrated care boards. I'm pleased to say that we recently published the Dementia 100 Assessment Tool Pathway Programme, which brings together multiple resources into a single consolidated training tool. That launched last month. There's been huge interest and support from the sector, 1,000 people registering to attend the launch webinar. We have the Dementia Care Pathway full implementation guidance, and we're supporting the implementation of this guidance through a dashboard to enable targeted support where it is needed. All those who have dementia deserve to receive high quality care. We must have a workforce that is equipped with the skills that are needed. We're incredibly proud of everyone that works in the care sector, and they deserve the training that many members have mentioned. The Care Workforce Pathway provides guidance for progression and development for professionals across adult social care with the knowledge, skills, values and behaviours that our carers need. It links learning outcomes to existing frameworks, including the Dementia Training Standards Framework. Some of these learning outcomes can be achieved through the training and qualifications eligible for funding under the Learning and Development Support Scheme. That scheme launched in September last year and supports adult social care employers to invest in their workforce through funded training opportunities, including a range of dementia-related qualifications. I'm very pleased to confirm that we've backed the scheme with a £12 million investment. Pay and conditions are also vitally important elements of our workforce strategy. So I'm sure members across the House will welcome our groundbreaking fair pay agreement legislation within the Employment Rights Bill for adult social care workers, which is hugely significant in this context. And of course, on the question of our care workforce, as a number of members have highlighted, the vital role that unpaid carers play. To support them, on the 7th of April, the government increased the carers allowance weekly earnings limit from £151 a week to £196 a week, the equivalent of 16 hours at the national wage, the largest increase in the earnings limit since the carers allowance was introduced in 1976. And that is a change that we are very, very proud of. So I want to finish today by saying that I understand that every person with dementia, alongside their friends, families and carers, have their own unique and important story of living with dementia. I know that I am not alone in this fight. I want to pay tribute to the Alzheimer's Society, Dementia UK and Alzheimer's Research UK for all their vitally important work. Together we will build a society where every person with dementia receives high quality care from diagnosis through to the end of life. I also want to once again thank the Honourable Member for South Devon for raising this vitally important topic. Many thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Caroline Verdon to wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really don't think there's much to add to what's been said. I just want to thank all the members who've come here today and shared stories of their own personal experience of dementia, family members and loved ones. I know it's not an easy thing to do, and we all have really difficult experiences, and you know, it's been very moving to hear those who've shared their personal stories. And I know that we have a minister in front of us who deeply feels these issues, understands what dementia means, understands the impact on the wider family. I'd really like to see properly trained dementia nurses in every GP surgery and every acute hospital trust all over the country, so that we can keep these people at home, we can look after them, we can look after their carers, we can support the people who love them, who do an incredible job. And I would just like to pay tribute to all the hundreds of organisations all over the country who've been mentioned today, who are doing really amazing work, a lot of them on a voluntary basis. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order, Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can you advise me, in his response, the Shadow Minister's response to me in relation to the dementia moonshot, I think the Minister might have actually got his figures wrong. I wonder if you can advise me how we can correct the record.
I thank the Honourable Member for raising the point of order. It is not, however, a matter for the Chair, but the Honourable Member has put her point on the record. We now come to the presentation of public petitions, and I'll let the House settle and front benches change over. Petition, Liam Byrne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to present this petition on behalf of residents of Garrett's Green Ward in Birmingham. The petitioner, assisted by local councillor Sadak Mir, has the full support of residents whose quality of life has been badly affected by lack of access to general waste bins, because while recycling bins are provided, Birmingham City Council says that there's now red tape that affects residents' right to a general waste bin. So they have to put their black bags straight out onto the streets, and that's attractive fly tipping and vermin. I don't think residents should have to live like this, treading over rats on their way to work and school, and that's why I'm laying this petition to call for action. My constituent, Yasmin Bharti, spoke for many when she told me that the constant rubbish is severely impacting families with young children and those with mobility issues, and that a solution is urgently needed. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, the petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to work with Birmingham City Council to take immediate action to ensure that all residents on Lee Hall Road in the Garrett's Green Ward have access to general waste bins, and that these bins are collected by Birmingham City Council and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, waste provision on Lee Hall Road in the Garrett's Green ward in Birmingham, Hodge Hill and Solihull North.
Petition, Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to present this petition from the residents of Bicester who want to see a replacement for the level crossing at London Road, which will close with the introduction of east-west rail services, cutting the town in two. I am very grateful to the 4,526 residents who have individually signed this petition and to those who worked so hard to gather the signatures, many of whom are sitting in the gallery tonight. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to support the construction of an underpass at the London Road level crossing in Bicester that could accommodate car users as well as cyclists and pedestrians.
Petition, construction of an underpass at the Bicester level crossing.
Petition, John Lamont.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to present this petition from my constituents in the Scottish Borders to the House of Commons. It calls on Link to set up a banking hub for Selkirk and Eyemouth. I want to record my thanks to the many local residents who have signed this petition. The petition declares that residents of Selkirk and Eyemouth are being left without proper access to cash and banking facilities. This is causing significant concern and worry for the local community, and that Link should take the necessary steps to tackle this by setting up a banking hub in each of the towns. Further, that a separate online petition on the same issue has generated 1,456 signatures. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to consider the concerns of the petitioners and take immediate action to ensure that the residents of Selkirk and Eyemouth have access to a banking hub with proper access to cash and banking facilities, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, banking hub for Selkirk and Eyemouth.
I'd like to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Adam Dance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by thanking the fantastic staff at Yeovil District Hospital, Maternity Unit and the paediatric staff across the country for their hard work. I'd like to also thank the Minister for coming to the House today to address this important issue for Yeovil and South Somerset. Thank you. In January, the CQC inspected services at Yeovil District Hospital and issued a Section 29A notice because it assessed that Yeovil District Hospital failed to meet the regulations related to staffing and governance and therefore required significant improvement. On Monday the 12th of May, the Hospital Trust decided to temporarily close the Special Care Baby Unit at YDH from the 19th of May, initially for 6 months. This also means that the hospital will be unable to safely provide care during labour and birth at the maternity unit, meaning that the unit is officially closed. The care for pregnant people due to give birth will now be transferred to either Musgrove Park in Taunton, Dorchester County Hospital, the Royal Unite Hospital in Bath or Salisbury Hospital.
Will the honourable member give way?
Yes, I'll give way.
Thank you very much, my honourable friend. The honourable member, I'm sure, realises the problems that we've had at Tiverton District Hospital. I was lucky enough to have my first 2 sons in the old Tiverton Hospital. I'm sure that people not being able to go to Yeovil to give birth will push down, literally, into Tiverton Hospital. And I would remind my honourable friend that there was an incident a couple of years ago where one of my constituents delivered her 5th child in a car park in a pub because Tiverton Hospital didn't have the capacity to take her in. Will he agree with me that the closure of the Yeovil maternity services doesn't just impact Dorset, Somerset, it also impacts my hospital in my constituency? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Adam Dance.
Thank you. I do agree with that, and I'll come on to that later on. In letters and meetings, I have directly asked senior leaders at the Trust for reassurance that the service will reopen after 6 months, and they have been unable to give me it. My number one priority is my constituents' health and safety. I appreciate that the decision was a difficult one and patient safety was at its heart. The safety of mothers and their babies must, of course, come first, but the way in which this decision was reached and implemented has been disgraceful and created huge fear and anger in Yeovil and may put people's health at risk. The Hospital Trust leadership say that high level of sickness amongst senior staff at the hospital cause gaps in the rota, but I have been informed that the staff who are off sick are off because of the work-related stress. Stress was reportedly caused by a lack of support, a toxic work culture and bullying from management. This is not good enough. Clinicians have been working desperately hard to provide quality care and have been trying to work alongside management to improve the service, but have found management not supportive at all. So it seems that this real issue here is one of management and supporting and maintaining staff. After the CQC inspection, it was up to the Hospital Trust to plan out a clear, responsive and to ensure safe maternity services at Yeovil Hospital. Despite money apparently not being a problem, that we got was a lack of lustre, attempt at recruitment and bringing in locums. The hospital leadership waited until literally the last minute to reach a decision. They closed the maternity unit with little or no consultation with staff, patients and stakeholders, such as Somerset Council, MPs like myself. It is an insult that the hard-working staff only knew about the closure 6 days before it was due to happen. Some of them were told on Teams and others found out on social media. This is not how to treat staff. It is a disgrace that the expecting parents were given such short notice and that the Hospital Trust didn't provide them advanced and detailed information about the temporary closure. Yeovil Hospital Charity have been fundraising for over the last few months for the maternity unit. They'd already raised £2,000 and this month were due to have another huge fundraiser. They too do such great work for the hospital and they were even left in the dark. This is just not good enough. What is really worrying is that a decision made to protect people may put their health at risk. Many expecting parents have told me about their fears about capacity at other hospitals, travel times to Taunton, Dorchester and Bath. Last year, there were approximately 1,300 births in Yeovil Hospital. Most of the patients that would have been seen in Yeovil will go to Musgrove Park in Taunton, where staff have already raised concerns about not having enough capacity to manage their own patient numbers. In September of last year, reports described Musgrove Park Hospital. Of course.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for Yeovil for securing this important debate. Does he agree with me that many women in my constituency choose to give birth in Musgrove Park Hospital? And with the closure of Yeovil, where, as he said, 1,200 babies are born each year, there's a grave concern that Taunton will have the capacity to cope. And in fact, mothers across Somerset will suffer from this closure.
I do agree with you, and actually I come on to that point now. In September of last year, reports described Musgrove Park maternity unit as terrible, super hot and overcrowded, while measures such as extra beds are put in place, expecting that overstretched service to safely take on extra cases from Yeovil is not realistic, and it risks putting even more pressure on the hard-working staff already at breaking point. I'm also concerned that the staff at Dorchester and Bath will be put under serious pressure and that despite their best efforts, services may suffer there too. It is mothers that are at high risk or may expect complications at birth that I'm particularly worried about. Many parents in my constituents who experience complications during the birth of their children, like Louise or Rob, have told me that their children are alive because of the tireless work and dedication of the team at Yeovil, and that their children may not have survived had they been forced to travel to Taunton, Dorchester or Bath, which are 45 minutes from most of my constituents on a good day. Experts have told me they are worried that emergencies like late pregnancies, PV bleeds require immediate medical attention and can cause death for mothers and babies in worst-case scenario. It is not just parents at paediatrics that are at risk. I'm seriously concerned about the knock-on effects of Yeovil's emergency department, potentially putting more strain on the hospital and patient care. Sadly, other constituents who were hoping to have children have told me they are now reconsidering because of the stress and risk posed to potentially not having proper maternity services in Yeovil. While I appreciate this is a local issue, trust in hospital leadership has broken down. I believe that central government has a duty of care to the people of Yeovil and that there are steps it can take to help. I ask the Minister to urgently undertake a review of the decision-making process at Somerset NHS Foundation Trust on the closure of maternity services. I urge the Department of Self...
Would the member give way?
Yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He mentions Somerset NHS Foundation Trust. They've also made a decision recently to reduce the number of beds and associated staff at Frome Community Hospital. I wonder whether the member would agree with me that these decisions really need wide consultation, allowing for boundaries and relationships with hospitals like the RUH, and they need proper consultation with staff from the community before they're undertaken.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you, and it really is just not good enough. I hope the Minister is listening to this. I urge the Department for Health and Social Care to do all it can to maintain and support the NHS Somerset in ensuring the return of safe maternity service to Yeovil District Hospital. Just like the closure of Yeovil Hyperacute Stroke Unit, many worry that this is a sign that Yeovil District Hospital is going to be turned into a cottage hospital. As such, I'd also ask the Minister to join NHS Somerset ICB in committing to maintain a full functioning district general hospital in Yeovil that provides a safe, high quality and sustainable services. However, Yeovil is not alone on this. We face a crisis in maternity services, particularly in rural areas. The CQC has raised safety concerns about a lack of training, limited engagement in communities, inadequate risk assessment and poor management and culture among senior leadership. The CQC National Review of Maternity Services in England 22-24 found that 47% of maternity services were rated as requiring improvement for safety. As of May 25, 56% of maternity units in South West had overall rating of requires improvement or inadequate. Given this, can the Minister detail the Government's plans for funding and improving the provision, management and staffing of maternity services in hospital trust and cover large rural geography? And can the Minister provide a timeline for implementing of these plans? Finally, I again urge the Minister and the Secretary of State to meet with honourable members from Somerset and Dorset to further discuss this and to come to Yeovil and talk to those impacted by the decision. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the closure of Yeovil District Hospital Maternity Unit, initially for 6 months, was done for the right reasons but has been done disgracefully. People in Yeovil are not just worried, they are scared and angry. We care deeply about supporting our fantastic NHS staff and the life-saving work they do. Hundreds of people have joined me at a rally outside the hospital on the day of the maternity service close, and many more have written to me. Nearly 6,000 people have already signed petitions calling for the safe return of Yeovil Maternity Unit. We will campaign tirelessly to ensure we can restore local maternity services in Yeovil safely. I hope that the Minister will join us in this battle because everyone deserves access to safe local maternity care regardless of where they live. Thank you.
Sarah Dyke.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to thank the Minister, my honourable friend for Yeovil, for allowing me to speak, and from my honourable friend for securing this important debate. The closure of Yeovil Special Baby Unit and Maternity Unit has shocked many of my residents across Glastonbury and Somerset, as it did my honourable friend. And after the announcement, I immediately set a petition to gather evidence of the strength of feeling regarding these vital services. And since then, I've been inundated with responses. I want to begin by echoing my honourable friend's sentiments and thanking the staff at Yeovil for their incredible work and their care. Rob from Lymington, for example, told me, a resident in my constituents, told me his family wouldn't be a family without the work of Yeovil staff. And I think that's a really compelling piece of information. Now, Somerset NHS Foundation Trust made the decision following a clinical assessment that services couldn't continue operating safely. It's a damning indictment. Yes, very quickly.
Can I commend the Honourable Lady and the Honourable Gentleman for their campaign, and just to enforce evidentially the issue of the closure of Yeovil Hospital Maternity Unit. If that happens, the impact upon the community will be great. It happened to me at the Arch Hospital, where the GP services were overrun with the work that had to be done. Midwives complained that the impact upon the community was great, and the effect was not just with the use of maternity unit, but you also had an impact upon the NHS services overall.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. He's absolutely right that the impact and knock-on effect, not only within the county, but those wider services are going to be huge. But this comes back to it being a damning indictment of how our health services have been treated, how they've been run into the ground following the previous Conservatives' regular cuts. The residents in Glastonbury and Somerton are absolutely devastated by this, and they're really concerned that this 6-month temporary closure could then become permanent. I've had many examples of residents contacting me. Ben is one of them. His wife are from Montauk, and they're expecting their first child in September. They've planned a home birth with support from the Yeovil midwifery team. Now, they can still access those services, but if complications arise, they'll no longer to be able to rely on the Yeovil hospital services, and instead they'll have, which are only a 15-minute drive away, they're going to have to go a lot further, so they're going to have to drive at least 45 minutes to access either Taunton, RUH, or Dorchester, or indeed Salisbury. So there's so many unanswered questions, especially on how the closure will affect the capacity of Taunton's Musgrove Park Hospital and Dorchester and Bath's maternity unit. So we really need to have the clarity now. Our residents deserve clarity now. So I would also ask the Minister to give us that clarity, to give our constituents the clarity that they deserve. So those that are looking forward to starting a new family, those who are growing their family, can know that that journey through their pregnancy is going to be safe, and they're going to have a family beyond that. Thank you.
Minister Karen Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Honourable Member for Yeovil for raising this important debate about the temporary closure of maternity services at Yeovil District Hospital. Now, I know, having given birth to 3 myself, that choosing where to give birth and that planning of that journey, as has been outlined, is incredibly important for women. We are determined that all women are given choice over their care and are listened to and supported with compassion. And then the Honourable Member is an advocate for the Yeovil community, and I welcome his representations, ensuring that his constituent voices are heard. It's an important role from members of Parliament. So I want to start by acknowledging the concerns that the Honourable Members have raised on the constituents' behalf, both in their letter and in this debate, and I hope I can update on the relevant issues as we stand. Now, in preparing for this debate, I have met with the Trust and Somerset ICB, and I'm grateful for their time and briefing on these issues. And as honourable members know, the Trust cannot safely staff the paediatric service as well as the special care baby unit. This means that the Trust has taken the difficult decision to close the special care baby unit, which also means they cannot safely provide maternity services. I think a point that has been acknowledged by the Honourable Member. Now, the Honourable Member is concerned about the process followed by Somerset NHS Foundation Trust in coming to this decision, particularly not having consulted the local council, MPs or other stakeholders, and he also identified concerns around the information going to staff. In some situations, such as this one, NHS providers may need to make a temporary service change due to a risk to safety or welfare of patients or staff. And legislation allows them to do this without consulting the scrutiny committee beforehand, providing it is needed for safety or welfare reasons. I understand the Trust briefed the Somerset County Council Health and Overview Scrutiny Committee on the 15th of May, and they have committed to further updating the committee in October. The Trust has had one-to-one conversations with affected women and families to help them with alternative plans, and this has been supported by Somerset Maternity and Neonatal Voices partnerships. I'm happy to.
Can the Minister agree with me that actually giving the timescale for the staff and telling the staff on Teams or not telling the staff at all, then finding out on social media. Imagine how that makes some staff feel. Will the Minister agree that that is just not the right way to treat our NHS staff?
Well, I'm not aware of the particular operational details of how the decision is communicated, and I'm happy to come back to that. I would say, as I've said, when decisions are made for reasons of safety, which is the primary importance here, that sometimes that staff will not be able to be consulted in the usual way, and of course some staff will be not working at that particular time, or maybe on holiday, and organisations have to take particular measures to inform staff. But I absolutely appreciate that staff have been working in a unit and knowing where to go, that is very disruptive and personally distressing for them as well. But emergency situations do sometimes necessitate things not to be done perhaps as robustly as might always be best desired. Now, local leaders have absolutely assured me that this is not intended to be a permanent closure. I think it's something that's very important for honourable members and their constituents to understand. The Trust is committed to reviewing the position in 3 and 6 months. And following the 3-month review, Somerset ICB will provide an update in September. Now, finally, once the decision is made, any permanent change would need to be based on clear evidence of better outcomes for patients. On the sort of wider issue that has been raised this evening, as honourable members will be aware, the government's position is that changes to NHS services should always be locally led and clinically evidenced. Any decision about the next steps on the neonatal and maternity services at Yeovil Hospital should be taken by the local NHS with support from the CQC. Now, I understand work is currently underway to mitigate the impact of the closure and move towards safe operation of services. The NHS England South West regional team is working with the Trust and ICB to mitigate the risk of the closure and ensure the wider systems work together to provide safe services. The Trust is working closely with neighbouring hospitals at Bath, Salisbury, Poole, Dorchester and Exeter to ensure sufficient capacity. That should provide assurance to local people. Regional team clinical leaders attended a rapid quality review meeting with ICB and Trust clinical leaders, and work continues on mitigating the risks that have been identified. Now, I've been assured that Somerset ICB will monitor progress against improvement plans, formally noting any new or emerging risks and actions required. And it will also be monitoring the impact on Musgrove Park Maternity Unit. I understand that Somerset NHS Foundation Trust and Somerset ICB have also written to the Honourable Member for Yeovil since the closure, and that there is due to be a call with local MPs, I understand, tomorrow. I think that is good progress. I commend that way of them operating with local members of Parliament, something I said to them when I met them, and I hope that those are helpful in having those detailed conversations locally to reassure honourable members and, more importantly, if I may say so, their constituents. What I appreciate is a really difficult time for women either due to give birth or who are thinking about starting a family. If I just may, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the time I've got, we are committed to tackling staffing challenges like this that the NHS faces. For the maternity workforce, NHS England has undertaken a programme of targeted retention work for midwives. This includes a midwife retention self-assessment tool, mentoring scheme, strengthened advice and support on pensions and flexible retirement options. NHS England has also invested in unit-based retention leads who focus on retention and provide pastoral support to midwives. This initiative, alongside investment in workforce capacity, has seen a reduction in vacancies, leaver and turnover rates. Maternity care remains a top priority for providers, as demonstrated in the planning guidance, in which the NHS was instructed to improve safety in maternity and neonatal services as a priority. Now, in Somerset more widely, I know there is concern about how this change will impact services in the local area, and I would like to reassure honourable members that NHS Somerset is committed to investing in local services of both hospitals. This includes a commitment from NHS in Somerset to a fully functioning district general hospital in Yeovil. One example is the Yeovil Diagnostic Centre, which is due to open later this year. This will be a modern 3-storey state-of-the-art diagnostic centre based at Yeovil District Hospital. It will have capacity to deliver an additional 70,000 diagnostic tests and outpatient appointments per year, and open 7 days a week, providing radiology, endoscopy, cardiology, audiology tests and outpatient appointments. So in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank honourable members again for bringing forward this important issue. I know he and his colleagues will keep a close eye on progress. I hope I've responded to the immediate concerns tonight, and I will of course shortly write to him and honourable members in response to the letter of the 19th of May. I will briefly.
Minister for giving way. I just wanted to raise the issue of maternity services in Musgrove Park, because obviously they're going to be taking on a number of patients. That hospital was due for an upgrade, and now that has been pushed back till the mid-2030s. Could you make comment on that? Because at the moment, those maternity services are in a 1940s old dormitory-style building. Does that really show mothers-to-be that their needs are being prioritised?
Minister.
Well, I do, of course, am aware of that as I lead on the new hospital programme, and this government has committed to a clear timetable for that, which includes Musgrove Park. And obviously, we made decisions in our budget last autumn, which I know the Honourable Lady and her colleagues did not support, which is absolutely about bringing forward capital plans as well and making sure that that programme is now on a financial footing, which it wasn't before. I am confident the local NHS is aware of the impact of this change and continues to work hard to improve the situation. And any changes in NHS services must be done with the utmost sensitivity to local views whilst prioritising safety, and I know the honourable members will continue to monitor this issue, and I will make sure that they have a response to the letter of the 19th of May.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Order, order.